Chapter 17. Ginny floated down to check out the kitchen and found that it wasn't empty. Bellatrix looked up and caught the gaze of the tentative ghost. "Hello," she greeted. "Hi," Ginny succinctly replied. Neither was sure what to make of the other. After an awkward silence, they both began at the same time. Sorry, Ginny apologized first. "Go ahead." No, Bellatrix shook her head. "I'm not even sure what I was going to say, but it probably would have been something dumb. Please, what were you saying?" "Right," Ginny said, knowing she too was just trying to fill the air. "I was just gonna say, sleeping with Moony, eh? How's that going?" Bellatrix wondered. "I guess it's been productive." "Well, that's..." Ginny paused, thinking most males would not take that as a sterling endorsement on their sexual prowess. She settled on finishing. "Good." "Don't get me wrong," Bellatrix explained. "The process is pleasant." "Pleasant," Ginny repeated. "Pleasurable even," Bellatrix said. "That's a better description. It's just, I've had sex with people that hate me before." "Naturally," Ginny agreed, thinking how limited Bellatrix's options would be if she didn't sleep with people that hate her. Bellatrix frowned and continued. "But I guess with Remus, it's like he hates himself just as much." "You don't mind that he's a werewolf?" Ginny inquired, wondering if Bellatrix was letting her membership in the cruel and racist club expire. Bellatrix shrugged. "I suppose I'd rather he wasn't, but so would Remus. I'm just glad my baby daddy is someone the Lord's Black like. I'll take the sperm however it comes." Ginny chuckled uneasily at the pun. "That's funny." Bellatrix sighed and exasperatedly said, "You know I'm fine with you hatting me for no reason, right?" "Oh, good," Ginny said in relief. I kinda felt bad, considering everybody hates you, and I didn't really want to pile on, but it is you." Bellatrix looked closer at Ginny. "I didn't kill you, did I?" Ginny shook her head. "Because that might actually explain a few things." "Nope," Ginny assured her. "You didn't kill me, I know who killed me, and Harry killed him." "Anyone I know?" Bellatrix asked. Ginny quickly quieted. "Don't think you ever met him." "All right," Bellatrix agreed, recognizing the ghost's reticence. "Let's change the subject." Ginny floated there for a moment and suggested, "Or I could just leave." "Wait," Bellatrix pleaded. Yes. "I wanted to ask you something, and please, don't take this personally. I don't mean to offend you." Ginny shrugged. "I already hate you." "Good point," Bellatrix replied. "And like I said, don't take this personally, but are you, that is, I guess, all right, I'm just going to say it. Are you a Weasley?" Ginny harumphed. "What's so bad about Weasleys?" "Okay," Bellatrix backed away. "That answers that question. Maybe there haven't been quite so many homicidal, psychotic bitches in the Weasley family as in some families, but..." "Do you not remember your mother at all?" Harry jokingly asked from the door. Ginny turned back towards Harry. "Hey now, she wasn't homicidal." Harry looked at Ginny and said nothing. "Okay, there was that one time," Ginny admitted, "but that shouldn't count." Harry looked at Ginny curiously. "Are you implying your mother was a psychotic bitch? You didn't live with her through menopause." Harry winced, imagining how well Molly Weasley would have accepted that. "Point taken." "I was just wondering because you look like a Weasley," Bellatrix explained. "And there's so damn many of you, I wouldn't be surprised if your parents couldn't keep track of them all." Harry chuckled. Ginny frowned at Harry. "I thought you loved the Weasleys." "With as much as he loves, and as many as there are," Bellatrix retorted. "It's almost mathematically impossible for him not to have at least once or twice." "Hey," Harry intelligently defended. "I'm not talking about whoring himself around like a hoary whore," Ginny snapped. "This is just a phase until he comes to terms with my death." "Really?" Bellatrix asked skeptically. She looked at Harry and asked, "Is that why you're such a slut?" "He's not a bigger slut than me," Sirius jumped in as he walked up behind Harry. Harry just shook his head. "We're going to get a little work done. We'll be back this afternoon. You're not going anywhere, are you?" "I'm going to go that Muggle store to buy some pregnancy tests," Bellatrix said. But other than that, I'll be here." "Be careful," Harry said. "Those 2 Death Eaters are still camping out across the street last I checked." "Peed on them this morning," Sirius asserted. "And while they seem content to just observe us," Harry explained, pointing at himself and Sirius, "I'm not sure you're going to get extended similar kindness. Although," Sirius happily suggested, "if you decide that you want to die." "Let's go," Harry interrupted, grabbing onto Sirius, apparating them both away with a crack. Bellatrix turned towards Ginny. "Looks like it's just you and me." Ginny looked at Bellatrix curiously before she too felt a tug and was sent careening through the ether towards wherever Harry had apparated off to. "Or just me," Bellatrix corrected to herself. She began to wonder over how quickly she was able to clear a room. She took a careful sniff of her own armpits before realizing what she was doing. "I just want anyone invisibly watching me right now to know that that wasn't what it looked like, but I won't explain it until you reveal yourselves." Bellatrix was a mixture of relieved and disappointed when no one came forward. "Why wait until tonight?" Sirius said, looking through his magical omnioculars. "We could probably take care of this before dinner." Harry saw Ginny had stayed visible and tagged along. He answered, "Because he's got a mission tonight, and I'd rather save the larceny until after our dinner with them." "Tell me again why you're robbing this guy," Ginny asked, pretending to lay down on the edge of Harry's chair. "Because he's a Death Eater and we've never heard of him," Sirius answered. "What's his name?" Ginny inquired, being careful not to yell right in Harry's ear. "Alan Weston," Harry replied. "Never heard of him," Ginny agreed. "So why him?" "Because we're manly men, and we like challenges," Sirius assured her, looking at the property with his omnioculars. Harry flipped a twig at Sirius and explained, "Because he's got better wards here than a crappy-looking place like that should have. Which to me says there's something worth stealing in there." "I think we can call it official," Sirius announced. "No house elves, and I still haven't been able to make out a painting yet." "Did you get any fun names from your interrogation of Bella, besides, of course, the mysterious Alan Weston?" Ginny asked, pointing towards the veiled property she couldn't see. "Probably the most interesting one was a name I didn't get," Harry said. "He counts," Sirius moaned. Harry was enjoying Sirius' frustration and looked over at the ghost. "It appears in this world Severus Snape never joined the Death Eaters." "What?" Ginny asked. "Really?" "He counts," Sirius repeated. Harry was quite amused. Apparently, they turned him down. Sirius went from grumbling to alert and indignant immediately. "You never mentioned that part." "I enjoyed it more knowing you didn't know," Harry said with a snicker. "I never even considered that the Dark Lord could say no." Sirius was torn between staring down Harry and laughing out loud to think Severus tried to join the Death Eaters and got rejected. "Apparently, it drove him straight to Dumbledore," Harry said. "In fairness, he was still in school at the time, so Dumbledore may have just been close by." "That's awesome," Sirius exclaimed happily. "Well, I'm glad to hear you think so," Harry said with a grin. "Because I told Lily you were hopping to talk potions with him over dinner. She made sure that you'll get to sit next to Severus." Sirius' face fell. "That's not even funny, Harry." "The rumor is that when Snape heard the news, he actually smiled," Harry calmly explained. "If that's true, then you're probably his best friend." Sirius' mouth twitched. "Okay, maybe it's a little funny." Ginny entertained herself by poking her ghostly finger through Harry's shoulder. Sirius acted unconcerned and asked, "You were kidding, right?" Harry glanced at Sirius, said nothing, and turned back towards the wards of the property with a smug smile. "Ha-ha, point made," Sirius rambled. "No snivelous though, right? Right, just tell me, damn it." Harry could not stop smiling at the mere sight of the first real home that he remembered. Since he had last seen the castle, he'd gained a new appreciation for ward work, and Hogwarts was a real treat. The Hogwarts wards reminded Harry of Swiss cheese made of steel. The wards were as solid as any in the world, excusing the obvious and gigantic holes. It wasn't long before the wards were just too bright, and Harry was forced to cancel his Oculomagi spell. "Hey, Harry," Sirius tried to sound jovial, but the worry was apparent in his voice. "You're not going to break down and cry like a sissy, are you?" Harry stopped walking and turned to his godfather. "Because I mean, when you become a pathetic, blubbering mess and start calling her Mum." Harry cast a silencing charm around them and put a hand on Sirius to keep him from walking away. "Stop! Look at me, Padfoot." Sirius turned to look at Harry. He saw how humorless Harry's expression was and suggested, "If you want to tell them the truth." "Do you want to tell them?" Harry asked, already knowing the answer. "This is your secret, too." Sirius paused, almost afraid to be the cause of Harry's theoretical emotional distress. "Relax. I know I've always been indifferent to telling the Potters who we are," Harry explained. "But let me reiterate what should have been abundantly clear by now. You Sirius mean a lot more to me than James and Lily do." "Lily and James," Sirius softly corrected. "It sounds nicer saying her name first because she's a better person." "Lily and James," Harry repeated with a grin, while keeping his hand on his godfather's shoulder and looking him right in the eye. "Lily and James are not my parents. My parents died a long time ago. My parents were a couple of your best friends." Harry pointed up towards the castle. "Those two people barely know you. They had to grieve for a lost baby and have since raised a couple more kids in a family that never existed in our old world. Treating them like my parents is an insult to my parents' memory." Sirius was about to respond, but Harry put up a hand to stop him. "I highly doubt my real parents would begrudge me if I did treat this Lily and James like parents," Harry explained. "But it matters to me. And while I'd like to get to know Lily and James, they are not and never will be my parents. Nor will they ever be as important to me as my godfather, the person my parents chose to look after me in their absence." Sirius' eyes were getting a little watery as he couldn't keep the smile off his face. "I love you, kid," Sirius exclaimed, hugging Harry as tight as he had the first time he'd seen him in this world. "I love you too," Harry said, hugging Sirius back. He pulled back and looked Sirius in the eye again. "Now do us both a favor." Harry grabbed Sirius' chin to make sure he was paying complete attention to him. "Act like a fucking man, you little bitch." Sirius pretended to be offended as Harry spun him around. Harry slapped his godfather on the ass and said, "Besides, it looks like your new best friend is headed this way." Sirius' eyes widened and he turned back to Harry fearfully. "Why is Snivelus walking this way? Why, Harry, why?" Harry just smiled, saying nothing, and canceled his silencing charm. Severus spotted the two men ahead of him and was trying to avoid eye contact. "Listen," Sirius explained, pointing straight towards Severus Snape as he approached. "I don't know hardly anything about potions, and Harry here's a very cruel liar. I don't even like potions." Severus had been hopping to avoid them completely when Sirius addressed him with his absurd declarations. Severus responded in disgust. "Don't talk to me, ever." He then veered around the two Lord Blacks and continued stalking in the direction he had been headed. "He was just walking to the greenhouses," Harry happily said to his godfather. "Kind of an odd way for you to greet him, don't you think?" Sirius felt as much like an idiot as he felt relief that Harry had only been joking earlier. "You're a dick." Harry snickered. "Exactly what were you thinking when you saw that Snivelus was carrying flowers?" "I saw my lunch flash before my eyes," Sirius answered, turning to walk towards the entrance hall. "Oh, here they come." Lily Potter, James Potter Jr., and Albus Dumbledore were all walking out to greet the Lords Black. Harry stopped and whispered, "You really think wearing a Dementor's cloak would have sent the wrong message?" "You passed out after wearing it for 3 minutes," Sirius reminded quietly from the corner of his mouth. 3.5, Harry argued. "Yeah," Sirius decided. "That's the wrong message, and you owe me for this." "Greetings," Albus loudly said as the two Potters and he approached. "Lord Black and Lord Black, I'm delighted to see you accepted Professor Potter's invitation." Harry could feel his mother's approach and tried to pretend there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Please, Headmaster, for tonight, I'm Harry and he's Sirius." Sirius noticed Harry slinking away and slapped him hard on the shoulder in a friendly gesture, while adding, "But unless you count his back, he's not really Harry, and I am rarely serious." Oof, Harry groaned, partly from the smack and partly from Sirius' line. Can't you not crack a name joke just once? Albus' eyes were twinkling as he added, If it makes you feel any better, I've never been more than 2/3 bus. Further proof there really is no truth in advertising. Jimmy, Harry, and Sirius all turned towards the headmaster in silent disbelief. Albus saw the looks he was receiving and how Lily seemed transfixed just at the sight of Harry. Yes, well, I believe you have already met our head boy, James Potter, and this is his mother, our professor of Muggle studies, Lily Potter. Lily felt the monster in her chest rising up and didn't realize she was starring until Jimmy elbowed her and whispered, Mum. I'm sorry, Lily said, suddenly paying attention again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Harry, Sirius, she greeted and shook both their hands. You too, Sirius said, enjoying Harry's silent discomfort. If the stories my son has been telling me are true, Harry, Lily smiled warmly, then I'd hate to be your mother. What? Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. Lily kept the pleasant smile on her face as she explained. The scars, the adventures, the danger. She must have been worried silly. Oh, Harry said, trying to act casual and failing. Yeah, well, she handled it pretty well considering. Sirius coughed and interrupted Harry, noticing Harry was sweating already. Harry glanced at his godfather and helpfully explained with a smile. She died when I was 1. Oh, Lily stopped smiling and felt bad for being so insensitive. Harry saw Lily's face fall and tried to make her feel better. My dad, too. Immediately after Harry said it, he wondered why he thought that would make her feel better. Lily found herself pitying and sympathizing for Harry and added to the fun. My firstborn son died. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Lily saw them look at her and quickly explained. He was one as well. She belatedly realized that this was not the best way to lighten the mood. The group of 5 were all exchanging looks at the awkward direction of the night's first conversation. Sirius finally broke the silence. I had a goldfish once. Sirius, stop. Harry jumped in before his godfather could get going. Okay, Sirius agreed, not really wanting to dredge up painful memories of Goldie. How about a tour? Albus said, cheerfully changing the subject. We're not going to be eating with the students, are we? Harry said, as they all began to follow Albus. Because I'm not big on being on display, and Sirius could very well spend the whole time looking inappropriately at the 7th years. No, Albus chuckled, apparently unconcerned about an older man taking advantage of his students. We'll be dining in a private chamber connected to my office, though we are expecting James Potter and Remus and Tonks Lupin to join us when James and Tonks' shifts end. I believe you have met them a few times, and Sarah Potter was called away with Madame Pomfrey to St. Mungo's, but she may be able to join us as well. Oh, good, James, Sirius said. I think he's starting to warm up to me. Jimmy made no effort to hide his derisive snort as he walked next to Harry. Lily felt the need to defend her husband and explained, You remind him too much of his best friend. Lily paused and observed Sirius for a couple seconds. And now, having met you, I can see the resemblance is uncanny. Really? Sirius said, turning away to look at the castle as they slowly walked. I hear that's pretty common among relatives. I suppose you do kind of look like him, Lily continued. But I was referring to the way you carry yourself and your attitude. Sharing a name doesn't help matters either. Quite the coinky-dink, Harry said, pausing to look around and avoid the subject. So this is a hallway. Yeah, tour, Sirius said, stopping to face Albus. Albus was smiling mischievously and said, I was going to explain to you the history of the entrance hall, but when you both kept walking, I thought I'd see where you were leading us. Oops, Sirius said, looking at Harry, who had been also walking through Hogwarts, forgetting that they weren't supposed to know their way around. I thought I was following you. And I thought I was following you, Harry said, nodding at Albus. It is always interesting the places our feet will take us, Albus assured them. And you were quite correct. This is a hallway. Fascinating, Harry said, looking around. Actually, it is an interesting story, as you'll notice the shift in color here. Albus began to explain while pointing at the wall. The stone in this section of the hallway is only about 7 centuries old, contrary to popular belief, many. Oh, Jimmy yelped out, attracting everyone's attention as he rubbed the area of his arm that had been pinched by an invisible arm. Albus had stopped and looked towards Jimmy while glancing at the others. Is something the matter? No, Jimmy trailed off at the look from Harry and quickly corrected. Sorry, I just remembered I need to talk to Harry privately about a project, and with dinner and everything, I figured I should get it out of the way now. Perhaps we all could be of assistance, Albus offered. No, Jimmy insisted. That's a bad idea because… He looked to Harry for help. Harry rolled his eyes and jumped in. Jimmy had some research questions about the uniqueness of magic and my magic in particular. I don't want to be a sideshow freak, so I agreed to help him understand singular magical phenomena as long as we avoid specifics. You guys go on with the tour. We'll catch up. Albus frowned. I really would rather we. Surely the head boy won't be getting lost, Harry interrupted. If your unease comes from my secretive nature, just have Fawkes keep an eye on us. Albus tilted his head down to look at Harry and the very nervous-looking James Potter Jr., without the buffer of his glasses. I am sorry to say I cannot just order Fawkes to. He was interrupted by the flash of fire and sudden appearance of the phoenix in question. Looks like the flying puppy comes when called, Harry said with a smile. Albus looked on in surprise when his companion didn't seem to take offense. Fawkes. Fawkes was staring at Harry and flew over to his shoulder, nodding at Albus. Harry reached up a hand to pet the phoenix, only to see the bird was tilting to its side, clearly lifting its leg like a puppy. Don't even think about it, Harry said, pointing at the bird. Fawkes put both legs down and gripped tightly, pinching Harry. Harry winced while acting overly masculine, as if he was unaffected by a minor pinch. Great then, Harry gasped quietly as Fawkes tightened his hold. Jimmy, you said something about an unused classroom you picked out. Yeah, Jimmy agreed with a hop in his step. Follow me. We'll wait for you in the library, Lily called out towards her son. They hurried down the corridor and around a corner. Jimmy was going to continue down towards the dungeons when Harry jerked on his arm and said, This way. Harry stopped and saw they were clear. Did you bring the invisibility cloak? I'm trying to go with the flow like your letter said, Jimmy explained. But I don't have an invisibility cloak. My dad does, but I can't afford one. He didn't give it to you, Harry asked in shock. That's wrong on so many levels. Jimmy shrugged. He seems to think I'd just use it to get into trouble. Yeah, Harry agreed. But with the cloak you wouldn't get caught, so it's not really trouble. Jimmy chuckled. I don't think Dad would go for that argument. Make sure no one's coming, Harry instructed as he unshrunk his satchel and pulled out his own invisibility cloak. I just brought one, so we're going to have to huddle. Harry still had Fawkes on his shoulder and pulled the cloak over the 3 of them. Jimmy inched closer, but still the cloak didn't even reach their knees. That's not gonna work, Harry stated. I can be disillusioned. No, that's too obvious when you're running, Harry said. Jimmy took a step back and asked, I'm going to be running. Harry took a moment to think about it and shrugged. I wouldn't rule it out. Fawkes vanished in a burst of flame from under the cloak, only to reappear right on top of it and clamp back down on Harry's shoulder. The cloak settled down almost to their ankles. Harry looked up through the haze of the cloak at the mischievous bird and smiled. That'll work. We'll just have to hunch a bit. They slowly began to sneak their way down the hallway. Hey, Harry. Yeah. How come Fawkes wasn't offended when you called him a flying puppy? I thought phoenixes were proud creatures. Harry looked up at the bird on his shoulder. He explained, Fawkes wasn't offended because he knows I like phoenixes and just said that to annoy him. And he also knows that acting like it doesn't bother him annoys me right back. But I know how much it really irritates OWW. Harry shrieked as the phoenix's claws dug into his shoulder. SHH, Jimmy said from Harry's other side. Someone's coming. 2 young girls came walking around the corner and stopped at the sight of a mysteriously floating phoenix. Harry tapped Jimmy on the shoulder, and they slowly continued walking down the hall towards the two girls. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" the first girl asked her friend in glasses. The second girl with glasses took off her spectacles and wiped them clean on her robe. She put her glasses back on. "Phoenixes are birds. Of course they can fly." "Yeah, but usually they have to flap their wings." The girl with glasses squinted at the approaching creature. "That is odd." Harry and Jimmy silently walked right past the two girls who were just staring at Fox in fascination. The girls felt special knowing how few people were lucky enough to see a phoenix floating so close. Harry held up his finger telling Jimmy to be quiet. As soon as they were past the girls and Fox's back was facing them, Harry loudly intoned, "There's a lot you don't know about phoenixes." "Ah!" the first girl shrieked in fright as she began to run down the hall. "They speak English," the one in glasses exclaimed, chasing after her friend, and in a surprisingly deep voice. "Ah," was her friend's only response. Harry was holding onto Jimmy, who was cracking up next to him. He could feel Fox's amusement as well. "Come on, don't get the giggles on me." They managed to make their way to the second-floor girls' bathroom that was widely known to be haunted. "Your adventure for me is to sneak into the girls' bathroom?" Jimmy asked worriedly. He indignantly added, "And not even one of the high-traffic ones." "SHH," Harry said. "I don't particularly want to talk to Myrtle, so keep it down." Once they were in the room, Harry cast a locking charm on the door, ensuring privacy. He gave Fox a brief warning and whipped the invisibility cloak off. "No," Harry explained after double-checking that the bathroom was empty. "I thought I'd take you somewhere legendary, and hopefully not get either of us killed." "Legendary?" Jimmy perked up. He watched Harry reach down to a sink and hiss in parcel tongue at it. Jimmy's voice cracked a little as he asked, "Killed?" Harry took a step back and smiled as the sinks began shifting to reveal a huge pipe. "This, my friend, is the entrance to Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets." "A girl's bathroom," Jimmy repeated incredulously. Harry shrugged. "I'm not one to judge, but I figure there's a story behind it." Jimmy walked up to the edge and saw no end to the pipe in the darkness. Harry looked down the hole and explained, "It's a test of faith. It looks like a never-ending hole, and anything you test it with will act as if it's a hole," Harry added when Jimmy tossed an old bar of soap into the pipe. "But if you have faith that the platform is there, and you take a full step right onto it, it's there." Harry saw Jimmy getting focused and held up a hand to stop him. "Don't step on the platform until you're sure." Jimmy took another deep breath and looked straight at Harry, refusing to even look down the pipe when he stepped forward. Harry was going to remember for a long time the face that Jimmy made when he tumbled head first down the pipe. He listened for Jimmy's shrieking to reach the end. He looked at Fox. "You want to ride with me?" Fox shook his head. "Didn't think so," Harry said. He shut his mouth and squeezed his nose as he slid down the massive pipe. He let his body sway with the motions as he slipped down the dusty, grimy pipe. Listening carefully and remembering the fall, Harry held his arms out and slowed himself down just as he reached the bottom. He managed to gracefully land on his feet, right in the middle of his first step forward. Harry grinned brightly. "Didn't have enough faith, did you?" "There never was a platform, was there?" Jimmy said in resignation. "Certainly not with that attitude." Jimmy cast a cleansing charm on Harry without prompting. "I gotta say, as secret chambers go, so far I'm unimpressed." "We got a few pipes to walk through," Harry said, drawing his wand and taking the lead. "And do me a favor." "Yeah." "If you see anything moving, close your eyes and go fetal." "All right." Jimmy had been walking with Harry and stopped right where he was. "Excuse me." "As a favor to me," Harry urged. Jimmy quickly thought back to what he knew of Salazar's not-so-mythical chamber. "Isn't this chamber supposed to house a monster of some sort? And I know some words can get twisted through time, but monster is a pretty clear one." Harry reluctantly nodded. "Hence the close your eyes and go fetal." "What are we doing down here anyway?" "Well," Harry admitted, "I kinda don't think the monster is here, and I figured I'd just take a peek and see if it is." We're here looking for the monster. Harry turned back at Jimmy and nodded, pointing to the side. Jimmy moved away from the door while Harry hissed another Parseltongue password. Jimmy verbally agreed. Closing my eyes and going fetal sounds like a pretty good plan. Hey, Fox, Harry called out as the phoenix flew up. Keep an eye on the kid, would you? I'm not a kid, Jimmy argued. As Harry walked through the circular serpent-like door, Jimmy turned to the phoenix and whispered, Anything happens and you get me out of there. If I die, it's your fault. Jimmy hurried to catch up with Fox hanging on to him. I'm not a kid, Harry. You do realize you're head boy at a school for children. Jimmy silently pouted. Relax, Jimmy, Harry said as he spotted an old, decaying, massive shed skin. I call you a kid the same way I call Fox a flying puppy. I used that one already. Harry paused, still thinking about it. He snapped his fingers in success, an augury with a combustion problem. Jimmy winced. Oh, a fox. Redirect that anger at him, not me, him. Jimmy almost tripped and looked to the ground. What is this, some kind of fungal growth? Harry glanced at his unofficial brother. It covers almost this entire pipe, Jimmy stated as he bent down to break a piece of it off. And it doesn't tear at all. It's not a fungus, Harry assured him. You don't recognize this. Its texture looks like a repeating pattern. It's skin, Jimmy. Skin, Jimmy repeated doubtfully. No way, this thing is thick and huge. Not even the largest horntail gets this size. And usually only snakes. Jimmy trailed off, taking a step back. He looked all the way down the pipe in both directions, realizing just how big the faux fungal growth was. Harry. Yeah. You wouldn't really put my life in danger, right? Of course not. So this isn't the shed skin of basilisk, big enough to use us as toothpicks, right? Harry paused before answering. I wouldn't really put your life in danger. Harry. Besides, basilisks can't use toothpicks. They have no arms. This one might. It's probably big enough to have evolved. Don't be silly, Harry said, getting to the last door before the main chamber. But don't forget that, close your eyes and go fetal plan either. You're supposed to be assuring me and comforting me, not scaring me. Harry stepped into the main chamber and saw the rows and rows of carved serpents. Sure thing, kid. Jimmy held his tongue while Fox gripped him tighter. I get it, Fox. I'm pretending it doesn't bother me. He looked down the hall at all the carved snakes. Whoa. I know, Harry softly said, looking around for any signs of recent life. A lot of work for something he didn't want anyone else to see. This really is the Chamber of Secrets, Jimmy said, walking up to one of the hooded snake statues. And that really was a basilisk skin, so keep it down, Harry said, approaching the giant bust of Salazar himself. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he hissed. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Open your giant gaping maw, you bloated, arrogant blowhard. Jimmy was unable to contain the girlish shriek he let out when the mouth of the giant head started to open. He sprinted away to hide around the nearest statue, closed his eyes, and assumed a fetal position. Harry saw Jimmy dash around the corner and glanced into the opening of Slytherin's mouth. He quickly decided he'd seen enough. Oh God, oh God, oh God, Harry started chanting as he sprinted past where Jimmy was peeking between his fingers. Run, go, green light. Jimmy shot to his feet and was sprinting with everything he had until he finally caught up with Harry, who turned to him and said, Red light! Harry skidded to a stop as Jimmy kept running. Jimmy slowed down and turned around in confusion. He saw Harry leaning forward, catching his breath. What? You've never played red light, green light. What? Just wanted to see if you were faster than me, Harry panted out. You definitely are when you're scared, that's for sure. No monster. Harry shook his head. Nah, it's gone. There's a layer of dust everywhere. It hasn't been here for years. Are you sure? Jimmy asked, carefully peering around Harry. Yup, Harry said. I saw a spider in Salazar's giant nostril as it rose. No spider would be anywhere near a basilisk. Oh, Jimmy said, a little disappointed. Is that it? That's it. Huh, Jimmy said. I was expecting more. Yeah, sorry about that, Harry agreed, leading the way back out of the chamber. Next time near death, that's a promise. Jimmy was beginning to feel the adrenaline leave his system and wasn't so sure how he felt about that promise. You said something about payment. Only the most valuable goods for this particular institution, Harry said. 2 bottles of fire whiskey and the last 3 issues of Pumpkin Kin. Jimmy snickered as he stepped over the giant shed skin. He cast a pair of severing charms and grabbed himself a single scale as a souvenir. I'll take the fire whiskey. You can keep the magazines. Are you sure? Harry asked skeptically. A male your age should never turn down porn. That's just unhealthy, if saucy pure-blooded cousins aren't your thing. It's not that. You know there's blokes in there too, Harry explained. I don't need to know nothing. Stop eyeing me, Harry, and no, Jimmy confidently ordered. I don't need them because I got a subscription. There's a guy at the post office who forwards that stuff for a galleon. Harry felt those brotherly feelings of pride stirring inside him. Good work, kid, good work. They reached the entrance again and Harry looked up. You mind giving us a lift, Fox? Fox condescendingly glared at Harry. I've got a broom in case you were feeling moody, Harry explained. I wasn't using you or forcing you to be our flying, flaming mule. Fox chirped and lifted Jimmy up into the air. Harry grabbed on as the phoenix flew them up and out of the tunnel. Harry passed Jimmy the 2 shrunken bottles of fire whiskey and decided to forgo the invisibility cloak. Tell no one about this, got it? I got it, Jimmy said confidently as they exited Myrtle's haunted bathroom. They'd walked about 10 seconds before Fox hopped off Jimmy and onto Harry's shoulder. Jimmy tentatively requested, Can I ask you something, Harry? Sure, Harry said, taking a right towards the library. Do you have the hots for my mum? Because it's never gonna happen. Harry stumbled but regained his composure. Good God, no. There is no chance in hell that would ever happen. What's that supposed to mean? Jimmy asked. She's a very lovely witch. Stop and think about what you're arguing, Harry said, patting him on the back to assure him. Trust me, I'm as attracted to your mum as you are. Okay, Jimmy accepted. Creepy, but okay. So then why the hell did you get that lovesick, drooling idiot look when you met her? And why did she get it too? Harry got the feeling he was pretty much cementing his own special place in hell. What can I say? It's not like I can turn this sex appeal off like a light. This body just looks good whether I want it to or not. Jimmy cringed. I'm sorry I asked. The pair of young men and the phoenix walked back into the library and found the rest of their group. And this is the library, Jimmy instructed, waving towards the stacks, pretending to be a tour guide. What do you call these strange box-shaped things? Harry inquired. Those are called books. Books, Harry repeated. I've heard of those. Harry, Sirius pleadingly greeted, you missed some absolutely enchanting stories. Lord Harry Black, Albus introduced. I would like you to meet my deputy headmistress, Professor of Transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall. Pleasure, Harry said, shaking his old head of house's hand. Sirius was asking some interesting questions about animagi forms, Minerva said, shaking his hand. Purely hypothetical, of course, Harry said. I was just telling him about the common misconception that animagi forms are restricted to the animal world, Minerva stated. I keep telling Sirius his form is probably a brick. Hypothetically, Sirius added. Hypothetically, Harry agreed. Minerva shook her head in amusement. I have not heard of inanimate objects ever being an innate form, but there have been numerous insects and a few other magical entities that have taken the place of a more traditional form. Well, I was thinking of a real shiny brick, Harry explained as if it would make a difference. Speaking of food, Sirius said, we about ready for dinner? Sirius nodded to Harry and added, I informed them that we had plans later this evening and would have to leave by 9. Bricks make you think of food? Jimmy asked when it seemed no one else was going to. Sirius just nodded. Dementors too. Harry nodded in understanding. Yeah, Sirius cooking is really bad. Why don't we head to my office and wait for the rest of our guests? Albus suggested. I believe the Lupins and Mr. Potter are due any moment now. I cannot believe you, Harry shouted at James Potter. No, James insisted. You're not listening to me. Oh, I hear the words coming out of your mouth. They just don't make any sense, Harry retorted. I can prove it to you, James argued, unaware his voice was getting louder. Gentlemen, please, Albus interjected, trying to calm the two men down. Oh, you think you can prove it, Harry said, looking his father up and down. Even at your age. All right, that's it, James snapped, throwing his napkin down and getting up. Let's go, you and me, right now. No, Lily shouted over the two men. We're trying to have a nice dinner here. Sorry, honey, James said, dropping his head in respect. See, Harry triumphantly exclaimed. Even your wife knows the Hawk's Head is an inherently flawed defensive formation. If the other team is doing any kind of looping, James continued in spite of Lily's protests, then there's no way a ploy is getting past, and it eats up Parkin's pincers like nobody's business. Sirius sighed. He knew Harry and James were very different people. He knew Harry would rub James the wrong way just as he had rubbed James the wrong way. And yet, even still, two very different men could always find common ground arguing about Quidditch. Rather than risk losing Harry, Sirius knew how to nip this discussion in the bud. Personally, I like quadpot better. James stifled a gasp and looked right at Sirius, narrowing his eyes. You would. Don't listen to him, Harry assured the others at dinner. He doesn't like quadpot better. He just doesn't want us talking about Quidditch. Thank you, Sirius, Lily said. I'll have to remember that one. Sirius saw Remus and Tonks were both enjoying his frustration. He figured he'd try and stir the pot some. So, Remus, how do you like working with the Weasley twins? Sirius turned towards James as he explained. You know, making a career of jokes and pranks. Remus was amused as he looked between the two and answered. It's actually very similar to any standard retail outlet. Fred and George have shrewd business acumen to go with their imaginations. James looked inordinately pleased when that answer made Sirius frown. But it definitely is a lot more fun, Remus continued, and saw Sirius grinning while James frowned. And I've had some input on a few new ideas and a few improvements on old ideas that the twins have taken and run with. So keep your eyes out for the Moony line of mischief-making. Lily smiled and shook her head at her youngest son. Something tells me you'll have some of his first products. Jimmy didn't feel like mentioning that he frequently snuck out to Hogsmeade to visit Remus at work, and just smiled innocently. Nothing I should be worried about, I hope, Albus said, looking towards Remus. Remus shook his head. Of course not, Headmaster. There's not a single one that's against the school rules. Yet, Tonks added as she finished off her chicken. Albus gave up on subtlety and asked, And what of our other guests? Were you a couple of merry pranksters in your youth? Something tells me if you two went to school together, you got into more than a small amount of trouble. Harry turned to Sirius. As much as you might like to think you look that young, Harry grinned, I think it's that I look that old. Sirius swatted at Harry's head and explained to Albus. Believe it or not, I've got better than a decade on Eichel Harrikins here, and yes, I dabbled into the pranking arts a time or two. A decade, really? James asked, knowing Albus was fishing for information. So are you cousins or brothers? How are you related? Harry saw Sirius glance at him and answered with a grin. I think brothers sounds pretty fitting, considering the family magic sees us both as lords. And to answer your question, Albus, no. I wasn't big on pranking, although I like to think I caused my fair share of havoc in school. Tonks began to choke on her water, and Remus had to pat her on the back as she coughed. An understatement, perhaps, Albus said. You know, in his day, James here was quite the prankster. James Potter this time began to choke on his drink. Sirius could not have been smiling wider if he tried. Oh yes, Albus continued, watching both Harry and Sirius very closely. James, Remus, and your cousin of the same name, Sirius, were quite the troublemakers. Really? Sirius said, turning towards James. I'd love to hear about them. I've gotten some stories about Sirius from Remus, but I'd imagine as headmaster you'd offer a unique perspective. We don't need to go down that road, James interceded. Oh, but we want to, Sirius replied with a sickeningly sweet smile. Harry, Jimmy whispered. Harry, he tried again as he poked Harry in the side. Harry snapped out of his momentary daze and turned to the head boy. You were starring again, Jimmy explained. I was not, Harry whispered back despite knowing he had been. He leaned back as Lily Potter leaned forward across the table towards him. Can I talk to you? Lily asked softly. Privately. Harry glanced over to see James was cringing, while Albus was recounting an old prank of the Marauders. He motioned to Sirius that he was going to step out before he answered Lily. Yeah, sure. Lily stood and set her napkin down. If you'll excuse us for just a moment. Harry shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure what this was about, and followed her out of the chamber and into the headmaster's office. Two things, Lily began. Harry looked at all the portraits pretending to be snoozing and interrupted her. You mind if we go for a walk or something? I always feel like I'm in trouble with 50 or so old headmasters watching me. Lily saw the portraits all turn away or huff, despite pretending to be asleep. Yeah, I know what you mean. She led him out the office and down the stairs. Two things, she began again. First is, I'm not sure how to put this delicately, so I'm just going to say it. Are you trying to bewitch me? Harry winced, having expected this. Nope, not trying to bewitch you. Why do you ask? Lily led them down towards an empty classroom that had a view of the lake. She walked over to the open window where she could feel the evening breeze. I don't know, but you stir up all kinds of strange feelings inside me. Harry knew he was risking becoming a target for indoor lightning, but still said, You're a married woman, Mrs. Potter. Lily frowned in irritation. I didn't mean it like that. Harry continued, wincing inwardly, and asked, How did you mean it then? Lily sighed and looked out the window. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen the way you act and you're feeling it too. I'm not sure what you're. A mother knows these things, Lily interrupted him, not noticing Harry's brief look of fear. Raise a couple of kids and your bullshit detector will get finely honed. Harry quickly tried to mask his emotions when he realized Lily was speaking of her two children. This thing, Lily said, motioning between herself and Harry, that you obviously don't want to talk about. You know what it is. Harry was keeping his distance from her, hoping it would mute the effects. I may have a theory. Lily looked at Harry. Would you care to share this theory? I'd rather not. Tell me your theory. Okay, Harry conceded. Well, Harry knew she wasn't his mother, but it still felt wrong outright lying to her. He was just hoping to not set off her bullshit detector. I think it means you're a really good parent. What? Lily asked in confusion. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. It means you're very in touch with your maternal instincts or extrasensory perception. You're very affectionate, caring, and understanding. I'm a married woman, Lord Black, Lily interrupted with a grin. Right, Harry said, feeling perfectly comfortable, just merely drowning in surreal guilt. It's this study that I read in some healer's office. Who? Vandelay, Harry answered immediately. Art Vandelay. Lily nodded, storing the name in her memory. I've never heard of healer Vandelay. Oh, he's not it wasn't his office, I mean. Harry was making nervous hand gestures. He did the study that I read, and it was his research on magical bonds that led to my theory. I'm listening, Lily urged. I don't remember the exact wording, Harry continued. But the gist was that whenever a magical mother gives birth to a magical baby, the bonds of gestation remain in a unique magical connection. Lily nodded. Yeah, Harry said, finally accepting that he'd lied so much today that it really shouldn't matter if he lied for the rest of the night. It's how witches know exactly what their bobbies need, when to feed them, all of that. It's just a big magical umbilical cord. Really? Lily asked skeptically. Yup, Harry said, but it's invisible, undetectable even. Harry was nodding more than was healthy. Invisible and undetectable. A great big invisible. And undetectable, Harry added in with a smile. And undetectable, magical umbilical cord. Harry nodded. Lily briefly thought back to her first baby that was taken from her and tried to imagine what he would look like if he were still alive today. She was attempting to reconcile the image in her head with the young man across from her, but she was unable. "Do you think I'm your mother?" Harry shook his head vigorously. No, you misunderstand. I wasn't saying my great big invisible undetectable magical umbilical cord is connected to you. The point was, I mean part of Vandelay's study was on how that bond deteriorates through time. He had a section that I found especially interesting on how orphans, separated from their parents at a young age, get that link severed, and for that reason it doesn't deteriorate. Okay, Lily said, following this strange explanation. This is how many good parents, or mothers who have been mothers many times over, can just sense or spot an orphan. Lily nodded, finding herself agreeing with this. I've been an orphan since I was 1, so I've got this invisible magical umbilical cord flying and flailing all around me. Is this like your arms thing? Kind of, Harry nodded. But no, the arm thing is unique to me as far as I know. Orphans everywhere are just spraying invisible, undetectable orphan juice all around them. Lily put a hand on Harry to stop him. Do you need a hug? Harry was immensely grateful that she seemed to be buying this, and was going to say no when his mouth opened and out came. Okay. Harry sighed happily as Lily wrapped her arms around him and hugged him. He knew he didn't deserve this considering the crock of shit he was feeding her, but he wasn't going to pass on the opportunity. Lily didn't mind the foreign entity furiously writhing inside her so much and sat back in the windowsill. So I'm just a really good parent. Harry felt happy that he'd stolen a hug and got right back into his lies. Well, yes and no. Ahem. Discussing my theory out loud just now, Harry continued. I've been refining it some, and I realized that severing the invisible and undetectable magical umbilical cord would go both ways. Oh, Lily said, realizing where Harry was going. Harry nodded. And since you lost your son when he was so young and the bond was strong, you've got one flying and flailing around too, spraying your own juice. Lily's face saddened as she was once again reminded of the child she lost. And I'm guessing having Sarah and Jimmy helped settle it down some, but it'll probably always be there to some degree looking for Harry. Lily looked over at Harry with tears in her eyes. So you do feel it as well. Harry bit his lip and thought he'd mix in some truth. I doubt what I feel is the same thing you do, but yeah, I feel it. What does it feel like to you? Lily asked earnestly. Harry took a deep breath and admitted, whenever you're near or when I see you, I can't help but to think about my own mother and the life with her that I missed out on. Oh, you poor thing, Lily said, getting up and opening her arms. Give me another hug. Okay, Harry softly agreed, embracing his near mother once more. Lily let out a pleased sigh and wiped her eyes dry. Come on, we should get back before they send out a search party. Harry got up and followed her out of the classroom and back towards the headmaster's office. You said there were 2 things. Ahem. At the start, you said there were 2 things. What was the second? Oh, Lily said with a mischievous smile. The other was that you have something in your teeth. Go like this. She made a show of rubbing her front top incisors. Harry did as she asked. You got it, Lily agreed and resumed her walk towards the gargoyle guarding the stairs. She stood the side and waved Harry on the revolving staircase first. She followed behind him, and just before Harry entered the side dining chamber, Lily stopped him. Oh, and Harry. Harry stopped and turned to Lily. Someday, Lily said with a firm nod. I want the truth. She patted Harry on the cheek and walked back into the dining area. Sorry about that. Have we missed dessert? Harry walked back in and took his seat in between Sirius and Jimmy. Everything okay? Sirius asked, looking at Harry. Harry couldn't keep the smile off his face. Yup. He turned towards the other guests and asked, What are we talking about? James here, Remus happily summarized. Was telling us all about how close he is to nabbing the Death Eater bandits. Really? Harry drew out the word in exaggeration. I've read about them in the paper. What can you tell me? James rolled his eyes. The Daily Prophet has been practically declaring them heroes, as if being the target of a burglar was proof that the victim is a Death Eater. Not true, Harry asked curiously. James shrugged. From what I can tell, it's very possible they have all been Death Eaters, but the ones we'd ask are all conveniently out of town, and often their neighbors, servants, or wives are the ones who report the robberies. And you think you may be close to catching the bandits? Or is it bandit? How many are there? The wand signatures are all over the place, and those are never unique enough to catch someone, but we think there are at least 2 different people, James said. And Albus, I didn't mention this to you, but I think the bandits might have been in our home. Godric's Hollow, Albus asked curiously. Did they take anything? James shook his head. That's just it. Nothing was taken, but they left the family safe wide open, like a warning. Hey, Jimmy perked up. I got punished for that. No, you argued your way out of punishment, Lily corrected. Jimmy frowned. Well, you made me feel guilty about it. James shook his head and explained. My belief is that they broke in, opened the safe, and then something happened. Something that angered them about Death Eaters, or maybe they'd thought I was a Death Eater and suddenly realized I wasn't. Either way, it had to have been a Potter who opened that safe, or else someone with a lot of talent for breaking into things. Can it be both? Tonks said mischievously. You know, we should probably get going, Sirius said loudly. Yes, we should, Harry agreed, standing up quickly. Thank you all for a lovely dinner. I'm sorry Sarah wasn't able to join us, Lily said. We should do this again sometime. Our schedules can be pretty hectic, Harry responded in an effort to avoid answering. I need a quick word with you, Tonks said, waving them away. Thanks again, Sirius said as he followed Harry and Tonks out the side chamber. Tonks waited until they were away from the portraits and whispered into Harry's ear. I think the Unspeakables know something. They didn't even care that all of the leads I followed on the mysterious large-breasted blonde woman were dead ends. It's like they knew they would be. You think you're going to get into trouble, Harry whispered back and looked at her curiously. Tonks shrugged off his concern. Just giving my lords a heads up. Harry and Sirius said their goodbyes to Tonks and walked the path down to Hogsmeade, aiming for the hog's head. Did you come through on your side of the bet? Harry asked. Of course, Sirius replied, glancing briefly behind him and pulling out a small device from his pocket. I nicked this thing off his shelf. Harry looked at the small contraption. You stole his putouter. Sirius frowned and looked at the little clicker. I thought it was called a deluminator. Don't be facetious. Well, what did you snag, oh high and mighty one? Harry reached into a hidden pocket and pulled out a ratty hat. This. Sirius looked at it in shock. The sorting hat. You stole the sorting hat. You think he'll notice? You can't steal the sorting hat. That's just foul against the rules. Harry laughed and vanished the hat. Relax, I was kidding. I didn't steal the sorting hat, but I'm not going to pull out what I did grab. Well, then you lose, Sirius triumphantly announced. Here, Harry said, pulling open a hidden flap. This is what I actually grabbed. A muffled voice could be heard coming from a portrait that had been crammed into a tight space. This is illegal. You won't get away with this. You stole a portrait, Sirius asked, semi-impressed. Phineas Nigelus' portrait, to be exact, Harry said, and I replaced it with an identical empty frame. You mean? Harry nodded. We get a little loyalty out of him, transfer him into a different frame, one that's linked to the one currently hanging in Dumbledore's office, and we'll have our own personal spy into the heart of Hogwarts. And not bound by the usual headmaster portrait rules, Sirius agreed. That's good, but mine was still better. Your putouter. It's a deluminator. Fine, Harry sighed. Since I'm better than you at everything else, I suppose I can be humbler and let you pretend you won this time. I'll buy drinks. Thank you, Sirius agreed. Besides, You didn't have to listen to the unabridged history of the suit of armor near the owlery. 20 minutes on a suit of armor. They walked into the Hog's Head and waved at Jin behind the bar. "Don't get too drunk," Harry whispered. "We've got work to do tonight." Harry looked back towards the small ash wand on the other side of the ward set. "Damn it." "We'll get it on the way back," Sirius assured him. "I know," Harry agreed. "Give me your unicorn hair wand, it's better than nothing." "Okay," Sirius agreed, handing it over. "But it doesn't like you." "No wands like me," Harry grumbled. "Well, maybe, if you hadn't overloaded and exploded your first one." "Shut up," Harry said, "and flood the next anchor." Sirius bent down to one knee and funneled his magic into the stone. The wards flared up to life, and Harry used several magical arms with ward stones to open a hole big enough to step through. "So Remus says the parcel crotch shirts are selling more than all our other shirts combined," Sirius said calmly, making conversation, as Harry climbed through the hole. Harry pulled his ward hole over towards Sirius and let him step through. "You've got to let that go. There's no shame in being worse than me at something." Sirius frowned as he let the funneling stop, and Harry pulled his ward hole back with him. "Or everything, I guess, when you really think about it," Harry said as they turned towards the next ward set. "No one likes a braggart," Sirius grumbled, raising his wand to the wards. "Wait," Harry stopped him. "Look closer, there's two there." Sirius squinted. "Can we do both at once?" Harry considered it and said, "It'll be easier to do them separately." "Can you make us some space?" Harry shook his head. "Nope, they're linked in multiple spots." Harry aimed Sirius' wand at himself and thought better of it. "You shrink me. Your wand doesn't like me that much." Sirius cast a shrinking charm on Harry first, and then himself. The small gap between the two linked wards was now plenty of space for their relative size. "Can you lift the first one?" Sirius asked, getting closer to the ward. "Yup," Harry said, pulling out his ward jack. He slid the metal slat through and began to pump it up and down. The edge of the ward lifted out of the ground and was slowly ratcheted up. "Second one won't stop animagi." "Can we lift it?" Sirius asked as he slid under the first ward's edge and stopped across from the next. Harry crawled under the edge and spun the ward jack around. He let the first ward fall and withdrew the ward jack. He looked closer at the next one. "Not from this side." "That's what I figured," Sirius said, "and I'm not sure I can carry the jack through." "Stick it in a bubble," Harry said. "Your wand, too." "I transform with my wand," Sirius argued. "I know you can," Harry said, "but better safe than sorry." "All right," Sirius said, accepting the magic-mooting ball with the expanded space inside. He stripped off all of his magical possessions and loaded them and the ward jack into the ball. With a pop, Sirius had transformed into his dog form and picked up the sealed magic-mooting bubble in his mouth. He glanced up at Harry, saw his godson nod, and trotted straight through the ward. Right as he crossed it, the ward flared to life momentarily. "Whoa," Harry said. Sirius dropped the bubble from the other side and transformed back. "What was that? Did it trigger?" Harry shook his head. "No, it didn't trigger, but something reacted." "Are we screwed?" Sirius asked warily. I don't think so," Harry slowly answered. "But let's take a moment here. Do you see anything from your side?" Sirius opened up the bubble and withdrew his wand and the jack. He charmed his omnioculars and peered through them. "It looks standard from this side." Harry frowned. "Yeah, same here, which worries me." "Want me to try and jack it?" "No," Harry said. "Not yet. There's more to this ward than meets the eye, which means we need to be careful. You know, this would be so much easier if you just learned the animagus transformation." "Good thinking, Padfoot. Let me go grab a book and start studying right now." Sirius looked closer at the ward. "No anchor stone, right?" "Right. And it didn't react to me, only the bubble, right?" Hum. Sirius saw Harry was thinking deeply and left him to it. After a minute or two of silence, Harry asked, "Any ideas?" Sirius looked at Harry and gulped in surprise. "Ooh, Harry." "What?" Harry said. He then noticed Sirius looked smaller. "Why are you shrinking?" Sirius shook his head. I'm not shrinking, Harry. You're getting bigger. What? Harry said, noticing the wards behind him and in front of him were much closer. Ah, crap. Why didn't you cast a stronger shrinking charm? I cast a fine shrinking charm, Sirius defended. You were the one who said we shouldn't take Norton's. Albus would have spotted it right away, Harry said. He stood up straighter as the two ward walls began to close in on him. And we've got more pressing issues right now. All right, I'm jacking it, Sirius said, moving for the ward jack. Harry feared what that might do to the ward but was running out of options. He tried to cast a shrinking charm on himself with Sirius' wand. He shrunk slightly, but the excess magic flared from the wand dangerously, nearly triggering both wards. Okay, do it, but do it quick. Sirius slid the ward jack right through and began to ratchet as fast as he could. Damn it, Harry, stop growing. Hurry, Harry pleaded, using his invisible arms to put slight pressure on both sides of the rapidly approaching wards. Sirius huffed. Those wards aren't fatal, right? Harry sighed as he was now forced straight up and lacked the room to even turn around. They both look like lockdown, but this one in front we know is a wild card. Fuck, Sirius swore, knowing that lockdown would mean they could easily be trapped inside the wards. That's as high as the jack will go. Apparition, portkey, anything. No, those wards are all solid. Damn it, Harry swore as he felt both wards pushing on his back and front. If I even bend my knees, we'll probably get locked in. Do something. I'm thinking, Harry pleaded, as the wards pushed tighter as the shrinking charm on him continued to slowly wear off. He was now more than 3 times as tall as Sirius. Fuck, Sirius was chanting, as he saw the wards pushing and bending around Harry's growing form. Ah, Harry groaned under the weight. Ah, Sirius was shouting with him. Just, I don't know. I can't, Harry whispered, unable to fight the ward's pull. He grunted, kept his eyes closed, and silently pleaded for help. Sirius raised his wand, prepared to simply obliterate every ward around them. Shield yourself with your arms. They're all that's been keeping the wards off me so far. I can't even move them, Harry wheezed. Hang on, Sirius said, looking around wildly. He finally decided to aim off to the side of Harry and focused his thoughts on the mysterious ward. Avada Key. And then it happened. Chapter 18. Avada Key, holy crap. Sirius' wand fizzled as the unfinished spell went nowhere. Ah, Harry was exclaiming as he clenched his eyes shut and kept growing closer to normal size. He trailed off as he opened up his eyes and saw the wards passing harmlessly through his suddenly translucent body. This is new. Sirius lowered his wand and stared up at the semi-transparent, ghostly form of his godson. Harry! Oh God, Harry, I'm sorry. I'm not dead, Harry replied back to the still tiny Sirius. Harry waved his transparent hand and arm through the wards without even feeling a tingle. Am I? What the hell happened? Sirius asked, stepping back from the ward before he countered the shrinking charm on himself. You're a ghost. That couldn't have killed me, Harry said, frowning. He was poking himself and saw his body reacted normally to his own touch. There's no way. Sirius reached forward and his hand passed right through Harry's arm. You're cold. Harry stepped towards Sirius and swung his arms through his godfather, touching nothing. Sirius shivered at the sensation. What did you do? Accidental magic. Harry scratched his ghostly head. I've never heard of anything like this. I mean, I was trying to think of ways around the wards and pleading for help. The only thing I could think of was with the Animagi ward in front of me. Sirius gasped and stepped back. What? Harry said, looking down and turning around. What I do now? That's it, Sirius exclaimed. That's what, oh, this makes perfect sense. What does? You're a ghost. But I never died. No, Sirius corrected. You're a ghost. Your animagus form is dead, Harry. Harry frowned. That's not a form. I told you, you killed your form, Sirius cheered. That's why the mist was gray and you kept seeing yourself hazy. You're a bloody ghost. But that doesn't, Harry stopped. I mean that I couldn't. My animagus form is a ghost. McGonagall was even talking about magical entities other than animals, Sirius happily continued. Ghosts are all in between, and that's why you didn't get black or white mist. That's why you were sometimes invisible. Oh, this is so freaking cool. But I still look like me, Harry pondered. Sirius shrugged. You're wearing the same clothes, but you look like a ghost to me. Harry walked right up to the next set of wards and slowly stuck his arm straight through them. This is sweet. Hardly anyone wards against ghosts. Oh, come on, Sirius grumbled. That's cheating. Harry got down on his hands and knees and submerged his head down into the ground without interference. There was a brief beat before his head came right back up. That was unpleasant. It hurt. No, Harry said, shaking his head, but it looked like dirt mashed up to my eyelids. What were you expecting? I'm not sure, Harry said, rubbing his ghostly eyes, but I definitely cannot see through solid objects. Why would you think you could? Harry frowned. Well, pardon me if I'm not exactly experienced at being a ghost. Can they even pick things up? Harry asked while trying to grab the grass and ground below him. Sirius shook his head. Poltergeists can, but I don't think ghosts can do all that much. But I'm sitting on the ground, Harry said, and I was walking on it earlier. Sirius shrugged. Are you sure that's what you were doing? Harry jumped to his feet and walked over to Sirius. Yes, Padfoot, I'm walking on the ground. You could just be floating in the way normal Harry would expect to walk. Try and float off the ground, Sirius suggested, urging his godson on. Harry figured it was worth a shot. His face tightened into a look of concentration, but nothing was happening. He sighed. He stuck a fist into the air and jumped up, only to land right back on the ground. Is there a manual for this stuff? Sirius grinned as a thought came to him. Well, you could always ask. My God, Harry exclaimed in sheer terror. Oh crap, oh Jesus fucking Christ. Just remembered her, eh? I swear to all that's fucking holy, Sirius, Harry snapped, stomping right up into the elder man's face. If you breathe one word of this to Ginny, just one word, I'm carving out your testicles with a melon baller. She's bound to find out eventu. No, she isn't, Harry shouted. You're not hearing me too clearly. She will never find out about this. Harry. Never. Sirius just started to laugh at Harry. Harry would catch Sirius' eye, and the older man would just laugh harder. Harry sighed. She's right behind me, isn't she? Sirius just laughed louder at the depressed look of resignation on Harry's face. Harry slowly turned around. He kept turning until he had gone in a full circle and was back facing Sirius. Harry fell to the ground in a mixture of exhaustion and exultation. He put his hand over his chest. I think I had a heart attack. Harry opened his eyes in surprise and began to rhythmically push on his chest. Though I would feel more comforted if I actually had a heartbeat. Sirius just continued to laugh at Harry and was pointing at him. What? Harry finally asked, thinking Sirius was laughing a bit too heartily. You did all the animagus exercises, right? The preliminary study. Yeah, Harry nodded, having gone through them with Hermione. All right then, Sirius happily responded. Tell me, what's the first step towards transformation after you've identified your form? You have to map out the skeletal structure differences and then musculature. Harry trailed off and suddenly realized. Oh. Sirius started laughing again. Ah, crud. Sirius was nodding in mirth. None of those exercises are going to help, Harry realized. My structure is the exact same. How the hell do I transform? Sirius was still tickled and knew there was one more realization still to come for Harry. Harry's ghostly form managed to pale even further. He gasped, How do I change back? There it is, Sirius gleefully announced. I might as well be dead, Harry mumbled, remembering the horror stories of inexperienced animagi getting stuck in their forms. And I'm getting hungry. Relax, Harry, Sirius assured him. I can fetch Moony and we can reverse it forcefully, I think. Harry exhaled in relief despite not really breathing. That's right. You're going to have to teach me that spell. I get the feeling I'm going to need it. I could try it on my own, Sirius admitted. But that's not an easy one-person job, and you're not exactly a weak wizard. Harry nodded. Yeah, we'll do that, but before we do, you've got some work to finish. Oh, a man, Sirius grumbled. Now I've got to do everything myself. Quit your whining, Harry happily scolded. There's just one more ward set and it's liftable. Sirius nodded his assent and brought the ward jack over to the final inner ward set. He slid it in and began ratcheting it up while Harry walked on into the mid-sized house. You could at least keep me company, Sirius muttered. I'm scouting ahead, Harry called back. I can tell you where to go. Sirius was down on his knees, silently agreeing with Harry but electing not to voice it. He glanced back through the illusionary veil protecting them from outsiders and saw no one had snuck up on them. He laid down on the ground and rolled underneath the final ward set once it was high enough. He left the ward jimmied up and drew his original wand as he walked up to the front door of the house. Harry! Harry stepped right through the wall to the side of the door. There's not a lot, but I found something we'll want to take. Just one, Sirius said, slipping on an unlocking glove and opening the front door. One in particular, Harry corrected. There may be a few other things worth our time. Let's get this over with, Sirius said, looking both directions in the substandard home they were robbing. I'm feeling a little vulnerable being the only one between the two of us who can die at the moment. Follow me, Harry said, leading Sirius towards the back of the home. There are wards over it that are masked themselves. Sirius found it humorous that Harry as a ghost still had to walk everywhere. Are you sure this is the right guy and right place? I had a snake confirm the dark mark, and Bellatrix says he's an obedient Death Eater and has been for a couple decades, Harry said, pointing over his shoulder. It's the blank patch of wall here. Sirius' eyes slid right over the area Harry indicated, feeling a strong urge to look elsewhere. It's just most places we rob are a lot nicer than ours, and this place doesn't feel like the type owned by a lowlife with a vault full of gold to fall back on. Well, I'm not sure how much in here would be worth fencing anyways, Harry shrugged. I just want what's back there. Sirius' line of sight slipped right over the wall again. Can you at least turn around and point it out? Harry shook his head. Nope, I can't. Sirius looked at Harry curiously. The same protections that are making your eyes slide all over the place work on me too, Harry explained. But I think I know a way around them. I'm listening. Turn towards the wall on the right, Harry instructed. Now walk sideways, keep watching the wall in front of you. Okay, stop. Sirius stopped and was looking at the wall, knowing he shouldn't turn around yet. Wait for my signal. There are some strong befuddlement hexes in here backed with compulsion charms. It wouldn't take much to get, Harry said, stepping backwards towards the wall. He glanced over his shoulder and was hit by the compulsion. Harry's ghostly form turned and started to walk down the hallway. Harry? Yeah, Harry answered, turning around. What's up? Sirius turned just slightly to see a completely oblivious Harry standing at the end of the hallway before whipping his head right back towards the wall in front of him. You're such an idiot. And you're a wanker. Sirius turned enough so that he could glare at Harry. What did I do? Harry said, glancing to the wall behind Sirius. You know there's some wards behind you. You don't say, Sirius grumbled. Come on, Harry, think it through. Harry glanced at Sirius and then saw his vision slide from the warded section of wall. We're trying to get in there, aren't we? Yes, Sirius exasperatedly agreed. And I got hit by its defenses, and that's why I'm standing over here, Harry said in dawning realization. Sirius nodded eagerly. I'm coming, Harry said, turning sideways to avoid looking at the wall. He slid over next to Sirius. I'm good, so what's the plan? Sirius resisted the urge to bang his head against the wall. You came up with the plan. You hadn't gotten around to sharing it with me. Well, that explains why your panties are in a bunch, Harry said. He looked at the wall where Sirius was starring and began to step backwards. Let me try something. Can you at least tell me what you're doing so I can remind you next time? Sirius asked without turning around. Harry, Harry. I'm here, Harry said, stepping right behind Sirius. I got a plan. Might even be the same one as first time, I just can't look at it from this side. He stuck his hand right in front of Sirius' face. See my hand. Sirius flinched at the hand in his face at first, but leaned back and looked at Harry's translucent hand. Yup. Get it in your mind and keep it there, Harry said as he began to step backwards. He waited until he was all the way in the wall before he located the hidden shelf. He stuck his hand straight through the wall, sticking out into the hallway while making sure his body stayed inside the wall. Now, Sirius, keep thinking about my hand. Whenever you're ready, you whip around and hit my hand with a blasting curse. Don't think of anything other than my hand, all right? Sirius spun around and sent a sharp reducto straight through Harry's hand, blowing away a large chunk of the very near wall. Harry shrieked and jumped backward at the sudden explosion, but was pleased to see Sirius looking at him through the large hole in the wall. You okay? Harry nodded while rubbing his eyes. Man being a ghost is killer on the eyes. Sirius grinned. So what do we got in here? He lifted a few chunks of plaster and wood away, revealing a relatively plain box that had been charmed indestructible. That's it, Harry said, pointing at the box. That's what makes hitting this place worthwhile. Sirius opened the box and saw a gold locket with the letter S engraved on it. Is this magical? Salazar Slytherin's locket, Harry explained. Yeah, I'd say so. Sirius lifted it up to better examine it. This is Slytherin's. Harry nodded. Just holding it gives me the heebie-jeebies, Sirius said, putting it back in the box and getting ready to put it in his trunk. Don't take the box, Harry stopped him. I know we can remove most tracers and mask others, but this wasn't protected by amateurs. Fine, Sirius said, pulling out the magic mooting ball and slipping the locket into it. But I'm not leaving here empty-handed. There's a closet with clothes about your size, Harry suggested. This is not the home of a man with taste, Sirius snootily retorted. No, I want that, he finished and pointed down the hall. Harry stepped out from the wall and saw where Sirius was pointing. That. Yup, Sirius assured him. Do you even know what that is? Not exactly, Sirius said, but it's big and I want it. That's a washer-dryer combo, Padfoot. I still want it. Harry looked at his godfather curiously. Do you even know what a... Yes, Sirius answered before Harry could finish asking. When I was a kid and my little brother was still a baby, the nanny would give him fresh sheets from a muggle dryer. They always smelled better and were warmer than magicked ones. As soon as she left the room, I'd steal his warm sheets and give him my old ones. Harry looked at Sirius oddly. That's beautiful, Sirius. Little bugger used to cry and cry every time I did it, Sirius explained. Regulus once told me that was his first memory. You were quite the brother. Yeah, I went through a bit of bedwetting stage too, so it was a win-win situation. How did Regulus win? He didn't, Sirius said with a frown. I won twice. Go shrink your washer-dryer combo, Harry said with a shake of his head. And do you want a portkey or apparate out of here? Why not just go back the way we came? Sirius asked as he wiggled the metal appliance taller than him away from the wall. Because I don't trust that unknown ward, and we can take the portkey and apparition down from inside. Portkey then, Sirius said as he shrunk the machine down. I can transform and take a portkey. Go to Mooney's and fetch him, Harry said, and I'll meet you where we did our scouting from up the hill. Sirius finished storing away the washer-dryer combo and began checking the closets and hallways as he walked back towards the front. You can't do anything as a ghost, can you? To the best of my knowledge, ghosts can't apparate or take portkeys, Harry explained in frustration. And I don't particularly want to walk 10 kilometers to a bus station. Sirius kept looking for plunder as Harry directed him towards the anchor stones for the portkey ward. Still haven't figured out invisibility or floating. Harry shook his head. I've no clue. Sirius had quietly brought down the portkey ward and resumed his haphazard search for things to take. He decided there wasn't anything else worth stealing and walked out to retrieve the ward jack he had left out front. He stuffed everything into the magic mooting ball that he transfigured to look like a chew toy. He cast the after dark mark just inside the front door before turning a twig into a portkey to the wooded area across the street from Remus Place. Harry waved at Sirius as he popped into his dog form. "Don't make me wait too long." Sirius picked up the ball in his mouth and stepped onto the spelled twig, disappearing from Alan Weston's front porch. Harry continued to try and move solid objects in spite of his incorporeal state, but failed. He walked over to where he'd left his wand and was disappointed to see he couldn't do anything with it either. He felt exposed out in the open and unable to do anything. He quickly walked up the hillside to the spot where he would wait for Sirius and Remus. Harry sighed, hoping against hope that Ginny wouldn't make an appearance before the two older marauders could arrive. He plopped down onto the ground and leaned back against a young tree. Harry's back started to itch when he remembered he should not have been able to lean against a tree. Harry's subconscious appeared to be having a laugh, and when that thought crossed his mind, he fell backwards through the tree. Harry leaned up on his elbows and saw the thin trunk was coming out his stomach. "Lovely," he muttered as he laid back down, resigned to waiting. Harry wasn't sure how long he lay there looking as if he fell from the sky and got skewered by the tree. He'd been trying to think of all the disadvantages of his animagus form when he heard Remus' voice. "What do you think would happen if we cast the spell right now?" Harry quickly rolled to his side, not even wanting to give them the opportunity. "Don't even joke about that. I'm already dancing a fine line of death here." "A ghost," Remus said, shaking his head. "That's freaky." "I didn't even get a girlish shriek or a gasp that I might be dead," Harry asked, dusting himself off out of habit. "Oh," he shrieked, Sirius happily explained. "We were silenced as we walked up, ensuring Moony didn't wake the neighbors." "That was hardly a shriek," Remus argued. "Come on," Harry said, urging the men on. "Hit me with your best shot, and we can pretend you already cast the fake spell, tricking me into thinking I was stuck as a ghost. I broke down," I cried. "You laughed at me and are now going to cast the real spell. Go." Sirius put his hands on his hips. "This is why no one likes you, even though we pretend we do." "Forget it, Padfoot," Remus chided. "Let's just do this and leave the scene of the crime, please." Remus and Sirius moved into position and cast the animagus reversal spell at the same time. Harry stood there and felt the spells connecting with him. He tried to relax and urge the spell on, but his magic was instinctively resisting it. Finally, with a bit of push from the two spellcasters, Harry felt momentarily like a balloon pumped past its limit, and with a pop was suddenly corporeal again. "Thanks, guys," Harry said, surprised that the transformation hadn't hurt more. Sirius and Remus dropped their wand arms in exhaustion. Sirius complained, "I don't remember it being that difficult back in school." Harry still had Sirius' unicorn hair wand and simply summoned his own unicorn hair wand from where he stood, having already confirmed the two outer sets wouldn't trigger. He snagged the wand out of the air as sure as if it were a snitch and tossed the other wand to Sirius. "You guys okay to apparate?" "I've been doing all the work tonight," Sirius tiredly complained. "Give us a lift." Harry saw Remus looked as beat as Sirius and grabbed onto both of them as he apparated to Diagon Alley. The three men quickly walked into the leaky cauldron and flew back to Grimmauld Place. "I suppose we owe you an explanation," Harry said, as Remus dusted the soot off himself. "Save it for tomorrow," Remus said, turning to walk down the hall. "I'm going back to bed." Harry saw Remus head towards Bellatrix's room and turned to Sirius. "He wasn't at home, was he?" "Nope," Sirius said. "Didn't you wonder why it took me so long?" "I figured you were just making me sweat." Sirius rocked his hand from side to side. "Maybe a little, but it was also because I walked in on Bellatrix extracting the baby batter. You know, the Lord stuff is awful useful in this place when it comes to locked doors." Harry winced at the imagery. I'm sure Remus was happy about that. "He was more scared than anything when he noticed me," Sirius happily admitted. "It took him over 5 minutes to even realize I was there." Harry blinked at the implications of that innocuous comment. "They didn't notice you." "Bellatrix saw me walk in. She waved. I wasn't in any hurry." "You're a sick man. Yes, Harry, Sirius agreed. I am at that. Harry saw the calm acceptance on Sirius' face. Can I get that locket? We're not going to sell it tomorrow. Nope, Harry told him. We can't sell that thing. I'm going to put it behind a Fidelius before I go to bed. Sirius reached into the storage space and withdrew the locket. He held it out for Harry before pulling it back. You're going to share the secret, aren't you? Harry took the locket and right away sensed the piece of split soul inside it. Yes, I'll tell you. How much you think it's worth? Sirius asked curiously. Harry considered telling his godfather the whole truth, but did not want to make an issue of opposing Voldemort again, particularly when any discussion of Horcruxes would more than likely require mentioning a certain skull. He decided to give Sirius the Dumbledorian truth. Any founder's object is going to be worth a lot, but this is also a piece of a larger puzzle, and getting them together would be priceless. Really, Sirius said, maybe we should look for more pieces. Harry looked away from the locket and at his godfather. You want to? Sirius shrugged. If they're as valuable as you say, then I wonder why you don't. You know what the other pieces look like or where to find them. Harry gave it a moment's thought. Yeah, I got a few ideas. So why don't we? No reason not to, Harry agreed. But let's take a couple days to rest first. Bellatrix was so excited she screamed, yes, and clapped her hands eagerly for over a minute. She did the spell 4 more times, with each positive result making her happier than the time before. She cursed softly the fact that she'd used up all the Muggle pregnancy tests she had bought. She'd gone through 7 the first day before Harry informed her that perhaps she should wait until she had sex again before peeing on another stick. She cast the spell again and grinned even wider. She knew things would be easier if she could get into her lord's good graces, so she was trying to embrace her Muggle and werewolf-loving side. She decided she'd go buy more Muggle pregnancy tests just to be sure. She was so excited that she scampered down the steps and right out the front door. She did not think to inform her lords or creature that she leaving, nor did she consider leaving a note or bother to cast a glamour over herself. She was simply giddy just thinking about the child forming inside her. She took a left down an alley that was a shortcut to the corner market. No matter how distracted Bellatrix may have been, she would always recognize the rippling, mooting shudder of portkey and apparition wards going up around her. She had her wand out and cast an invisible shield as she spun around. A dark purple spell collided with her shield, shattering it on impact and knocking her backwards off her feet. Bellatrix immediately covered her midsection, thinking of her daughter, and put up another shield. 2 curses splashed against it, but it held. She rolled away from a dark red jet of light and put up another shield. She was hurriedly trying to locate all of her attackers, or at least get a better idea of how many there were. She counted 2 disillusioned blurs, and no one behind her. 2 shouts of spells rang out, sending 2 solid spears towards Bellatrix's head and body. She dove behind a dumpster for cover. Immediately, she strengthened the dumpster and charmed it to be mildly resistant to magic. She took a moment to conjure a small puck of dark magic. Give up, traitor, a nasal male's voice ordered. Bellatrix twirled her finger over the rim of the puck, and it started to smoke. She peered right around the edge of the dumpster and ducked back as a spell ricocheted off the metal. She slid the puck straight down the alley. The 2 Death Eaters just stared at the innocuous-looking puck, sliding between them when it exploded in a flash of light. They were coated in liquid layer of blood from the modified vampire hunting spell. The spell was most often used to set a trap for vampires by coating people with blood. And the blood from the spell also had the side effect of slight flesh-eating capabilities. As soon as the flash exploded, Bellatrix heard 2 matching screams and jumped to her feet. She began to sprint down the other end of the alley, hopping to get away. Her first step took her straight into the path of a yellow curse. She instinctively snapped another shield into place as quickly as she could. The lung-punching hex shredded her shield and knocked her backwards off her feet again. She scrambled over to a pair of dustbins and was ducking for cover. The 2 blood-covered Death Eaters behind her were approaching rapidly, rejoining the fray. She was pinned down, unable to do anything but defend. Her shields were slowly but surely weakening, and muted curses were connecting to her extremities. She was staying especially protective of her head and midsection, making sure nothing could damage her pregnancy. Bellatrix was running out of time and ideas. Sirius and Harry both stepped out of their bedrooms at the same time. They caught each other's eyes and closed their doors behind them. "Did you pay attention?" Harry asked softly. "Yeah," Sirius said. "Blue eyes." "Blue eyes," Harry warily agreed. "Brunette. Strawberry blonde. One sister, she lives in Inverness. Only child, grew up in Wales. Late 30s or looking great for 40s. No kids, widowed. Grad student mid-20s, single." Sirius nodded. "All right then." Harry nodded back and opened his bedroom door. "It's safe, Ashley. I killed the spider." Sirius opened his. "No worries, Caroline. I cleaned up the broken glass." Caroline came out of the bedroom, looking at Sirius oddly. "You know, if you had to hide something, you could have just told me. I'm not your wife and I'm not your mother." Sirius pulled her close and gave her a loud, smacking kiss on the cheek. "As long as we're clear on that." "I left my number on your bed," Ashley said as she wiggled past Harry. Harry glanced over and remarked, "It looks like you carved it into the headboard." "Like I said," Ashley said with a saucy grin. "I left my number on your bed. Give me a call sometime." Caroline looked at Ashley curiously. "Do I know you?" Ashley turned and caught Caroline's eye. "I don't believe so." "Sorry," Harry jumped in. "Sirius, this is Ashley. Ashley, this is Sirius. And Caroline, was it?" "It was," Caroline said, nodding at Harry and turning towards the young woman who looked incredibly familiar. "Your name's Ashley, huh?" "Guess you two don't know each other," Sirius happily announced and began to urge Caroline out the door. Caroline let Sirius push her gently, but she moved out of his way right in front of Ashley. "Your name's Ashley, not Emma, by chance?" Ashley paled and took a step back. "Who told you that name?" "For Christ's sake," Sirius muttered as he looked away. Caroline put her hand up to her mouth in shock. Her eyes started watering as she explained. "It was what I named my baby shortly before the adoption agency took her away." Ashley whimpered, squeezing her hands together in hope. You're Jane Austen Doe." "Oh, Emma," Caroline exclaimed, lunging forward to hug the younger woman. "Oh, Mum," Ashley cried, gripping Caroline tighter. "Oh, Lord," Harry grumbled. Sirius shouted, "Oh, come on." "I'm so sorry, Emma," Caroline said in between her sniffles. "I was only 13 and Daddy was up for re-election. I wasn't ready to raise a child and I just couldn't give them my real name." "I can't believe I've found you," Ashley said, not wanting to let go. "I spent over £2,000 on private investigators trying to locate you." Sirius was standing next to Harry, who could only gape at the scene. "This is ridiculous," Sirius complained, waving his hand towards the tear-filled reunion. "Do you have any idea the odds on something like this?" Harry turned to Sirius and looked him straight in the eye. "We've been given a gift, Sirius." Sirius shook his head in disbelief. "I'm not supposed to long for normal days. That's not me." "Welcome to my life," Harry asserted, having come to terms with these kinds of things happening regularly. Sirius calmed down and nodded in acceptance. "So what do we do with this gift?" "We sleep with hot chicks, Sirius," Harry said, gripping his godfather's shoulder in commiseration. "We sleep with hot chicks." Sirius sighed. "If we must." Harry saw Caroline and Ashley turn away and walk down the stairs arm in arm. "I think we've been forgotten." Sirius flashed a thumbs up. "Give me 10 minutes and they'll be forgotten too." Harry saw the two women let themselves out and close the front door behind them. He turned to Sirius. "Did I hear Caroline shout yes and then give you a standing ovation? Impressive." Sirius shook his head. "I thought that was you." Harry snapped his fingers. "Remus stayed over, didn't he?" "Yeah," Sirius said before pausing. "But he had to leave for work real early. That must have been after he left, Oh, Harry said, catching on. "You know, maybe we should try and teach Mooney a few moves. or get him some numbing creams maybe. You up for some lunch? Sirius asked. I'll even pay for my half. With a sweet offer like that, how can I say no? Sirius and Harry walked out the front door, heading for the deli. You know, I think Remus might be developing feelings for Bellatrix, Harry commented. Sirius winced, walking in step with Harry. I wonder if she's even capable of feelings of the good variety. I feel like I'm kicking a puppy when I say this, Harry admitted, but she's really not been that bad. Sirius rationalized. He's only developing feelings for her because he didn't have to deal with that psychotic evil bitch killing me and separating me from you and him. True, Harry said. And yeah, I hated her as much as Voldemort for killing you. But I think her boobs also play an important part in why Remus is developing feelings for her. Oh yeah, Sirius recalled. Them, although, that other night he was spending an awful lot of time on her. Sirius, Harry interrupted, looking at him in disgust. He shook his head in disappointment. Don't spoil it for me. Wait until we get a pensive. Sorry, Sirius said without conviction. He kept walking in step with Harry before stopping suddenly. Hey, Harry. Harry belatedly noticed Sirius had stopped and turned around. Yeah. Sirius pointed down the alley. Is that Bellatrix pinned down in the middle? Looks that way, Harry said, calling his wand to his hand and extending half a dozen eager magical arms. Watch our back, please. Gladly, Sirius said. He saw Harry nod at him, and the two blood-covered individuals closest to them were slammed with bludgeoning charms from Sirius and stunning spells from Harry. Both Death Eaters were down and out for the fight. Sirius turned around and guarded their rear while Harry calmly strolled down the alley towards the other Death Eaters. Pieces of trash and debris littered throughout the alley ensured Harry had lots of ammunition. 6 pieces were floating in formation around the Lord's Black, all waiting in anticipation of a spell to deflect. Harry held his wand firm, but was casting nothing. He just focused on blocking everything and acting confident and unconcerned. The curses flying towards them began to lessen in number and in lethality. Harry stopped next to where Bellatrix was huddled down, holding a rag to a cut on her forehead. He looked at her curiously. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Sorry, Bellatrix admitted, feeling inordinately safe at the appearance of her lords. I was just so excited I forgot to put on a glamour. Excited? Harry inquired. Bellatrix nodded happily. I think I'm pregnant. I was just going to get some muggle tests. Congratulations, Harry said while hurling a dustbin into the path of a dark red spell. Let's hope it doesn't have horns. Bellatrix sighed and waved airily. Can we go soon? I'm bleeding, and with child. Let me talk to these former associates of yours, Harry said, walking past her towards the remaining Death Eaters. Shouldn't take too long. There were 3 Death Eaters, all standing their ground from separate positions in the alley. They stopped attempting to curse Harry when it became apparent they weren't going to be able to hit him without changing tactics. So you can attack and kill Bellatrix, Harry stated while watching the 3 Death Eaters. But you're not supposed to touch me or Sirius. Interesting. We're here for her, not you, Lord Black, the man furthest back firmly agreed. Hey, Sirius, Harry called out without even turning around. Anytime you feel like making a pick. Sirius sent out a spray of stunning charms towards the man on the left, halfway back. Harry flung a pair of empty soup cans through the air, smacking into the nearest 2 Death Eaters, and sent stunning charms at the Death Eater on the right. 2 more knocked out simultaneously, and the Death Eater in the back knew he was now alone. He tried to apparate away and slammed into an unexpected ward. He staggered backwards at the magical block, and Harry swiftly ran up to the wizard. A few rocks were thrown at the man, who was ably defending himself from Harry's projectiles. Your arms can't touch me, the Death Eater proudly boasted, showing off an amulet under his robe. I'm protected from summoning and banishing. Is that so? Harry said, walking up confidently. The chain around the Death Eater's neck snapped. The amulet floated towards Harry. Another invisible arm grabbed the Death Eater by the throat, lifted him off the ground, and slammed him bodily into the wall. This thing is kinda nifty, Harry said while inspecting at the amulet. He looked up at the man suspended in air, struggling against a force he couldn't even touch. What? Don't tell me you're surprised. Harry grinned dangerously as he got closer to the remaining conscious Death Eater. You really think I'd need to pull everything out of my bag of tricks? Harry whispered, while several different colored spells hovered dangerously around them both. Just to beat that old bastard you call master. Harry looked over at the green spell floating right up next to him. That's a killing curse, he explained while it zoomed right up to the Death Eater's face before stopping and dancing over his cheek, never quite touching him. But this is a memory charm, Harry said, lifting his wand up and incanting. Obliviate! Harry stunned the man and left him with just a blank in place of the last few minutes. The mysteriously floating spells all dissipated into nothingness. Sirius brought over the other unconscious Death Eaters and commented, I didn't know you could have that many spells going. Harry shook his head. That was all show, just simple colored light. If those were all the spells they looked like, I'd probably have passed out by now. Oh, Sirius said, could have fooled me. That's the idea, Harry agreed, piling the 5 Death Eaters together. Always act like you know what you're doing and people will think you do. Where's Bellatrix? I took her home, Sirius said. But now I have to buy a dozen Muggle pregnancy tests. And somewhere an angel just got her wings. Ha ha, Sirius grumbled. You're coming with me. What are you doing with these guys? Harry stunned them all again and shrunk them down. He picked them up and slipped them in his pocket. Considering the Aurors haven't come storming in, I'm guessing the Death Eaters warded the area from detection as well. Those silly Death Eaters and their silly wards, Sirius said, shaking his head. They didn't even notice when I put up my own apparition and portkey wards. Let's just grab some sandwiches when we get the pregnancy tests, Harry suggested. Sirius was thinking quickly but coming up with nothing. Damn it, sandwiches and pregnancy tests. There's a joke here, I know it. Harry couldn't help but to enjoy his godfather's frustration. Give it up, Sirius. No, Sirius whined. I hope I don't get an EPT in my BLT. Too late, Harry argued. It doesn't count. Oh, come on. And it wasn't funny. Now you're just talking crazy. The man was trudging up the path to his modest home. 5 days he was gone on the Dark Lord's mission. He knew he was just seat-filling for the sake of looking like a larger and more professional organization during some completely pointless talks with several vampire clans. As usual, no promises were made, but they agreed to revisit the issue in 6 months. He was almost to his door when he finally realized what was bothering him. His portkey ward was down, and it hadn't been when he left here. He drew his wand and quietly ran up to the front door. He opened the door and peered in, seeing the last thing he expected to see. Alan Weston relaxed as he walked fully into his house, staring at the mark left behind by the Death Eater bandits. He looked in both directions of his house and saw nothing amiss when he suddenly remembered what was kept here. He ran through his kitchen towards the back hall and saw the giant gaping hole. Fuck! He looked down the hall and saw his washer-dryer combo was gone too. You gotta be kidding me. He felt a glimmer of hope when he spotted the charmed box next to several broken pieces of drywall. Damn! He swore when he opened it and found it empty. He threw the box onto the ground in frustration. He walked past the empty spot where his laundry machine used to be and right towards the fireplace. He tossed in some flue powder and it flared green. He then tossed in some red-speckled powder and the flames turned from green to a mixture of green and black. He stuck his head in and announced, "We need to talk." He pulled his head back up and dusted himself off. Without a sound, a man heavily cloaked in black appeared in front of the fireplace. "Welcome back." "The Death Eater bandits robbed here," Alan quickly summarized. "The locket's gone." "You're sure?" the man in black questioned. "Be my guest," Alan waved him towards the hall. They weren't subtle. The man gracefully stepped over the wreckage and peered into a new hole in the wall. He was looking left and right for any weaknesses as to how it could have been located. "I thought you said Voldemort himself couldn't get in there," Alan commented. He couldn't, the man assured him. But these are thieves. This is what they do, and it's not as bad as it sounds. It isn't. The man in black shook his head. The Death Eater bandits have been openly mocking the Voldemort symbol. They are opposed to him, and the fact that they were able to locate the Horcrux and steal it points to the idea that they know what it is. But we still lost it, Alan added. And I lost my dryer too, savages. True, we lost it, but Voldemort didn't gain it, and I doubt he will. The bandits might even listen to reason if I explained the situation. Alan agreed and nodded his head. So what should I tell the Dark Lord about this? The man in black walked towards the front of the home, stopping to look at the after-dark mark. He waved his wand in a silent, practiced motion. A web of mist swirled up and around the mark. The mist blurred suddenly and imploded on itself in a small explosion of dust, completely eradicating the magical mark from existence. Don't tell him anything, the man instructed. If he's focusing all his efforts on the Lord's Black right now and forgetting about me, all the better. He is, Alan stated. He even called Lord Harry Black that fucker one time, causing much confusion for Larson. The resulting conversation looked like an Abbott and Costello routine, especially if Costello ever cursed Abbott so badly that he bled out his ears and needed 3 weeks to heal. That sounds like him. Alan just nodded. Substituting fear for power. On the sheep, it can be effective. But it's horrible for marketing. Any other news of note? The man inquired as he walked out the front door to inspect the wards. Nope, Alan informed him. He's still researching parallel dimensions and worlds beyond the natural one. The man in black shook his head in disappointment. It's been a while since we fed the Ministry anything, and it might be worth convincing them that I'm one of their deep cover informants, Alan said with a mocking voice. Go ahead and tell them about the vampire meeting, the man in black instructed. We should keep them thinking that they're accomplishing something. Alan saw the man in black looking back and forth in surprise. What is it? 2 of them came to this point. They spotted your ward. One crossed here, probably Animagus, but that still shouldn't be possible for anyone other than the 2 of us, or... The man trailed off in thought and looked back at the ward. The other bandit disappears. He went back. No, neither of them ever went back. They took your Portkey ward down and left that way. Should I feel shaken and violated that they've broken into my home and shattered my sense of security? The man in black looked at him curiously. Do you? Because if you need a hug, I know a guy. No, Alan admitted. I just wish they hadn't taken my dryer. The man in black was staring in the spot, wondering what the strange echoes of magic he could sense meant. Alan gave him time to look around before finally asking, So, what do I tell Dumbledore? Do you think anyone else is spying for Dumbledore? Alan shrugged. He knew about the vampire meeting before I told him, but that might have just been whispers in pubs that spread to the wrong ears. Maybe, the man in black considered. Goodness knows Snape is always trying to needle that information out of his old roommates. That man has the subtlety of a mountain troll in a shopping mall. I think you underestimate trolls, the man in black argued. For now, though, let's err on the side of caution. Tell Dumbledore the results of the vampire meetings and yeah, go ahead and tell him that the Dark Lord is researching parallel dimensions. That should help your credibility. So no one is going to find out I got robbed. The man nodded. No one but us. It gives me some leverage for when I track the Death Eater bandits down. He saw the look on Alan Weston's face. Oh, get over it. It was a dryer. Alan was all set to whine about how it was more than just a dryer. That, he began, only to see the man in black disappear as silently as he arrived. Alan sighed. Fucker, Chapter 19. You know putting Grimmauld under a Fadelius isn't that bad of an idea, even if we do move Bellatrix into her own place. If, Sirius squeaked. What do you mean if? And you've got a problem, Harry. Your solution to everything is putting it under Fadelius. It's not healthy. It's a fantastic charm, Harry indignantly argued. And if we put it over our place, that would mean no more bringing muggles home. Harry shrugged. I know, but we made the decision against it before we publicly kicked Voldemort's ass. Our gift, though, Harry, Sirius pleaded. We should use our gift. We owe it to sex. You know we do. Harry always had trouble arguing against sex. And don't give me that hotels or their places bollocks, Sirius said, shaking his finger. Fine, Harry said. I'm not saying we have to, but give it some consideration. They arrived at the entrance to the newest branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, located in Hogsmeade. Harry opened the door and let Sirius in first. Attention shoppers, Sirius yelled loudly. There is an extremely irritable werewolf in here. Do not antagonize him. Sirius, Remus called out from behind the cash register, wincing at the sudden yelling. He rubbed his ears, grateful that the store was currently empty. I'm not above jinxing your eyebrows into thinking they're foreskin. Sirius blinked. That would make my head look really odd, both of them come to think of it. You feeling okay, Moony? Harry asked as he leaned on the counter next to Remus. Remus half-heartedly grunted positively. Considering last night, yeah, about normal. Sirius was still walking through the aisles looking at the goodies for sale. I bet you'd be feeling better if you just let me keep you company, instead of you-know-who. Voldemort, Harry inquired. Remus turned to Harry. You think I spend the full moon with Voldemort? Sirius laughed as he picked up a product, smelled it, and set it back down. I'd forgotten about all those nicknames like you-know-who. Bleh, Harry said, sticking out his tongue. Easy for you to forget them. You never even got one after breaking out of prison. I should have gotten one, Sirius realized and began to daydream aloud. He who could not be contained. 12 years, Remus reminded. For too long, Sirius added. Harry decided not to crush his godfather's hopes of being nickname-worthy. I swear if I heard Hermione's spiel about fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself one more time, I was going find you-know-who and jam my you-know-what-you-know-how into his you-know-where hole. Remus tiredly looked at Sirius messing up one of the displays. This has been great, guys. I'm so glad you dropped by. Sorry, Moony, Harry apologized. Aren't you closing soon? Remus nodded. Officially, we're open until 10. He waved his wand towards the front, turning the sign off and locking the door. But it's close enough for me. Nice work ethic, Sirius nodded. Tonks would approve. Harry jumped in with a smile. We've got some good news, some bad news, and some great news. Remus looked up curiously. Give me the bad news. No, Harry firmly retorted. I wasn't asking what you wanted first. The good news is we're kicking Bellatrix out. What? Remus asked worriedly. Kicking her out. She doesn't know yet, Sirius commented. Why? Remus said, looking at Harry and Sirius in disappointment. Well, that ties into the bad news, Harry said with a clap of his hands. See, the reason we're kicking her out is that we've got a new house rule. No pregnant chicks. That seems a bit harsh, Remus said before stopping in sudden realization of what Harry had just implied. You mean she's carrying your furry half-breed beast, Sirius agreed. Yup. That's, Remus was struggling for words. He straightened up and defiantly whined. That's not bad news. Sirius looked at Harry in confusion. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Remus frowned. So then what's the great news? Harry grinned brightly. We've submitted an offer for the flat next to yours. Remus took a moment before connecting the good news and bad news with the great news. He closed his eyes and sighed. She's always going to be at my place, isn't she? I'm really not sure, Sirius said, walking up to the counter where Harry and Remus were. But just in case, let me be the first to say, ha-ha. Sirius laughed while childishly pointing. Ha-ha, Harry echoed and pointed at Remus. Second. This is, Remus was still processing the situation. This is big. Where is she? I should talk to her. She was at Grimmauld Place, Harry said, checking with Sirius. Sirius nodded. I think she was planning on a night in. I remember something about drowning herself in the bathtub. Whatever, Harry said, waving Sirius off. We're going to the Hog's Head, Moony. Care to join us? No, Remus said, shaking his head. He started locking up the register and shutting down everything else. I'm going to go see her. This is wow. Congratulations, Harry said, finally realizing how much Remus was smiling. Forgot about that part, way to impregnate. Thanks, Remus agreed, patting Harry on the back and urging them out of the store. Come on, come on. Sirius and Harry were pushed out the front door, and Remus activated the store's lockdown wards. Slow down, Harry argued as Remus was frantically locking up. See you later, guys. Remus snapped and apparated away with a loud crack. It's not like you don't have 8.5 months or so, Harry mumbled towards the empty air. Sirius and Harry walked through the wizarding village and down to the familiar dingy pub. Grab us a pitcher of draft, Sirius said. I'm going to hit the loo. Harry carefully walked up to the bar and saw Gin smirking at him. Please don't nut me. You know Sirius is waiting in the bathroom just hopping to see the pictures change. What's in it for Gin began when a group at a back booth called out for her. She pasted a clearly mocking smile on her face. I'll be with you in a minute, Harry. Harry turned to his left and saw a very cute redhead watching him unabashedly. Harry looked away and tried to smother his grin. He walked over to her, cataloging just which parts of her form-fitting robes were pulled taut. You know, an attractive young woman like yourself stands out quite a bit in a place like this. As does as a Lord Black, the redhead playfully retorted. She turned forward to face the bar, looking away from Harry finally. Harry was mesmerized by the nape of her neck and her profile when she looked away. So what is it that brings an attractive young woman like yourself into a place like this? Are you flirting with me, Lord Black? She asked with a small grin distinctly lacking in innocence. Please call me Harry, Harry said, noticing his godfather walk up. Harry had been waving Sirius off the whole way, but the older man barged right up to him anyway. Harry warned, I hope there's an emergency. No, not exactly, Sirius replied. He glanced at the redhead wearing a sultry grin. Sorry to interrupt you, I just need to speak to Harry for a second. The young woman was seductively pulling the cherry stem from her mouth as she swallowed the fruit that had been on the bottom of her drink. I can wait. What? Harry irritably asked his godfather. Listen, Harry, you remember when you gave me a hard time for hitting on that 19-year-old, installing the flu. She was 18, Harry corrected and glanced at the redhead again, guessing her to be early 20s. Yeah, about that, Sirius said before reaching over and tapping the redhead on the shoulder. What's your last name? She glanced at Sirius oddly and answered, Potter. See ya, Harry, Sirius cheerfully said, slapping Harry on the back as he walked away. Harry's entire body froze in shock, suddenly realizing why the young woman had seemed familiar. He turned to look at her closer. He wasn't saying anything, just staring at her in abject horror and fascination. She blushed slightly under the intense scrutiny. Don't tell me my parents have managed to scare you that badly. You're Sarah Potter, Harry said in a calm, dulcet tone. Sarah Potter. Yeah, Sarah agreed. And you're Lord Harry Black, my little brother's hero. Harry stuttered, becoming disgusted with himself for having entertained certain thoughts. Wanna buy me a drink? Sarah suggested with a smile, shaking the ice in her empty glass. Sirius came up from behind Harry and saw he was struggling. Listen, Miss Potter, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take Harry here. A situation has come up that requires our immediate attention. Nice meeting you, Sarah said, tipping her glass back so she could chew up her ice. Harry wanted to smile, seeing his, sort of, sister was such an understanding, genial person, but he knew how smiling at her would look. He was stuck in a loop of inaction as Sirius turned him around and led him back towards the other side of the bar. Sirius sat Harry down on a stool and spun him around, attracting his full attention. I wasn't lying, Harry. A situation has come up that I think we need to address. What's up? Harry asked, acting more alert than he felt. I just met a young woman who was drowning herself in butterbeer, Sirius explained. Butterbeer. I'm guessing she has a low tolerance, Sirius assured him. Anyways, she has had what she calls an unfortunately boring life. bemoaning the fact that she never got into a fight in school, never went on an adventure, and claims to have never done anything spontaneous on a lark. Okay, Harry said, not sure where Sirius was going with this. When I heard this, I knew immediately it was up to us to correct this oversight, Sirius continued. We need to make an adventure. Just go somewhere random, find something fun to do, and take her with us. Harry was a bit skeptical but shrugged. All right. Sirius turned Harry around towards the corner of the bar, where a brunette was lackadaisically resting her chin on the bar. Harry, I'd like you to meet Hermione Granger. Hermione, Harry said, unable to believe his eyes. Your hair looks great. I'm not going to sleep with you, she mumbled, still hunched over the bar. No, it's just, Harry commented. Your hair is so straight and wavy, it's not frizzy at all. I'm still not going to sleep with you. She finally lifted her head up and saw Sirius Black smiling widely at her. Please tell me you're not still on this. Sirius sat down right beside and swung his arm over her shoulder. You were not meant to live an unfortunately boring life. That was the butterbeer talking, Hermione said, shaking her head. You've earned an adventure and we're here to give it to you, Sirius insisted. You know it'll do you some good. Hermione's face curled up in a pout as she pondered the best response. Fine, she conceded. I suppose you could be right, so when were you thinking? Oh no, Sirius assured her, grabbing her drink and downing the rest of it. We're doing it now. Now, Hermione squeaked in surprise. She looked at her watch. But it's already past 10. Harry shook his head in disappointment. Oh, Hermione. The fact that you're concerned that it's already past 10 just further proves how important it is that we do this immediately, Sirius assured. And besides, it's not 10 everywhere. Harry checked that he had his satchel with him. I've got some energizing potions, and I can't help but notice it's about 8 in the morning on the Sydney beaches. I was thinking New Zealand waterfalls maybe, Sirius suggested. Harry shrugged. It's 2 in the afternoon in Vegas. Sirius shook his head. Since when has time ever mattered in Vegas? Hermione saw the 2 Lord Blacks conversing back and forth and couldn't take it. You cannot just up and go anywhere you want. Harry smirked at one of his first friends. Are you a witch or not? Hermione resisted the urge to huff. You still need permits for international travel. Sirius unceremoniously lifted Hermione up off her bar stool. Come along, Miss Granger. You're traveling with 2 noble lords. What does that matter? Hermione questioned curiously. Harry, Sirius prompted. When in service of matters pertaining to an ancient and noble family, a lord is not restricted by such pedestrian laws, Harry happily recited. Before you ask, it is up to the lord's discretion, and I say this is a family matter. You don't even know me, Hermione argued, but didn't resist in the slightest as she was led out the front of the Hog's Head. That's what makes it spontaneous and random, Harry argued. Where do we start? Sirius asked, wrapping an arm around Hermione. Harry snaked his arm around Hermione from the other side. I'm thinking let's start in Egypt, just to take a peek. Egypt? Hermione asked excitedly. Sirius turned to Harry. I'll help, but you're pulling us. Harry nodded and began to focus on the target for a long-distance apparition. Why Egypt? Hermione quietly asked Sirius. Sirius leaned towards her and whispered, he still wants to ride on the back of a nundu. Hermione's eyes widened fearfully. Ride on what she was cut off as she felt the squeezing sensation and loud sound accompanied with disapparition. The group of 3 slammed into place on the muddy bank of a river. Harry and Sirius were trying to hold Hermione steady, but they all fell backwards onto their bums. Hermione screamed and scrambled away from them. What do you think you're doing? Oh God, I think I'm going to be sick. Hermione was on her hands and knees trying to catch her breath. Harry jumped up and was brushing off his robes. How much did you have to drink? I'm not drunk, Hermione snapped without even looking up. I'm just not used to being forcefully apparated and kidnapped. I told you she needs our help, Sirius assured Harry. Harry reached into his satchel and found a bottle of water. He held it out for Hermione. Water. Hermione accepted the bottle and eagerly drank it up. "This is a bad idea. Take me home." "Sorry, Hermione," Harry said, shaking his head. "I have an old friend who would be very disappointed in me if I did that." "You really are kidnapping me," Hermione said with a frown as she sipped the chilled beverage. "I don't know who you think you're dealing." "Hermione Jean Granger, only daughter of Samuel and Delilah Granger," Harry recounted. "Both muggles and both dentists. How am I doing so far?" Hermione had her wand out in an instant and was pointing it at Harry and then Sirius intermittently. She was slightly worried that neither seemed concerned nor had they drawn their wands even. "What do you want from me?" Harry carefully withdrew his wand and nodded at Sirius to do the same. "I swear on my magic, I mean you no harm, no ill will, and only wish to break the monotony of your so-called unfortunately boring life." Sirius made the same pledge, and they both tucked their wands away. "Happy?" Harry asked while digging into his satchel. Hermione's wand arm lowered, and she looked at the two Lord Blacks curiously. "Oaths can be broken." "Oh, brother," Sirius grumbled. "Why don't you cut loose for once? We're here to have some fun, midnight skinny dipping." "No," Hermione insisted angrily, knowing all too well the reputations of both Lord Blacks. "Where are we?" "You're in denial," Sirius replied, unable to help himself. Harry groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Feel free to curse him for that." "What?" Hermione asked in confusion. "That's the Nile," Harry said, pointing towards the river. "He was making a punny." Hermione giggled, unable to help herself. Harry saw Hermione laugh and turned to Sirius. "It's worse than we thought." "I think we need skinny dipping," Sirius said, lifting his robe off. "Stop," Hermione said abruptly, turning around. "I won't go along with this insanity unless you both stay fully clothed." Sirius frowned and pulled his robe back on. At least she didn't say anything. "Me too," Hermione quickly added. "Nuts," Sirius sighed. "Fine, fully clothed adventure. That sounds just wild." Harry cast a few location charms and decided, "We're a couple kilometers south of where we want to be. You guys feel up to some hiking?" "Let's float," Sirius suggested, digging into his pocket. He withdrew a small yellow packet that he tore in half. The packet quickly expanded into a full-size octagonal raft that he dragged down to the river's edge. "You carry an inflatable raft with you?" Hermione asked in confusion. "Of course," Sirius nodded, "in case of emergencies or sudden pool parties." Harry climbed into the raft and held out a hand to help Hermione in. "Sudden pool parties?" Hermione questioned while delicately stepping into the raft. "The parties aren't sudden. The pools are," Sirius added, pushing the raft off the bank and hopping in himself. "Don't ask," Harry interrupted Hermione. Hermione saw them drifting out into the river and looked around. "Don't we need oars?" "Nah," Sirius said. "That's what we keep Harry around for." Harry had extended his invisible magical arms and was slowly paddling them downstream. "That's right, your magical appendages," Hermione brightened as the scholar inside her shined through. "I'd love to study them sometime, see what they can really do." Harry and Sirius exchanged looks, both highly amused. Harry nodded at his godfather. "Go ahead." "All of his magical appendages?" Sirius asked with a snicker. "Or just the invisible ones?" Hermione blushed as she realized what she had said. "I didn't mean it like that." "We're just giving you a hard time," Harry assured her, while his arms continued to break the stillness of the water with small, gentle splashes. Hermione's cheeks were still pink as she replied, "Yeah, I get the feeling that's exactly what you both want to give me." Sirius gasped and turned to Harry. "A lewd joke. We're making progress already." "You two are shameless," Hermione admitted with a grin. "Pretty much," Sirius agreed, digging out a bottle of fire whiskey. Harry was leaning back, looking up at the expansive sky. "That's a bright moon." "It was full last night," Sirius reminded, thinking of Remus. Hermione took a moment to appreciate her surroundings, the crystal-clear reflection on the river's surface, the nighttime sounds of frogs and insects, the gentle breeze of the comfortably cool night. "It's beautiful." "And just think," Harry added. If we hadn't kidnapped you, can you ever see yourself going for a float down the Nile on the spur of the moment? This is crazy, Hermione half-heartedly complained. You're just lucky it's a nice night. So tell us about yourself, Harry stated. Why is it that you think you've had an unfortunately boring life? I said it once, Hermione chided. You don't need to keep using that phrase. Harry accepted the bottle from Sirius and took a swig of the fire whiskey. Speaking of my life, Hermione turned towards Harry accusingly. Just why do you know so much about me? Harry winked at her and offered the bottle. That's classified, I'm afraid. Declassify it, Hermione ordered, taking the bottle and knocking back a big gulp. She quickly began to cough as she swallowed the harsh liquid. Harry was biting his lip and glanced at Sirius. Sirius just shrugged and supplied. In another life, I bet you and Harry were best friends. Hermione was wiping her face after the minor coughing fit and handed the bottle to Sirius. What does that mean? Don't do this, Hermione, Harry instructed. Don't try to analyze things. Don't break it down until everything has an explanation and you understand it all. Tonight is about you cutting loose and having some fun. You're not stalking me, are you? Hermione warily asked. No, I'm not stalking you, Harry assured her. Don't you trust me? Hermione was closely watching Harry, looking for any clue to his mystery. I don't know why, but for some reason I do. Harry smiled brightly. She turned to Sirius. You, not so much. Good instincts, Harry agreed. Hey, Sirius said in defense of himself. That's all right, fine. So tell us, you got a job, a boyfriend. He paused before hopefully adding, maybe a girlfriend. Hermione glanced at Sirius and was going to ask, but Harry immediately offered. Yes, he really is that perverted. Hermione nodded and decided to just trust her gut. I'm the assistant to the Deputy Director of Non-Human Relations for the Ministry of Magic. That's a heck of a title, Harry agreed, thinking that was significantly lower than the position his Hermione had been offered by the ministry. How's the job? It's fine, Hermione answered immediately. Ouch, Sirius said with a wince. Sorry to hear that. It's not bad, Hermione continued. I mean, the work is good. House elf mistreatment is a much more important issue than people realize. Harry had to look away to keep from laughing at her. I'm serious, Hermione indignantly replied when she saw Harry's amusement. Hey, me too, Sirius was forced to interject. I'm not laughing at you, Harry explained to Hermione through his chuckles. He turned to Sirius, and I'm definitely not laughing at you. Sirius shrugged. It's just, Harry grinned at Hermione. It's nothing, you're right. Most house elves do deserve better. Thank you, Hermione agreed. And just so you know, jokes about your name Sirius are the quickest way to get a woman to never want to sleep with you. Hey, Sirius replied. Ever, Hermione added. Ever. Harry smiled at Sirius pouting. Since you so kindly brought up the subject, Hermione, tell us, is there a significant other in your life? No, Hermione answered. Well, not really. Not really, huh? Harry jumped on the phrase. And does this man know he's not significant? Hermione looked away. Probably not. I tried to explain that we should just be friends, but he talked me into calling it taking a break. Want us to kill him? Sirius offered. No, Hermione glanced over at Sirius, trying to judge the veracity of his comment. Please don't. Fair enough, Harry agreed. What else you got? Tell us something juicier, like why you feel your life is boring. It's not boring, Hermione argued. It's just, I don't know. I feel like I've missed out on things. And I feel like there should be more I'm doing, instead of being stuck in a job where the fact that I'm a woman doesn't matter. But the fact that my parents are muggles is one of the most important things about me. Pureblood bastards, Harry angrily mocked. That's us, Sirius agreed. Well, me anyway, you're not exactly a pureblood. SHHH, Harry hushed the older man. That's supposed to be our little secret. You're not a pureblood, Hermione asked curiously, but you're Lord Black. Harry shrugged. My mum was muggle-born. He paused and saw Hermione was looking for more explanation. I got the title from my godfather. He died. Left me a big house and an evil house elf that told me to use a certain ring to fix the wards on the place. I put on the ring, fixed the wards, and only later found out it was a hereditary ring. The house elf was hoping the ring was going to kill me, not make me the new Lord Black. Hermione frowned at the description of the elf. He may have just been confused. No, Sirius assured her. He was trying to kill him. So how are you Lord Black then? Hermione asked Sirius. Long story, Harry said. We're not going to tell it. Besides, I think this is what we're looking for. Harry said, paddling them off to the large recess where the river curved east. What are we looking for? Hermione asked, seeing lots of dense foliage and signs of paths that had grown over years ago. This village was destroyed in 1893 by a nonjon, Harry explained, hopping out of the raft and dragging it up the bank. It was the second time in 300 years the village was visited by one. You're genuinely looking for a nonjon, Hermione commented, stepping out of the raft. Have you been checked by a mind healer in a while? Come on, Granger, Sirius chided with a smile. Grow a pair. I'm a woman, Hermione reminded. Sirius frowned at the literal interpretation and added, grow a pair of tits. Hermione crossed her arms over her chest. My breasts are just fine, thank you very much. That they are, Sirius happily agreed, drawing his wand and catching up to Harry. Hermione looked out towards the river and thought she saw something large make a splash as it surfaced and dove back down. She quickly decided she didn't want to be alone and hurried to catch up to them. Wait for me. She ran past Sirius and caught up to Harry, grabbing onto his hand. Don't you dare leave me alone out here in the middle of the night. Harry looked down at their entwined hands and smiled at her. You'll be fine. Harry reached an area with some rotted and broken down structures that once were huts. This is the place. This is creepy, Hermione said, holding her wand in her free hand. If you see a nonjon, Harry ordered, let me know. Sure thing, Hermione skeptically agreed. What do they look like? Sirius asked, staring off into the darkness. Harry grinned as Hermione immediately responded to a question, just like the Hermione he went to school with. They resemble leopards, but are more than 3 times their size, larger even than any of the Muggle great cats. Contrary to popular belief, they cannot turn invisible. In fact, it is the rosettes on a nonjon's back that have illusionary abilities allowing them to smoothly blend into their surroundings. Sirius blinked and turned towards Hermione. Okay. Great big leopards, Harry summarized. Gotcha, Sirius agreed, pulling out his omnioculars and turning back towards the darkness. Are they ever normal-sized leopards? Maybe a baby nonjon, Harry suggested while squinting in the distance. Why? Because I see a baby nonjon coming down from a tree through there, Sirius pointed. It's crawling backwards down the trunk in goofy way. Really? Harry said, hurrying over towards Sirius. What? Hermione squeaked, knowing leopards were nocturnal hunters. Come on, guys. Hunting nonjons is funny enough in theory, but let's not anger the dangerous wildlife, please. Gimme those, Harry said, grabbing the omnioculars from his godfather. Oh, I see it. It's creeping across the ground this way. Sirius interrupted. You need to look to your right. It's still in the tree, I think. Harry panned slightly and gasped. Sweet, there's 2 baby nonjons. They are not baby nonjons, Hermione whispered insistently, but we should still get out of here. Harry was continuing to focus on the large felines, with the omnioculars switching between night vision and heat signatures. You can go back to the raft if you want, Sirius suggested. I'm not going out there alone, Hermione hissed. Come on, you guys, let's go. Harry sighed and handed the omnioculars back to Sirius. Hermione's right. Thank God, Hermione relaxed for a moment. They're not baby nonjons, Harry agreed. Their heads are normal-sized for those bodies. They're just leopards. I'm right about leaving too, though, right? Hermione pleaded. Right. They're headed this way, Sirius happily cheered. We should go. Hermione tried lying as she pulled on Harry's arm. I'm a bleeder and carry many contagious diseases. Harry stood his ground, shaking his head. They just want to come over and say meow. That's cat for hi Hermione. He paused and scratched his chin. Or is it die mudblood? I get those two mixed up. Hermione smacked Harry on the arm. We don't have time for your stupid jokes. Yeah, really, Harry, Sirius said with a frown. We barely have enough time for the smart jokes as it is. You're not helping, Hermione whined, wanting to run but unprepared to leave Harry's side. Here, Sirius handed her the omnioculars. You can see them too. They're right through there. Hermione took the omnioculars and was surprised to find they showed heat signatures. There are 3 of them. Oh, 3, Sirius grinned. First person to scratch one behind the ears gets free drinks. You're on, Harry quickly agreed. Belly rubs count too. You guys are insane, Hermione pleaded. What happened to swearing not to harm me? Harry patted Hermione on the top of her head and assured her. We'll be fine. It's not like leopards can cast anti-apparition jinxes. That'd be scary if they could, Sirius agreed with a shiver. Hermione twitched as she felt a magical wave run over her. What was that? Sirius closed his eyes, concentrated, and grunted when nothing happened. Ack, anti-apparition. Hermione quickly tried to apparate and slammed into the ward. She whimpered loudly and was starting to shake. Oh crap, Sirius's voice squeaked and took a step back. Harry just chuckled happily. Sorry guys, I couldn't resist. Hermione started punching Harry as he removed the anti-apparition ward. That wasn't funny. That was mean and nasty. Sirius snickered. Actually, it was pretty funny. I think a little pea came out. Harry laughed and tried to calm Hermione. Relax. The leopards can sense your fear. Everyone can sense my fear, Hermione begged. I'm not making it a secret. Here, kitty, 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 Sirius said as one of the leopards emerged from the shadows and stopped to watch the 3 people. Oh, aren't you a big kitty? Grrr. The front leopard growled loudly, trying to scare them off. Sirius paused and turned towards Hermione. Do leopards eat people? There are some conflicting opinions on whether the aggressive behavior first observed. Hermione, Harry interrupted. Yes, Hermione summarized as she gripped onto Harry's arm. Yes, they do. A second leopard was hunched to the ground and inching forward with its shoulder blades up threateningly. Grrr. Sirius looked over and saw the second leopard had stopped moving forward. He got the feeling that was a bad sign. I think I'm gonna. With a sudden crack, Sirius apparated a safe distance behind Harry and Hermione. Rower! Both leopards roared as they leapt through the air at the gunshot-like sound. Harry's invisible arms easily stopped both cats, slamming into them hard enough to flip them tail over head onto their backs. Coward! He called out to Sirius. Another crack sounded as Sirius apparated right next to Harry and Hermione. You're the coward. Hermione was unable to let bad logic go by without comment. That doesn't make any sense. Speaking of big pussy, Sirius segued with a jerk of his thumb. There's another leopard back there. Harry was pushing the angry cats away, trying not to seriously injure them despite the fact that they kept coming. This is unnatural behavior, Hermione said, hunched down, keeping a hand on Harry at all times. Leopards aren't pack hunters. Occasionally they'll share territory, but they shouldn't all be attacking. I knew it, Sirius argued. Baby Nundus. They're not Baby Nundus, Hermione insisted. Sirius saw there was no reasoning with Hermione. I'm going to make sure the raft is okay. Wait, Harry called out, grabbing onto Sirius' arm just as he apparated. There was an extraordinarily loud crack as Sirius disappeared, and Harry was left standing there holding Sirius' detached left arm. He glanced at Hermione, his face showing worry for the first time. Oops. Hermione screeched as several leopards charged, and were again rebuffed by Harry's invisible arms. You splinch me, Sirius shouted loudly in the distance. Sorry, Harry shouted back. Hermione was watching the now 4 different leopards all prowling around her and Harry. Go away, she shouted while picking up rocks and throwing them at the leopards. Get out of here. The cats were jumping away from the rocks, but not backing down any. Harry's mind began going off in dangerous directions. He turned to Hermione and said, "Cover me for a second." "What?" Hermione yelped as Harry dropped to his knees. She hurriedly cast banishing charms at every leopard whether they were attacking or not. "What are you doing?" "SHH." Harry shushed while casting a series of various charms on the unattached left arm he was still holding. Harry jumped back to his feet and knocked back a quietly approaching leopard. "You missed that one. It could have killed us." Hermione turned to look at Harry in disbelief. "Now remember," Harry said, "whatever happens, don't tell Sirius." And just like that, Harry chucked the extra appendage through the air like a stick for a dog. "Fetch." All 4 leopards closest to them chased after the lightly blood-covered limb. Harry and Hermione just stood there watching as a fight quickly broke out for the arm. 2 of the leopards each had an end and were wrestling in a vicious tug-of-war, while a third chomped down right in the middle, bending the arm at the elbow. "No ear-scratching or belly-rubbing yet, right?" Sirius asked, stealthily rejoining them. "What took you so long?" Harry asked. "Hello, Splinch," Sirius said, pointing towards his empty sleeve. "I wasn't about to try apparating back to you." "Well, good," Harry said subtly, glancing towards the leopards grouped together. "Because the sound of apparition is part of what's making them attack." "Really?" Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Sirius began searching the ground around where they were standing. "What did you do with my arm?" Harry flashed Hermione a look and innocently replied, "What arm?" Sirius saw the leopards were growling in a pitched battle for dominance and suddenly took notice of what they were battling over. "What the— Oh my, Harry." "I'm sorry, Sirius," Harry assured. "I tried everything I could, but you know how Hermione." "You threw it and yelled fetch," Hermione argued. Harry frowned. No one likes a tattletale. Sirius was tempted to transform into his dog form, but knew even if he managed it, he'd only have 3 legs and he'd be up against a pack of leopards. "Get me my arm back." Harry looked over and saw all of the leopards were now surrounding the arm, snapping their jaws and swatting dangerously at each other. He glanced back at Sirius. They really seemed to like it. "Harry." "They could be starving, you know." "It's my arm." "Fine," Harry said, lifting his wand, struggling to decide on what spell to use. Finally, he sent a couple spanking hexes at the leopards, and that just seemed to piss them off as 2 of them began to charge again. Harry glanced back at Sirius. "You really need an extra arm. One could be plenty." "Damn it, Harry," Sirius swore. "Oh, for Merlin's sake," Hermione grumbled. She swung her arm in a wide motion and lobbed a large conjured cantaloupe through the air. The mid-sized fruit landed right next to one of the leopards. Her second attempt collided with the back of a leopard that sent it whimpering off. "Good thinking," Harry agreed, remembering when Hermione taught him this spell as well as the more draining version he preferred. He slashed his wand upward and swept his extended arm underhand, lobbing a conjured watermelon right next to the leopards. Hermione and Harry repeated their motions, raining down large round fruit and sending the leopards scampering in circles. Cantaloupe and watermelons were crashing into the leopards' backs and bouncing off the ground in random directions. Sirius could only look at his poor mauled arm in disbelief. "You know, you could try summoning it while we distract them," Harry suggested, sending another watermelon arcing through the night sky. Sirius had his wand out and was attempting to summon his arm. "It's not working." Harry was about to give up on hiding his giggles. Maybe the leopards haven't figured out anti-apparition yet, but they've mastered anti-summoning charms. Hermione cracked first and started laughing. Sirius realized he'd been had. "You bitches." Harry caught Hermione's eye and joined her in laughter. "I really thought they were chewing my arm up," Sirius admitted, holding his remaining hand over his heart. "Yeah, about that." "Harry." "Sirius," Hermione explained. "I didn't see what Harry cast on your arm, but those leopards would have torn that thing to shreds by now if it wasn't protected." "Shoo," Sirius called out. "Go away." The tall grass on the other side of the leopards began to sway, and a violent thrashing was heard. Or at least stay over there, Sirius corrected, taking a step back and moving behind Harry. One last watermelon from Harry landed flush on a leopard's rump, and it yelped out. All of the leopards then turned tail and ran, leaving the arm behind as an afterthought. Harry looked at Hermione curiously, while staying alert looking for danger. Hermione shrugged. They've been acting like a pack. I think we scared the leader away and the rest fell in line. Harry looked over to see how confident she was in her theory. Maybe, Hermione added uncertainly. Sirius jogged up over to his unsummonable arm. Damn it, Harry. That's gonna leave a scar. I did one shallow cut so a little blood would come out before I charmed it, Harry argued. Most of that is just leopard slobber. That's a deep gash, not a shallow cut, Sirius pouted. Don't be so melodramatic, Harry chided. Hermione gasped loudly and fell backwards. We should be dead, she mumbled to herself. We should all be dead. That's melodramatic, Sirius said, pointing towards Hermione. I'm being reasonable. Harry ignored his godfather and hurried over to Hermione. What's going? Holy shit, that thing is big. Is it dead? This is insane, Hermione said, shaking her head. There's no way. Sirius walked to the edge of the high grass and saw what they were looking at. Hey, Nundu! He glanced at Harry and walked right up to the massive beast. He rubbed his hand on its belly. First. There's not a mark on it. Harry could see its eyes were still open, but the magnificent creature was clearly no longer among the living. What happened? It's so soft, Sirius said, rubbing the Nundu's belly. What is this thing? About 4 meters, you think? Harry saw Hermione had been shocked senseless and walked up to the head large enough to eat him in 2 bites. He pushed up the top lip and saw rows of sharp teeth. It's still warm. I think this might be the pack leader and the reason the others ran away. Hermione realized Harry was addressing her and nodded. You're probably right, but what killed it? I don't see any blood, Sirius commented, lifting up the large tail and fighting his animagus urge to sniff the beast's rear end. Heart attack. Harry wrapped his hands around the front teeth and slowly pulled the massive jaws apart. He slammed the mouth closed and looked up. The others looked at him inquisitively as he repeated the motion and looked in the Nundu's mouth again. You gotta be kidding me. What is it? Hermione asked. Harry sighed. The Nundu suffocated, it couldn't breathe. Are you sure? Hermione asked, finally stepping up to giant magical mammal. She looked in as Harry held the jaws open. Oh. Sirius walked around the supposed most dangerous creature in the world and looked through the sharp, jagged teeth. He barked out a laugh when he was able to see down the feline's throat. Sticking out behind the swollen tongue was the top half of a large watermelon. I should have guessed. I didn't mean to kill it, Harry pleaded. It was an accident. There's no way, Hermione shook her head, still in disbelief. A Nundu has never been subdued with less than 100 wizards. It's simply not possible. Sirius grinned. You don't know our Harry too well, obviously. I just wanted to ride on its back, Harry defended. I didn't even know it was here. Sirius was running his fingers through its silky, smooth, thick fur. I bet it's easier on your bits to ride something this soft. Sirius grabbed a handful of loose skin with his only arm and climbed his way on top of the Nundu. Oh yeah, this would be great. I mean, if you hadn't killed it first. Harry just looked at the Nundu in sorrow before smiling slightly. It is cool seeing one up this close. Sirius clambered to his feet and stood triumphantly atop the Nundu. I'm the king of the jungle, top of the badass chain. He was bouncing up and down, just trying to keep his balance. He looked down at the reflective, multicolored spots in the fur. This thing is softer than my bed. Sirius, get down, Harry ordered. You're just jealous I got up here first. Sirius countered, bouncing higher and higher on the swollen belly of the beast. Harry saw Hermione walking around to the front, examining the thick whiskers on the Nundu. Harry pleaded, Sirius, I really don't think you should. Don't be such a baby, Sirius scolded while kicking his legs out with each successive jump as if he were on a trampoline. What's the worst that could happen? Harry slowly opened his eyes, having recognized the familiar sterile smell of a hospital, and the feel of starched sheets. He looked up and saw Sirius closing the door behind him. He glanced to his left and saw the other bed in the room was occupied by Hermione. "I've got muffins for everyone who's forgiven me," Sirius happily exclaimed. "Ha!" Hermione indignantly scoffed without even looking up. "I said I was sorry," Sirius pleaded. "You got banana nut?" Harry asked, trying to remember exactly why he was hospitalized again. "That's the spirit," Sirius cheered, handing Harry a muffin. "What about you, Hermione? Cream cheese or blueberry?" Hermione's anger deflated momentarily. "Did you say cream cheese?" Sirius happily passed her a muffin and watched as she greedily took a bite and sighed in contentment. "I knew you forgave me." Harry looked over and saw Hermione's hair looked a lot frizzier than he remembered, and he was briefly reminded of his former best friend. "My memory is still a bit fuzzy." "Yeah," Sirius agreed. "The healers said this might happen." Harry noticed Hermione wasn't as confused as him, but she was staying quiet. "I remember, oh crud, I remember an undo, and watermelons." "Yeah," Sirius said, plopping down into the chair next to Harry's bed, staying a safe distance away from Hermione. "Okay, listen. Since we're all going to heal and be just fine, I can safely tell you that it was hilarious." "My breasts are purple," Hermione scolded. "And I told you I'll believe that when I see it," Sirius shouted back. He gently added, "Please." Hermione harumphed and went back to giving Sirius the cold shoulder. "Maybe later then," Sirius continued. "But I mean, have you ever seen those slow-motion videos of a muggle standing in front of a cannon firing?" Harry heard Hermione pout again and looked back at his godfather. "What?" "Because it was just like that," Sirius cheered. "The way Hermione's body crumpled and her eyes bugged out when that watermelon came shooting out of the Nundu's mouth and slammed right into her stomach." Hermione was growling softly. "And a little bit of her chest," Sirius corrected. "Or so she claims." "I'm not showing you my tits," Hermione snapped. "That's not what the Daily Prophet says," Sirius playfully whispered to Harry. "What?" Harry questioned. "I mean what?" "What did you say?" Hermione asked, looking straight at Sirius. "Nothing," Sirius defended. "You were supposed to bring the newspaper. Where is it?" Hermione demanded. Sirius shook his head. "Not until you're nicer to me." "Can you just tell me why?" Harry paused. "Hang on, you were jumping up and down on the Nundu. That's why the watermelon blasted out of the dead Nundu's mouth." "You know that's one of those lines," Sirius idly commented, "that may never have been uttered before in all history." "So why am I hospitalized and you're not?" Harry asked. He looked over at Hermione. "You should have killed him, not me." Hermione looked at Sirius. "Day's not over yet." "Anyway," Sirius avoided Hermione's eyes and continued. "As it turns out, it appears the watermelon that had been blocking the airway and suffocated the Nundu also was holding back the last of the Nundu's poisonous breath." "Oh dear," Harry commented as images came back to him. He turned to Hermione. "I threw up on you, sorry about that." Hermione was growling again. "Yeah," Sirius agreed. "You too got the worst of the Nundu's breath. I got my stomach pumped, arm attached, a couple potions, and released after an hour." Harry looked down at his left arm. "So why is my arm bandaged?" "That's Hermione's fault," Sirius said, pointing his finger at the frowning young woman. Harry looked at her and saw no explanation or apology coming. "Huh. She wasn't crazy about being vomited on and shoved you." "He tripped," Hermione argued. "Maybe a little of both," Sirius agreed. "But you fell backwards right into the open mouth of our dead Nundu friend, impaled yourself on a fang." "That's right," Harry remembered with a smile looking at the bandage. "This will be even better than a tattoo with the matching basilisk scar on the other arm." "That was also when you managed to inhale the rest of the Nundu's breath," Sirius added. "Oh." "Anyways, through my quick thinking," Sirius continued. "Huh," Hermione scoffed again. "I knew we needed your power to apparate us back to London. So I grabbed my arm, rounded up Hermione, who was panicking. I think I was entitled to a little panic after you cracked 3 of my ribs," Hermione explained. And together we apparated into the lobby of St. Mungo's, Sirius finished. Which was especially entertaining, because you happened to bring the dead nundu you were impaled on with you. Nice, Harry cheered. Yeah, it was great, Sirius laughed. 2 people just fainted right at the sight of you all bloody, hanging halfway out a gigantic nundu's mouth. I was swinging my splinched arm around, demanding help and poking people. And then you 2 both started convulsing, classic. Good times. Excellent, Harry agreed and looked over to the horrified look on Hermione's face. You okay? That was not excellent, Hermione shrieked. That was not classic, that was stupid and that was dangerous. Potato, Sirius retorted. Didn't you have fun? No, Hermione said. You 2 even made my hair curl. Harry nodded. I was wondering if I was remembering that right. It gets frizzy when I'm stressed or worried, Hermione explained. I knew it, Harry triumphantly announced, having always suspected he was to blame for that. Sirius chuckled and jerked his thumb towards Harry. Imagine going to school with this one. Hermione paled and shook her head. My nerves would never have survived, let alone my hair. You're made of stronger stuff than you think, Sirius assured her. Hermione took that as a compliment and tried to smile. May I please see the paper now? Sirius reached into his inner robe pocket and asked, May I please see? No, Hermione answered immediately. Fine, Sirius agreed and handed over the Daily Prophet. Congratulations, we made the front page. Hermione accepted the paper and looked at the top article. Nundu hunt successful. 2 Lord Blacks and 1 Ministry employee were all it took to subdue the most dangerous magical creature known to wizard kind. I'm convulsing in the picture, Hermione complained. Harry's hanging out of the nundu's mouth and convulsing, so I don't think you really should be complaining, Sirius argued. Hermione quickly scanned the article that made the supposed hunt sound far more dramatic and dangerous. Her name was mentioned several times as part of the trio of hunters, but not in any way that offended her or made her sound bad. This is all wrong, but I don't see why you didn't want me to read this. Sirius looked at Harry briefly and quietly admitted, There's another article on page 3. Harry saw the hesitancy in Sirius' statement and looked over at Hermione as she hurriedly opened the prophet to page 3. What? Hermione shrieked. What the hell is this? She continued to mumble to herself as she read through the article. What is it? Harry asked Sirius, since it appeared Hermione wasn't going to be helpful. Turns out we're gay lovers, Sirius said with a shrug. Rita Skeeter seems to think we're both tops, and that's how we both managed to get the title of Lord. Harry furrowed his brow. What does that have to do with Hermione? Hermione interrupted as she loudly read. Once again, thumbing their noses at tradition, the Lords Black have chosen plain-looking muggle-born Hermione Granger to carry their gay baby. Who the hell does she think she is? Oh, I am going to give this Rita Skeeter a piece of my mind. Gay baby? Harry questioned. That's not even proper writing. It makes it sound like our baby is gay. Well, if you're gay and I'm gay, Sirius argued, then there's no way I'm raising any hetero baby, not if I have anything to say about it. That's our baby, Harry scolded. You will love it no matter what. See how easy that was, Sirius grinned. I'm the top, you're the bottom, acting like a sissy already. Why aren't you more upset by this? Hermione questioned, realizing Harry and Sirius were joking about the article. Harry looked at Sirius and back at Hermione. Because it's not true. Well, Sirius wavered. They were right in that just the 2 of us went out and bought muggle pregnancy tests together. Harry nodded. You know, that mixed with the whole dual lords thing isn't really too much of a stretch. That's not the point, Hermione insisted. These are outright bold-faced lies. Harry tried to calm her. Your picture is on the front page. People will know you're not plain-looking. Thank you, Hermione smiled at the compliment before going back on her angry rant. But reporters can't just make up stories because they want to. Sirius wagged his finger. You weren't this upset even though you said the front page article was all wrong. Well, if you want, Harry suggested. I'm pretty sure Rita Skeeter has the illegal animagus form of a beetle. You could use that to blackmail her. 2 wrongs don't make a right, Hermione argued. But 7 lefts do, Sirius helpfully added, earning a few odd looks. Or you could capture her in her animagus form and keep her locked in a jar for a year, Harry offered. Hermione frowned harshly. Not even you idiots are that cruel. Kidnapping and holding her hostage for a year is more than a touch extreme. Harry glanced at Sirius and shrugged. Besides, Hermione explained, people would notice she was missing and be looking for her everywhere. Harry rubbed his chin in thought. You'd think so, wouldn't you? No, Hermione shook her head decisively. I'm going to write a letter to the editor, and if they don't print a retraction, then I'm going to pursue a civil suit against her and the Daily Prophet. Harry was about to comment on how crazy that idea was when a healer entered the room. Our potions lab has just finished mixing your salve, Miss Granger, the healer said, while handing her a decent-sized white jar. The bruising was extremely deep, but rub this into the affected area twice a day, and it should be gone within a week. Thank you, Hermione replied. So am I free to go? Take it easy for the next day or so, but yes, the healer smiled as he turned to leave. You are free to go. She ran into the bathroom and changed into her cleaned robes. When she came back out, she looked over at Harry and Sirius and realized this was goodbye. Sirius offered, if you need any help with that rubbing. Stop! Hermione was fighting the urge to curse him and wondered just when she got so violent. I know, well, I suspect anyway, that you two had good intentions, but please, don't do me any more favors. She turned to walk out the door. Wait, Harry called out. At least you can appreciate your unfortunately boring life a bit more now, right? Hermione's face twitched at the phrase, but found herself quickly agreeing with the sentiment. Maybe. So if you ever need a dose of excitement, Harry offered, and given the look on her face added, perhaps a smaller one, something like dinner or a big brother to talk to the ex-boyfriend who can't take a hint. Just give us a shout, okay? Hermione's face softened, showing no real hard feelings. Give me a couple years to think it over. Goodbye, Harry, Sirius. Harry and Sirius waved goodbye as the Hermione of this world walked out of the room. There goes the mother of our gay baby, Sirius wistfully commented. Harry turned to Sirius. Whatever happened to the nonjon? Sirius smiled brightly. All taken care of, and I broke into Hermione's place and left her a present in her living room. Oh. No, not the Padfoot kind, Sirius clarified. She's got a brand new coffee table with 4 of the sturdiest legs with giant paws you'll ever see. Nice. Sirius shrugged. It should make for a good conversation piece. And us. Great big nonjon skin rug in front of the fireplace, Sirius said with a lecherous grin. And a mounted head that still has your blood on its teeth. Harry smiled just picturing it. Man, we're cool. Hard to believe we didn't completely win over Hermione yet, Sirius agreed. Harry shrugged. Yeah, I'm not sure the Hermione of this world is prepared to live in ours. No. But I know the Hermione I grew up with would definitely appreciate our efforts to loosen her up a bit. Harry frowned, assuming she wasn't completely jealous of her hair. Chapter 20. Are you sure this is the place? Harry nodded. You remember the oculomogy spell I taught you? Yeah, Sirius grumbled, but that one gives me a headache. Can't I just use the one I normally do, or the omnioculars? The one you normally use is the one built into the omnioculars. Perfect, Sirius cheered. How many times do we have to do this? But I like the omnioculars. I do too, Harry agreed. The omnioculars are great for heat signatures, seeing through solid objects, recording, playback, zooming, and settling arguments over estimated nipple size. But for seeing magic, only the simple and generic spells can be put on them. You could cast the same spell on a window, my glasses, or any other object. The spell I taught you goes deeper into optical perception for when you need to see the real differences in magics, the subtle nuances. Sirius frowned. This is going to be a learning experience, isn't it? Yes, and besides, What I'm about to do could just about blind you if you used your spell. Now come on, Harry urged. Sirius was pouting, but cast the spell over his eyes and turned towards Harry. Watch carefully, Harry said before clapping his hands together, sending out a wave of magic. Harry pointed over to their left. There, did you see it? Sirius looked in the direction Harry pointed. No, I didn't see anything. Look right there and pay attention, Harry said, clapping his hands together again. Sirius blinked. I missed it, do it again. Harry clapped out another heavier wave. Sirius turned to Harry hopelessly and complained, I don't see anything. Turn around, Harry said as he clapped and sent a wave behind them. See how various spots appear dependent on their innate absorption of the magic. Sort of, Sirius agreed. Now look this way, Harry said, repeating the gesture in the original direction. No spots, Sirius asked. That's what I'm supposed to see. Harry nodded. That is the sign of a weakened Fidelius charm. How could you possibly see? Sirius quickly changed directions, realizing what Harry said. We're breaking down a Fidelius. I didn't think that was possible. It only works when the secret keeper is dead, Harry explained. If you know the general area, you can find a spot that's hiding magic, then you flood the surroundings, and you can locate the keystone. If the secret keeper is alive, though, you won't get anything. How long did it take you to find this? Long enough, Harry said, walking up to where he believed the Fidelius to be. And you're sure this place is abandoned? Harry shrugged. It's an old bunker Grindelwald used for human experimentation. Some wizards, mainly women and children, though. Sirius turned to stare at Harry. Well, that's pleasant. Harry nodded. I'm going to flood the area. You should see the anchor stones start to light up. The red one is the keystone. When you know where the keystone is, blast the bloody hell out of it. Once it's moved enough, the Fidelius will come crashing down. Sirius felt a headache forming but nodded, keeping his eyes open. Do it to it. Harry cast a large-scale net and began to expel wild, unformed magic. On the scale required, Harry knew it would be tiring, but was confident he could manage it. Anytime you're ready, Sirius chided. You've got the easy part, Harry whined as his body began to tremble. He kept funneling more and more magic into his net, trying to ignore the exhaustion he felt. You want some sex to go with that wine? Harry snorted before grunting under the effort. Don't make me laugh. Sirius happily taunted. Well then, probably shouldn't look at my oof. Sirius crumpled to the ground as an invisible arm punched him in the crotch. Sirius' voice went up 2 octaves and squeaked out, You bastard. Damn it, Harry said, closing his eyes, trying not to lose his hold on the net. Come on, hurry up and blast it. Sirius took his sweet time getting back up, easily spotting the 5 anchor stones glowing brightly as the magic of the net became thicker. One of the points of the pentagon had turned pink and was unmistakably the keystone. None of them are red yet. Keep looking, Harry wheezed, forcing more magic out. Does dark pink count for anything? Padfoot, Harry snapped. Fine, Sirius grumbled as he carefully aimed his wand and fired 4 quick blasting curses one after the other. The sudden, precise jolt shifted the keystone just enough. The air around them lit up brightly, and Harry finally let go of his hold on the magical net. Oh, thank Merlin. Sirius watched entranced as multicolored sparks began to wink in and out of existence through the air. It started slowly with just a few specks here and there before turning into a shower of magic crashing down. A loud crack echoed around the clearing, and a thick metal door was visible where there used to be none. You're sure this thing is empty? Sirius asked, walking up to the rusty door. Wait, Harry panted out, hunched over, catching his breath. He dug up a pepper-up potion and swallowed it down. What is it? Sirius asked. Is the door booby-trapped? No, Harry said, shaking his head. There's nothing on the door, probably so you'll relax and let your guard down. So we're not going in the door. No, we are, Harry said, standing up and opening the door. Just, how do you feel about the sound of children screaming while being burnt alive? Sirius looked at Harry oddly. I suppose I would be against the sound of burning, screaming children. Harry waved Sirius on down the concrete stairwell. If this is anything like I expect, then, well, remember how I said Grindelwald used this for experimentation. Sirius stopped and looked at Harry. There's really creepy stuff and creepy kids in here, aren't there? Some of the experiments didn't exactly die. Frankly, I'm not sure they could, and it's very possible they've... Harry's voice dropped and he mumbled the words, "Benderned in na Livenafury." You mind repeating that so that I can understand it? Sirius insisted. You know I'm not moving until you do. I was saying it's likely there are mutated living in fairy children just inside that door, Harry said, pointing towards the end of the corridor they were in. Living in fairy, Sirius repeated incredulously. Why do dark wizards have to keep out-eviling each other? Harry shrugged. For the same reason they also act like peacocks, trying to be more dignified and slick-talking than everyone else. Sirius frowned. Uncontrollable homosexual urges. I was thinking daddy issues, Harry replied, but that was as good an answer as any. Fire kills them. Dark wizards, usually. Not dark wizards, Sirius grumbled. The living in fairy. Oh, them. Yeah, fire holds them back, Harry explained. I'm not so sure they can be destroyed considering the body keeps moving even if you cut off the head. Lovely, Sirius commented. Harry swirled his wand, creating a fire whip that encircled and protected his body. I'll go for the cube. You make sure the door doesn't close behind us. Sirius copied Harry's motion and was also surrounded by a spiral of fire. I can do that. Harry nodded. Ready. Sirius nodded back, keeping a constant distance between them so as not to burn each other. Go, Harry called out, swinging the door open and running into the dark chamber. He sent a Lumos charm up to the ceiling, illuminating the room, as several decaying zombie-like young girls all came to life. Sirius stood just inside the door, watching a dozen of the creatures focus their attention on Harry. He sent off a couple of basic incendio charms when a half-dozen of the freakish zombie children turned towards him. Sirius winced as they started screaming, but kept coming. He glanced over and saw Harry vault up the first step towards the altar at the end of the room. Harry took one step up the stairs when a blue spell came zipping out of the darkness and rammed into his abdomen with the force of a dozen bludgers. His cloak absorbed some of the impact, but he was launched bodily through the air, sliding to a stop halfway between the altar and Sirius. Harry groaned in extreme pain. Harry, Sirius asked curiously. Not part of the plan. Sirius saw the Inferi started chattering nonsensically and were quickly converging on Harry. Damn it, he swore, turning to the nearest Inferi. He released the ring of fire surrounding him and cast a cutting curse straight at the young girl's neck, slicing cleanly through. A banishing charm sent her body flying backwards, and he quickly grabbed her slimy head by the hair. He positioned it as a makeshift doorstop, holding the metal chamber's exit open. Sirius charged towards Harry, letting loose fire charms and whips the whole way. Stay down, he ordered, sending waves of fire straight over the top of Harry's body. Not a problem, Harry wheezed, grateful for the assistance. As soon as Sirius was close enough, he recast the ring of fire to protect himself and Harry from the screaming Inferi children. You okay? Sirius asked, noticing Harry had started to sit up before collapsing back to the ground. Why is it always my ribs that break? Sirius answered right away. Because your arm or leg would be much harder to deal with. Harry rolled over onto his belly. Good point. He was able to push himself up and smiled weakly at his godfather. Thanks. Sirius pulled Harry up to his feet. I didn't see what happened. Just saw you doing your impression of a watermelon in a Nundu's mouth. I don't know, Harry commented, putting pressure on his lower ribcage. He looked through the flames of Sirius' protection as a scraggly, ancient-looking figure emerged from the shadows. What the fuck? Sirius saw the pale, withered-looking man catch the light of the Lumos above. His flesh was similar to the Inferi, decaying horribly. He had an empty eye socket that appeared to be a black, bottomless pit. Does that guy look familiar to you? the old twisted man's posture shifted into a much more imposing stance. He lifted a thin, bony hand, and another blue spell erupted straight from his palm, headed straight for the Lord Black's. Harry's invisible magical arms grabbed the nearest mutant inferi and held it up in the path of the curse. It exploded with a wet shower of pungent decay as the half-blocked spell collided with them both. Sirius' fire shield dissipated as they were knocked to the floor. "Fuck," Sirius grumbled. Harry hurriedly cast 3 incendiary spells, setting the nearest approaching inferi alight with purple flames. "Get that fire shield around us," Harry instructed, as he cast a strong magical shield to deflect the next powerful blue spell headed their way. Sirius sent a line flames spiraling around them, preventing any inferi from reaching them as the old zombie wizard's spell reflected off Harry's shield and crashed into the ceiling. "Who or what is that thing?" Harry sent a blasting curse at the wispy old silent man. The pale figure just held the same hand up and absorbed the incoming spell. "Damn it," Harry swore. He glanced at Sirius and made sure the inferi weren't getting too close. "What it is, I'm really not sure. But who, well, I think that's the body of Grindelwald." "What?" Sirius squeaked, glancing at the man sending another blue spell their way. "I thought Dumbledore killed him." Harry shook his head and answered quietly over the still screaming young female inferi. "Not sure about this world, but in ours, Dumbledore defeated him. He just didn't exactly kill him." "What'd he do?" Sirius asked, flinching as another blue spell got a bit too close for comfort. Harry shrugged. "Albus Portrait didn't know the exact magic, and even if it did, it wouldn't have told me. But I'm pretty sure he sort of eradicated his soul." "Oh, is that all?" Harry shrugged. If the same thing happened here, and someone were to have tried resurrecting him, unaware of the condition of the former Dark Lord's everlasting soul, well, Harry nodded towards the decaying old wizard. "I reckon that might be what happens. No soul, no mind, just a dumb, powerful, semi-animated weapon." "Think we can take him?" Sirius questioned, sending flames towards more nearing inferi. Harry deflected another blue spell into far wall. It let out a loud clang as it hit, and the whole chamber shook. Harry sighed. "I think we better try soon, or he's going to bring this bunker down on top of us." "I don't suppose they forgot to protect the cube from summoning." Harry shook his head. "It looks like it takes the Grindel zombie a second or two to absorb spells, and he's chained to the wall. The closer we get, the harder it'll be to avoid those impact blasts. On the plus side, that's all it seems able to cast." Harry turned towards the loud inferi that kept coming. He shouted back, "And at least he's not screaming like these other bitches." Sirius saw how irritated Harry was getting and asked, "Feel better now?" "No," Harry frowned. "Shit!" He hurriedly tried to block the blue spell, just barely getting a shield up in time, though he was knocked off his feet, dangerously close to the flames of Sirius' fire cage. "Careful," Sirius warned, holding Harry back and helping him to his feet. "We're overthinking this one," Sirius said, canceling his ring of fire and tossing Harry his wand. "Cover me." Harry snatched the wand from midair as Sirius transformed into his animagus form and began to run straight towards the poorly animated corpse of Grindelwald. Harry used Sirius' wand to cast a fire whip that he swung over his head like a lasso, fending off screeching inferi children, while he used his own wand to send spell after spell towards Grindelwald. The decrepit wraith-like thing was too busy absorbing spells from Harry to cast anything at the large black dog sprinting towards him. Sirius bounded up the steps and leapt onto the altar. He grabbed Ravenclaw's cube in his mouth as his momentum took him sliding off the back side of the altar. Harry was trying to hold back all the inferi while still raining spells down on Grindelwald, but he was tiring too quickly. A blue spell rocketed at Sirius' back, but the animagus was running in so many random directions that it flew past, missing him and crashed into the ground. Unfortunately, the canine's surprise at the close call took him right into the path of Harry's fire whip. There was a loud sizzle as it burnt Sirius' tail. Sirius had a mouthful of Founder's artifact and could only whimper and whine as he barreled by Harry. He leapt straight over the slimy and fairy girl's head, still serving as a doorstop, and was clear of the hazardous chamber. Harry saw Grindelwald's body seem to be turning greener and shaking from all the magic it had absorbed. His instincts were telling him something bad was about to happen. He turned and ran right after Sirius, kicking the girl's head out of the way, as the heavy metal door clanged shut when an impact spell slammed into it. Sirius had transformed back and was rubbing his bottom with a painful wince. "You burnt my tail." "Not now," Harry snapped, pulling Sirius with him as he dashed for the exit. Sirius felt the bunker begin to shake and realized Harry running away was a sign he should be running too. He gripped the cube tighter and took the stairs 3 at a time up and out of the bunker. Harry swung the metal door shut and pulled the handle, sealing it closed. He relaxed momentarily and saw Sirius was as winded as he was. The ground rumbled threateningly, and Sirius looked at Harry. "Maybe we should." "Good idea," Harry agreed, and the two of them started to run further away from the bunker as the entire forest shook from the massive underground explosion. The metal door was launched high into the air as a column of pungent black and brown flames kissed the treetops. Harry had tumbled to the ground, right near Sirius, and was watching the night sky. He pointed out the falling door as it came crashing down, landing with a thud embedded into the soil. Harry once again let out the breath he had been holding and laid back tiredly. "What was that? Cover me." "It worked, didn't it?" Sirius said, handing the cube to Harry. Harry accepted one of Rowena Ravenclaw's less famous inventions and wondered if it had ever been coated in so much dog slobber before. "Yeah, it did." "You didn't have to burn my tail," Sirius grumbled, rubbing his sore bottom. Harry frowned. "And you didn't have to force me to cover you with my broken ribs without giving me a second's pause." Again with the whining, Sirius chided with a smile. "No one likes a wimp, Harry." Harry grumbled. "Come on, let's drop this off at home and get to St. Mungo's." Sirius stood up and helped Harry to his feet. "We really should look into hiring our own healer." Harry grunted his assent. "That's actually a good idea." Sirius' eyes glittered mischievously. "I bet Sarah would make a house call for you." "Die." Tonks moaned happily. "I swear the house elves must hide the good ice cream for you because it was never this tasty when I was a student." Lily licked her spoon and asked, "What flavor you got there?" Tonks turned her tub around to look at the handwritten label. "Butterscotch fudge chunk delight." "That is a good one," Lily said, snagging a spoonful from Tonks' tub. "Try this." Tonks scooped a heaping spoonful of swirled pink and white from Lily's tub. She put it in her mouth and let out a contented sigh. "That's nummy." "Cherry marshmallow cheesecake," Lily announced, pointing at her tub. "This one's low-fat frozen yogurt." "That's not low-fat," Tonks argued. "No way." "That's what the house elves tell me," Lily insisted. She tried to hide her little smirk as she added, "Although I may have instructed the house elves to lie to me a little bit." Tonks pat her chest a little bit and let out a loud, echoing belch. "Wow, that even tasted good the second time." Lily raised a curious eyebrow. "Are you challenging the champion?" "Let's see what you got," Tonks taunted. Lily opened her mouth and swallowed a gulp of air. She raised her hand and repeated with another gulp before letting loose a deep, reverberating burp, more than twice as loud and long as Tonks had been. A house elf appeared with a pop. "Did yous call for me, Missum Potter?" Tonks had to look away because she was struggling to hold back her laughter. Lily waved off the confused and curious elf. "No, Irma. If I did, I didn't mean to." "Okays," Irma the house elf happily replied and popped away. Tonks gave up holding back and outright laughed at Lily. Lily raised an arm in victory. "Still the king." "You summoned a house elf," Tonks said through her snickering. "That's a magical gift if I've ever seen one." "Not a gift," Lily insisted. "It took years and years of practice." "James must be so proud," Tonks said, wiping away a fake tear. She grabbed another spoonful from Lily's tub. Lily shook her head. "He'd probably ask Madame Pomfrey to give me a checkup." "Your husband doesn't know," Tonks gasped and mischievously grinned. What to do with this morsel of blackmail? What to do? You will do nothing, Lily said, shaking her spoon at Tonks. Unless you want your dad to hear about how lovely your graduation party really was. Oh, lordy, Tonks happily recalled. One of these days it'll be you calling me to bring clothes and bail money. Then I regain the upper hand. Lily smiled. Just think how much you've matured since those days. Tonks sighed. I really don't have any good blackmail material on you, do I? Lily shook her head proudly. I've got tons on Sarah, Tonks idly commented, but nothing juicy on you. You've got, Lily had to pause and squint, tilting to the side as she passed gas. You've got what on Sarah? Nuh-uh, Tonks retorted. It does me no good if I were to tell you. Come on, Lily urged, letting out another squeaking fart. You can tell me. Maybe once the statute of limitations has passed, Tonks cruelly hinted. She made a face and leaned back. You're putting some stink out. Lily shrugged, unconcerned. Ice cream always gives me the toots. Speaking of the toots, Tonks smoothly segued. What did you and Harry talk about when you two snuck off? Lily smirked. Why, Tonks Lupin, do I sense jealousy? Oh, please, Tonks shook her head. You're the last person I'd be jealous of when it concerns Harry. What's that supposed to? Lily stopped as her eyes widened. You know. Tonks blanched and tried to backtrack. No, what? What did he tell you? You know why we both feel weird around each other, Lily insisted. You know what he's hiding. I don't know what you're talking about, Tonks lied unconvincingly. Lily didn't believe her. Phooey, he's your lord too. Tonks shook her head. He only plays the lord card when it's advantageous for me. Of course you know what he's hiding, Lily realized. You've slept with him enough. I'm not sure enough is a word I would have ever used, Tonks said with a grin. Her smile faltered, suddenly remembering who she was talking to. So, Lily cajoled, what's it like, rough, gentle? Tonks began to feel uncomfortable. Is he big? Tonks began to feel really uncomfortable. Oh, relax, Lily said, swatting Tonks' shoulder at the face she was making. I would never cheat on James, but that doesn't mean you can't share all the juicy, carnal details. It's fine. It's more than fine, Lily argued. Or you wouldn't have kept coming back, 3, maybe 4 times. A few more than that, Tonks admitted. But it's not what you think. He's a friend. We go out drinking. Some nights I'll meet someone. Some nights I won't. It's the same for him. And on some of those nights when neither of us is going home with someone, we'll just go home together. If you say so, Lily half-heartedly agreed. Every unattached girl should have a spare wand she can call on when she needs it. Lily innocently asked, and just how many inches is that spare wand? Tonks chortled at having walked into that one. You are horrible. Just looking out for my girl, Lily grinned. You know I consider you family. I know, Tonks grinned, tilting to the side as she too let out a little flatulence. It's just weird talking to you about Harry. Why is it weird? It's just, Tonks stopped herself from saying too much. Never mind. You're the one who brought him up, Lily pointed out, scraping the bottom of her tub for one last spoonful. Well, I wanted to know what you thought of him, Tonks argued. But not because you're feeling protective or jealous over him, Lily said. No more protective or jealous than I would over Jimmy, Tonks assured her. Like you said, we're family, and so is Harry. Tonks quickly added, for me. I certainly hope you don't have the same sort of feelings for Jimmy that you do for Harry, Lily warned. He has gotten pretty cute, Tonks playfully commented. Tonks. I'm just kidding, Tonks assured her, raising both hands in surrender. In case you forgot, I changed more than a couple of Jimmy's diapers. Lily grumbled. You probably changed more than his father did. But if you really want to know, Tonks said, I was asking what you thought of Harry so that I could make fun of him next time I see him, not because I'm jealous. Lily was scrutinizing Tonks, trying to figure out what exactly that implied. Truthfully, I'm not sure what to make of him. He's a good guy, Tonks assured her. He's definitely cute, Lily admitted. In some ways, he reminds me of how I envisioned James to be. Tonks knew she was treading into dangerous territory. Really? She said, unable to keep the squeak from her voice. Lily nodded. You never really knew us that well before we lost our Harry, but James was a lot more. She paused, trying to think of the best word. Happy. He laughed all the time and got into a lot of harmless trouble. When he was with Sirius, not your lord, but Harry's godfather Sirius, those two caused so much havoc. Kinda like the way the two Lord Blacks are, now that I think about it. Tonks smiled sadly, silently urging Lily to continue. I never realized just how much of that was Sirius' influence on him, Lily admitted. Losing Harry was enough to break both of us, but losing his best friend too. It was like James decided he had to grow up in an instant. In some ways, I think he blamed Sirius as much as he blamed himself for Harry's death. Tonks nodded. I've heard some stories from Dad and seen pictures, but even still it's hard to imagine James that way. I love my husband dearly, Lily agreed. But even I sometimes think he needs a little more. She swallowed another mouthful of air and let loose a thick, guttural burp. Tonks snickered happily. You are the king. The two women looked up as Sarah Potter walked in the room. Sarah saw her mother and Tonks lying on opposite ends of the couch in Lily Potter's staff quarters. She sniffed the air twice and frowned. Have you been eating ice cream? Tonks and Lily both just laughed in response. I take it Dad's not here. Lily shook her head. He's working late tonight. Well, in that case. Sarah looked both ways and pushed out her stomach as she let fly a fart that put even Lily's belching to shame. Good Lord, Tonks snickered. I've been holding that in since lunch, Sarah explained as she walked over towards the chill cabinet and grabbed a tub of ice cream. Yeah, Lily smiled weakly. At that, my daughter is the king. It sounded like you were drowning a kelpie, Tonks vividly described. Tell me about it, Sarah grumbled, plopping down into the empty chair. You know, one time I actually summoned a house elf. Tonks just laughed and pointed at Lily. How was your day? Lily asked, not in the mood to explain to her daughter. Tiring, Sarah said, digging into her tub of double mocha peanut butter. I think I pissed Poppy off. She made me clean and organize the entire storeroom. Better than bedpan duty, Tonks offered. Don't remind me, Sarah said with a grimace. Her face brightened as she turned to Tonks, but I ran into someone very interesting at the Hog's Head the other night. Oh yeah, Tonks asked, glancing towards Lily. Sarah smiled devilishly, and she swallowed a mouthful of ice cream. A certain adorably cute Lord Harry Black was flirting with me. What? Tonks scoffed out before she could stop herself. Lily and Sarah both turned towards Tonks. Lily smirked. Care to revise your opinion on jealousy? Tonks opened her mouth, unable to think of what to say. Relax, Sarah assured her. Nothing happened, not that I was opposed to the idea. But he got all freaked out when he realized who I was and who my parents were. Thanks a lot for that, Mum. The relief on Tonks' face was clear as day. Lily noticed it and asked, if it's not jealousy. It's not, Tonks interjected. Then it must be that something else you know, Lily added. Care to share? Tonks bit her bottom lip and added, you know what? Let's go with jealousy. You're no fun, Lily pouted and turned towards her daughter. And you, young lady, need to stop thinking about Lord Harry Black that way. What's going on? Sarah asked, waggling her spoon between Tonks and her mother. There's something funny about him, Lily explained, and saw Tonks wasn't going to be forthcoming. Tonks knows what it is. What is it? Sarah asked curiously. Tonks shook her head. No way, my lips are sealed. So you do know his secrets, Lily grinned victoriously. Tonks pretended to zip her lips shut and shook her head. The two female Potters were all set to pounce on Tonks, who was increasingly feeling as if she were cornered. She was saved by the appearance of James Potter. I've been doing paperwork for 7 hours straight, James complained as he walked into his wife's quarters. And good Lord, what's that smell? Lily flashed a look at Tonks and Sarah, calmly answering, Your son let off a dung bomb earlier. James shook his head. I swear it's those Lord Blacks. They're a bad influence on him. You know what? It's late, Tonks said, jumping up. I should get going. See you tomorrow, boss. Night, Lily, Sarah. Good night, Tonks, James said as she hurried out the portrait. He walked back towards the bedroom, taking off his wand holsters as he went. He stuck his head back in the front room and added distastefully, "It was a super dung bomb, wasn't it?" Lily had to gulp and cover her mouth to hide her amusement. James smiled at his wife, turning back towards the bedroom. You and your dainty little burps. Bellatrix cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the darkened room. Huh. Hundreds of portraits covered all four walls like a rogue's gallery of angry and disgruntled stares. Well, that's different. She's a Black, Phineas Nigellus announced from his frame by the door. Have you come to help us? A harsh-looking old woman asked. Bellatrix frowned. Help you with what? She doesn't know, Phineas explained, narrowing his eyes at Bellatrix. Those two lords of yours have locked and bound us all to our frames. Bellatrix looked around the room, recognizing many names and families, suddenly putting two and two together. Oh. Yes, Phineas mocked. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to be in here, Bellatrix admitted. She saw the look on Phineas' face and added, And what are you doing here? You're a Black. Those thieves are trying to enslave Portrait's loyalty to create some sort of cockamamie spy network, Phineas explained. But you're a Black, Bellatrix repeated. Weren't you painted and charmed to the family? One of his portraits was, Harry answered from the door. But that's the frame I swiped from the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Oh, Bellatrix turned around and saw Harry did not look pleased. I'm not supposed to be here, am I? You shouldn't have even been able to find this room, Harry said with a frown. I asked Creature if there were any other rooms to explore, and he led me here. Creature, Harry shouted. Creature didn't appear with a pop but slowly walked down the hall, grumbling to himself, stopping outside the door. Stupid mudblood master, yelling louder. Creature doesn't care. Punish Creature. Creature will make Bobbies cry. Shut up, Harry ordered forcefully. Yes, master, Creature acquiesced despite being clearly proud of his actions. Harry was tempted to just punt the troublesome servant, but restrained himself. Bellatrix suggested, I'll kill him if you don't want to. Harry paused to consider the offer. I'm trying to quit smoking, drinking, and the unforgivables for the duration of my pregnancy, but one little curse here and there shouldn't hurt. Harry looked over at Bellatrix. Or you could just obliviate him, she said. Creature looked up in surprise. You know how to memory charm house elves. Obliviate, Harry instinctually cast on Creature. I really wish people would stop saying that. What's up? Sirius asked, walking down the hall. He saw Bellatrix looked ashamed. What's she doing here? Creature let her here, Harry said. I thought he couldn't even get in, Sirius said, keeping his guard up. Harry looked over at Bellatrix. He probably can't, Bellatrix admitted. He snapped his fingers, opening the door when I couldn't see it. Sirius glanced at Bellatrix warily and whispered to Harry, Does she? I think she's probably figured it out, Harry skeptically replied, wondering if his godfather was drunk. You're thieves, a portrait shouted. The pureblood bandits. Death Eater bandits, Sirius shouted back. That's never been proven. Almost 24 portraits screamed back in unison. Who are you trying to convince? Sirius argued loudly. Guys, Bellatrix interjected. My lords. Harry pulled Sirius away and shut the door to the portrait room, silencing all the extra voices immediately. He turned to Bellatrix expectantly. I know I've sworn loyalty, Bellatrix said, but if it's all the same to you, I think you should obliviate me. Harry and Sirius looked at each other in surprise. You didn't want me to know this. I didn't want me to know this, and I think we're all better off if I don't know this, she explained. Harry and Sirius just stared at Bellatrix, waiting for the catch. Idiot masters probably can't even cast a memory charm, Creature grumbled to himself. Shut up, you wretched little turd nugget, Sirius snapped. We've obliviated you plenty. Creature's head snapped up. You know how to memory charm. Obliviate, Harry tiredly cast on the disgruntled house elf. God damn it, Sirius. You make me do that too many times and it'll fry his brain. Sirius glanced at the glassy-eyed elf. And that would be bad, why exactly? Harry opened his mouth before snapping it shut with a click. He looked at Creature and instructed, "Go to the top floor and clean the attic. Don't leave that floor unless we call for you." Creature popped away instantly, unable to creatively interpret such a clear and specific order. "That bugger's become a liability," Sirius said. Harry nodded. "I know." "Hello," Remus yelled out from the living room. "Sirius, Harry, Bellatrix, anyone home?" "Go stall Moony," Harry instructed. "I'll obliviate her and be right out." "Oh, come on, I wanted to," Sirius begged. Harry turned to Bellatrix. "Your call." "Harry," she said immediately. "Good call," Harry said with a grin. "Bitch," Sirius snapped. "You're just jealous because she likes me more than you," Harry retorted. Sirius frowned before smiling and patting Harry on the back. "Thanks, Harry. I feel better when you put it like that." Sirius turned and walked towards the living room. "I'm here, Moony." Bellatrix sighed. "You're never going to like me, are you?" Harry shrugged. "To be honest at this point, it doesn't have much to do with you. We just like not liking you. Although I do know one way you could get into me and serious good graces." "Yeah," Bellatrix asked hopefully. "Actually, why don't you tell me after obliviating me?" "Good point," Harry agreed, drawing his wand and freezing her in place. "Hey, Padfoot," Remus greeted. "Where is everybody? Bellatrix wasn't in her room." "I don't know," Sirius said, scratching his chin. "You think she rejoined the Death Eaters?" "Sirius," Remus tiredly said, showing he was not amused. "Oh, relax," Sirius said. "Harry's with her. They just had to do something real quick. They'll be out in a second." "What did they have to do?" Remus asked. Sirius hesitated for a moment, trying to think of a suitably funny and insulting response. "Padfoot," Remus sighed. "Just tell me the truth. Is it about the baby?" "Yes," Sirius answered immediately. "It's about the baby." "You're lying." "Yes," Sirius replied without pause. "I'm lying." "I'm going to check on her," Remus said, getting worried. "Wait," Sirius said, stopping him. "What?" "Don't interrupt them," Sirius said. "Why not?" "Because I'm supposed to stall you." "That's it," Remus decided. "I'm checking on her." "How you doing, Moony?" Harry said, walking into the living room. "Harry," Remus asked, "what did you do to her?" Harry frowned at Sirius. "What did you tell him?" "Nothing," Sirius insisted. "I was just stalling him." "You know telling someone you're stalling them," Harry criticized, "is poor stalling technique." "Lying didn't work too well either," Sirius admitted with a shrug. "Will someone just give me a straight answer?" Remus whined. "I had to obliviate her," Harry said. "That's all." "What?" Remus asked in confusion. "Why would you obliviate her?" "Because I asked him to," Bellatrix replied, entering the room. "There you are," Remus said in relief. "Wait, why would you ask him to?" Bellatrix shrugged. "If I knew the answer to that, then he probably didn't do a very good job obliviating me." Remus frowned. "And you're okay with that?" "They're my lords," Bellatrix admitted with a shrug. "If they were willing, I'm sure I had a good reason." "You want to watch a movie?" Harry asked Sirius. "Yeah," Sirius said. "Moony's probably just going to poke the little fetus in the eye. Put up a silencing charm, would you?" "We're not gonna," Remus defended. Bellatrix interjected. "We're not." Remus quickly looked at her and shut up. He weakly added, "Never mind," as Bellatrix dragged him up to her room. Sirius just shook his head. "That's one fucked up couple." "You are quite the matchmaker," Harry said, as they walked into the Muggle room with their home theater. Sirius flopped down into the couch. "Yeah, when my pranks backfire, they backfire big." "You know, I said I'd give her a shot to get in our good graces," Harry said, peering around the corner towards Bellatrix's door. Sirius paused to think it over and asked, "She's getting a new face." Harry shook his head and cast a spell on her bedroom door. "Nope." Immediately, the sounds coming from the bedroom were magnified and echoing throughout Grimmauld Place. Bodies shifting and moving could be heard quite clearly in the midst of some heavy breathing. "If you want, I still have that memory," Sirius said, recalling the time he'd silently observed them waiting for Remus to notice him. "SHH," Harry shushed, listening in. "Oh, Remus," Bellatrix moaned happily. "Oh, Moony." Sirius made a face and quietly asked, "She calls him Moony." Harry held up a hand, urging Sirius to stay quiet. "Oh, Bellatrix," Remus moaned her name out. Bellatrix stopped. "Never mind." "What?" Remus asked worriedly. "What is it?" "It's nothing," Bellatrix assured him. "Keep going." "Is it the baby?" No, Bellatrix answered immediately. "It's just—" "What?" Remus asked, clearly awaiting an answer. Well, Bellatrix sighed. "You're pronouncing my name wrong." Sirius looked at Harry, who held up a finger to shush him. "I'm pronouncing it wrong," Remus asked weakly, "but I've always pronounced it Bellatrix." "It's all right," Bellatrix assured him. "I don't really mind that much." Remus was perturbed. "Well then, how do you pronounce it?" Harry turned to glance at Sirius, while Bellatrix's voice got all husky and sexy. "It's pronounced Billy Trucks." "What?" "Billy," Bellatrix heaved out the name as she slapped Remus on the ass. "Trucks." "Billy Trucks," Remus repeated in disbelief. "Since when?" "It's always been pronounced Billy Trucks," Bellatrix assured him. "Always been?" Remus stopped and put two and two together. "Harry!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Harry and Sirius winced at the loud shout. "Silencing charm," Bellatrix reminded just as Harry turned around and cancelled the spell on her door. Remus came bursting out of her room, wrapped in only a sheet. "Harry!" Harry was shushing Sirius, who was biting his tongue, trying not to laugh. "What's up, Moony?" Harry asked innocently. "Billy Truck's not giving you any trouble, I hope." "Harry," Remus scolded. "She trusted you." "Well, that wasn't very smart," Sirius mumbled. "Billy Trucks," Harry greeted, looking over Remus' shoulder. "You know what this is about?" Bellatrix stood there completely naked. "No idea." "This is about," Remus started before noticing Bellatrix was naked and Sirius was starring. "Put something on." "You know you're a black Billy Trucks," Harry said. "You don't have to take orders like that from anyone." "Stop calling her that," Remus snapped. "Her name is Bellatrix." "I think I know my own name," Bellatrix said with a frown, putting her hands on her hips. "I think you need to put some clothes on." "I think it's impressive Remus still has an erection." "I think," Harry paused and turned back to Sirius. "Really, the erection is what you're thinking about." Bellatrix raised her hand. "It's what I'm thinking about." Sirius nodded with a smile. "Okay, now I'm thinking about Billy Trucks again." "Stop thinking about her," Remus squeaked, turning around and trying to block Bellatrix from view. "Your name is Bellatrix. Harry obliviated you and is playing a cruel joke." "Are you sure?" Bellatrix asked skeptically. "Yes, I'm sure," Remus insisted. Bellatrix tilted her head curiously. "You don't think maybe I'm pranking you, trying to get them to like me better?" "No, Remus stopped at the smile on her face and saw Harry and Sirius were grinning brightly. Oh, you're good." "And naked too," Sirius cheered with a big thumbs up. "Fantastic." Remus could tell he'd been had, and found himself smiling as much as everyone else. Bellatrix looked down to where Remus was holding the sheet up. She put a hand on his chest and softly raked her nails down. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "I am," Sirius answered confidently. "I do believe so." Remus opened up his sheet and pulled Bellatrix's naked body up next to his so that they could both be wrapped up. Harry watched them wiggle back towards Bellatrix's room. He picked up the remote and saw Sirius was still grinning. "Old naked horny people can be pretty cute." "Yeah," Sirius admitted before his face contorted. "Wait, no, we're supposed to hate her." "We like Moony," Harry offered, "and we like naked." Sirius seemed to accept that rationalization. "I guess that makes it okay." Albus had been sitting in his office, pondering the mystery of the Lord's Black. The Dark Lord Voldemort had been tentative in his actions for several months, but ever since the Dark Lord's very public defeat at their hands, he'd essentially disappeared completely. Without the need for reactions to the Dark Lord's actions, Albus had a lot more time to spend musing on the enigmatic young heads to the Black family. Albus had been unable to locate any information on their past at all. He was nearly certain they weren't from anywhere in the United Kingdom, but he had yet to find any indication on where they came from. Even their accents seemed genuine, though Albus knew that could be accomplished through magic. No accredited schools of magic reported any former students matching either of their descriptions. It was almost as if they didn't exist until a couple months ago. Their behavior and interaction with others, in particular the Lupins and Potters, was intriguing, but both of those families had recent history with the Blacks. Albus felt there was something he was missing, but he couldn't quite put it all together. His silent musings were interrupted by a whistle and burst of smoke from one of the many objects cluttering his desk. He immediately leapt to his feet and headed out towards the forbidden forest to see what this particular informant had to say. Albus masked his presence as he walked. He knew very well that this man was Alan Weston, despite Weston's attempts to hide his identity. But if a disloyal Death Eater felt more comfortable behind a supposed veil of secrecy, Albus wasn't going to shatter his delusions of privacy. "Good evening," Albus greeted, appearing in a quiet moonlit clearing. "Listen," Alan Weston softly said as he looked both ways. "I don't have long." Albus' eyes unfocused while turning his head from left to right. "You haven't been followed." "Neither have you," Alan retorted, acting insulted that the headmaster still treated him like an amateur. Albus smiled and inclined his head. "What can I do for you?" "I'm guessing you heard," Alan explained. "The meeting with the bloodsuckers went as expected." Albus nodded. "I had heard, but it's nice to see you've returned in good health." "The Dark Lord's attention hasn't been on the Ministry, your order, or even the man in black," Alan said. "No." Alan shook his head. "He's been getting all the texts and information he can on researching parallel dimensions." Albus' eyebrows rose at not having heard this yet. He just nodded, urging Alan to continue. "From what I've seen, he's been singularly focused on them. Recent theories, ancient scrolls, how or where they exist, everything," Alan explained. "I don't know if he's recruiting help or planning to take a trip, but I thought you should know." Albus nodded, processing the information. "I am glad you told me." "I should go," Alan said, looking over his shoulders into the darkness. "You know how to contact me if you need to." "Indeed I do," Albus replied, trying to think of why the Dark Lord was researching parallel dimensions with such determination. "Take care of yourself." Alan pulled his cloak tighter and took off on a brisk walk into the darkness. Albus turned and began to slowly walk back towards the castle. He knew the Dark Lord wouldn't be so single-minded on merely gaining a new advantage. Voldemort was too cautious for that. Albus knew if the Dark Lord was as focused as Alan claimed, then it was because the Dark Lord feared something. He couldn't understand why the Dark Lord would fear a parallel dimension. Albus gasped loudly and stopped where he was. Suddenly everything started to make sense, including the mystery of the Lord Blacks. The Dark Lord didn't fear a parallel dimension. He feared a traveler from a parallel dimension, especially one so powerful that he could stand up to the Dark Lord. Albus smiled at the idea that Sirius and Harry Black really did just appear mere months ago, most likely both travelers from another dimension. Albus had just started walking again when he paused in surprise once more. It finally dawned on the headmaster that the Dark Lord did not fear dimension traveler Lord Harry Black. The Dark Lord feared a full-grown Harry Potter, godson of Sirius Black, and viable subject for the prophecy of the Dark Lord's downfall. Albus had a skip in his step and a smile on his face as he hurried back to his office, wondering how best to utilize this new information. Chapter 21. Harry's bad mood was plain to see as he childishly stomped into the kitchen. Sirius looked up from the Daily Prophet and smiled at Harry. "No luck." Harry grunted negatively. "Maybe I can help," Sirius offered. don't need to be laughed at, Harry grumbled. And it's not like you could keep an eye out for me. True, Sirius agreed. But between the two of us, I'm the only one who's successfully mastered the animagus transformation. Harry frowned, unable to disagree with that. All right then, have you got any ideas on how to make this work? Because nothing I've tried has worked. Sirius folded up the paper, relishing the opportunity to be a proper godfather. So what have you been trying? Now that I know my form, I've been trying to self-transfigure my fingers and hands first. Sirius frowned. And how's that working out for you? Harry shrugged. One time my fingers got really blurry, but I was already dizzy and hit my head earlier, so that might have been nothing. Yeah, Sirius slowly drew out the word. I think you're going about this all wrong. I assume you have a suggestion, Harry added. Or else that was awful advice. I do, Sirius said. You're still thinking of the exercises and steps necessary for normal animagi. Most people have to think about things like structural and physical differences that need to be treated with caution. That's why you're supposed to magically determine how to bridge the gaps between your two different outer shells. Outer shells, Harry said doubtfully. Yes, outer shells, Sirius repeated. You are Harry and only Harry. Harry was born a wizard and has had the outer shell of a wizard for all of his life. He now also has the option of another outer shell. Did you actually study this stuff, or just take some really good drugs you found in a desert? Do we need to do a show of hands again to remind people which of us can do this? Sirius retorted with a condescending look. As I was saying, outer shells, this is important. You have to stop thinking of yourself as a wizard first. You are Harry first and a wizard second, just like I am Sirius first and a wizard second. And occasionally I'm Sirius first and a bad dog second. Always thinking of your own identity first is how you exert control over your different shell's instincts. Sirius rubbed his chin in thought. Not really sure what a ghost's instincts would be. Maybe being generally depressing and having a slightly superior attitude. That's not how ghosts are, Harry argued, feeling oddly defensive. Anyways, Sirius continued, for most people, it's the small amount of success they get from seeing their hand turn into a paw or whatever that opens their mind to the possibility. To really grasp the idea that you are as much a dog or a ghost as you are a wizard. And there's like a mental switch that is flipped. You know, not only is it possible, but it's real and it's you. Once you hit that, it just takes months and months of practice to fully transform your whole body. You think I'm going to need months and months of practice? No, Sirius assured him. I don't think you're going to need hardly any practice at all. I think once you flip that switch, you'll transform instantly. I don't think there will be any gradual change from corporeal and alive to incorporeal and not exactly alive. But I do think, Sirius grinned brightly, I do think figuring out how to flip that switch and then control it is going to be a lot harder for you. Great, Harry sighed. I'd kind of guessed that much on my own. My question is how. Will it? Sirius firmly replied. Will it? Yup, Sirius said. There's no secret incantation, no special place inside you, no spirit animal or totem to guide you. You simply will it. That's what I've been trying to do for the past week, Harry insisted. It's why I keep getting headaches and crapping bloody diamonds. I spend so much damn time just concentrating as hard as I can on willing it that my crap has turned into granite. Sirius chuckled in commiseration. I tried sniffing James and Peter's bums just to get in the right frame of doggy mind. Did that help? Not so much, no. Harry closed his eyes. Thank you for telling me a pointless story that put the image of you sniffing Wormtail and my dad's butts permanently into my head. You're very welcome, Sirius replied happily. And you know, your body reacted instinctively once already. We could try and force the issue again. You want to try to kill me? If it'll help, Sirius said, flashing a grin. It won't, Harry grumbled. Unless you actually were to put my life in genuine danger, I'd know it's a fake, and I'm not ready to risk dying just to try and control my form. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Alive is still better than dead, and alive but grievously injured, I'd like to avoid for as long as possible. That's just it, Sirius said. For your ghost side, alive shouldn't be better than dead. I'm not willing to get a death wish, Harry argued. Hey, Sirius pondered aloud. What if, when you were a baby, you got killed and turned into a ghost? Harry closed his eyes. Stop. Sirius ignored the interruption. But you had enough magic and transformed yourself back into a living baby. Stop, please. And so now you're more like a ghost, with a wizard alternate form, and have been unknowingly living in your secondary form for decades, Sirius added with a grin. Like Wormtail did. Just stop. It makes so much sense, Sirius nodded, thinking back to what he knew of Harry. I mean, hundreds of mothers would have sacrificed themselves out of love for their own children. Why would Lily be able to? Sirius, Harry snapped. Stop, I'm not dead, I'm alive, boy who lived, dumb name, but accurate. Ahem. Besides, I didn't die. The spell rebounded off me and hit him. Oh yeah, Sirius realized. It couldn't have hit you normally, so what kind of shield did Lily? A blood ritual of binding, Harry explained. It was probably done when we first went into hiding, because when Voldemort killed her, it sealed the binding on me. If anyone else had killed her, that's who the binding would have protected me from. A blood ritual, Sirius repeated. But she was your mother. You're already as blood-connected as you can be. That part neither I nor Hermione could figure out, Harry admitted with a shrug. But I'm not dead. I'm thinking, Sirius mused. Do me a favor, close your eyes. Harry looked at him dubiously. Just trust me, Sirius begged in irritation. All right, Harry agreed, squinting his eyes shut. What am I doing? A giant deafening boom sounded just behind Harry's right ear. Harry slapped a hand over his severely stressed ear. What the hell? Damn, Sirius said with frown. I can't hear you, Harry shouted back at Sirius while gently putting pressuring on his ear. Sirius rolled his eyes. I said. Another massive explosion of sound erupted this time, right next to Sirius, sending the older man sprawling to the floor in the other direction. Not so funny now, is it? Harry shouted at Sirius. I can't hear you, Sirius exclaimed back, rubbing his ear, wondering if he should be worried at the small amount of blood trickling out his ear. Truce. What? Harry screamed back, rubbing his ear as well. What? Sirius asked, cleaning out his good ear. I can't hear you, Harry responded. What did you say? I said I can't hear you. What? This is stupid. Sirius frowned. Don't call me kid, I was trying to help you. Harry looked at Sirius in surprise, drying the elf puke. Just stop trying to understand me. You have no idea what I'm saying. I give up, Harry said, shrugging in resignation. I'm done trying to understand you. I have no idea what you just said. Sirius sighed, shaking his head at Harry. I hate you. Harry looked at Sirius curiously, wiggling his pinky in his ear. What kind of soup? Cream of cock and balls, Sirius replied, moving his lips excessively, mocking Harry's inability to hear clearly. Is that French, cock-ox bales? Sirius looked at Harry doubtfully. I'm not a huge fan of creamy ones, but if you get a big chunk of meat in my mouth, I'll take a cream. Sirius's eyes widened, and jaw dropped at double meaning. Harry slammed an invisible arm right into Sirius' throat, sending the man into a coughing fit. You really think I wouldn't recognize the words cock and balls? Have some faith in me, Sirius. Damn it, Sirius croaked out while rubbing his throat. A raspy, tinged voice snapped. That really hurts. Maybe you should have thought of that when you were deafening me, Harry retorted. I was trying to scare you, Sirius explained. You know, maybe frighten you half to death. You're an idiot. Yeah, but if it had worked, I would have been a genius. I don't think I want to know the kind of world where you count as a genius. Laugh it up. That wouldn't be a world where up is down. That'd be a world where up is jello. Look, buddy, last time you were thinking about becoming an animagi, you were fearful for your life, and possibly your life really was in danger. Scaring the bloody form out of you, Sirius trailed off in thought. He snapped back to reality. Jello on the ceilings is a damn good idea. I'm going to talk to Mooney about making a charm or a wheeze. Harry looked at his godfather in consternation. Wow, Sirius, thanks for all the help. I'm really glad we had this talk. Sirius either completely missed or ignored the sarcasm. You're very welcome. Having accomplished his mission, he turned and walked right out of the room. Harry leaned back in his chair and pulled out an animagi text that he'd read several times before. He glanced at the door, briefly considering the idea of scaring the form out of him. He was on high alert, expecting Sirius to attempt to frighten him again. Harry reread the passage and set the text down. He took a deep breath and made the decision to try again. He stood up in the middle of the room and went through his exercises. He was blocking out as much outside noise as possible, focusing on how different it had felt to be a ghost. The stillness of everything, the enveloping silence, the foreign sensation of solid matter. His brow was covered in sweat as he continued concentrating solely on the animagus transformation. He was so single-minded, he didn't even hear her the first time. What are you doing? Ginny repeated louder, sticking her head over Harry's right shoulder. Harry's heart just about stopped at the sound of her voice. He spun around defensively and instinctively started to bullshit. Listen, I can explain. Harry's explanation came to a sudden halt when his arm swung around and connected solidly with a slap across Ginny's cheek. Harry whimpered in surprise but looked down and saw he was still solid. He hadn't transformed, as he had feared. He then considered the fact that he just slapped a ghost and wondered the odds Ginny might not have noticed. On second thought, now might not be the best time for explanations. Ginny rubbed her cheek in glorious amazement. She crept forward faster than Harry could backpedal and stuck her hand straight through his heart. When her fingers met no resistance, Ginny frowned and pouted. Awa, I thought we were finally permitted to touch each other. Oh, thank Merlin, Harry whispered a quiet prayer. He looked down at his hands and reached out, horrified to discover he'd just poked Ginny in the tit. Ginny gasped at the sensation. She looked at Harry's hand in awe. That's not right, Harry announced, looking at his hand angrily. You're a ghost. I shouldn't be able to. Harry stopped in surprise as his hands met no resistance at all. He walked through Ginny's incorporeal body. He poked a finger through her shoulder and felt nothing. Immediately after pulling his finger back, he poked again, this time touching solid shoulder, eliciting a gasp from the young ghost. You know what this means, Ginny sang merrily as she spun in a circle. I could guess. It means I still can't hold you, but you can hold me. I guessed wrong. Ginny hopped up in front of him with her arms wide open. Hold me, Harry. Harry tucked his hands under his armpits. No thanks. Harry, Ginny whined. Maybe some other time, Harry evasively offered. When? Ginny demanded. Never. Ginny didn't care for that suggestion and sought middle ground. Maybe some other time. Harry smiled. That's just what I was thinking. Ginny moved over to perch on the side of the chair nearest to Harry. I'm here, you know, just in case you want to touch me. I'm cool with it. I'll keep that in mind, Harry said. So, Ginny conversationally began, I don't suppose that bull-dyke man-hatting bartender version of me got kissed by a Dementor any time recently. Harry looked at Ginny a little worriedly. Because I mean, if there's just a perfectly good spare Ginny Weasley body around, I've got dibs. No, Harry answered her earnestly. No Dementor kisses, I just saw her a couple nights back. Chin up, Harry, Ginny said, trying to hold Harry's hand. She smiled softly. There's still time. Harry wondered if he was going to develop ghost-like characteristics, such as dementia or wishing death on others. Hey, Ginny, what's it like being a ghost? Harry, I'm soul-bonded to you, Ginny assured him. I'm only a ghost for now. I'm waiting for you to get this madness out of your system before we spend the rest of eternity together. So a lot of lying to yourself and constantly avoiding the glaringly obvious issue, Harry replied. Not bad at all. There's a healthy amount of spying on naked people too, Ginny corrected. That's always fun, Harry agreed, liking the prospects of ghosthood more and more. Why do you ask? Ginny inquired. And were you doing animagus exercises when I walked in? The color drained from Harry's face as he tried and failed to mask his emotions. No, he squeaked. No. What is this? The Spanish Inquisition. Harry snapped as he got up and stomped away. Ginny gasped joyously. You know your form, don't you? She saw the look on Harry's face. You do, that's great, so what is it? It's, Harry stalled. What? Ginny scoffed. Oh, come on, it's not like your form is a ghost. Harry stumbled back, and his body let out a poof of displaced air at her dishearteningly accurate guess. He looked down at his arms and hands and saw straight through the translucent light of his ghostly form all the way to the floor. He looked back up at Ginny and saw the female ghost had been shocked into a stupor. Without another word, the ghostly form of Harry turned tail and ran out of the room and down the hall. Harry, Ginny called out, chasing after him, floating straight through the walls. She quickly caught back up to him. Harry, wait. Harry could feel Ginny gaining on him and took a quick right, heading down the stairs. Ginny just floated straight down, while Harry ran the long way down the curving staircase. He hit the bottom stair, running and dove headfirst in a somersault, successfully avoiding Ginny. He glanced over his shoulder at her and ran headfirst into the bookshelf. Harry passed incorporeally through and continued running down the left side of the hall. Ginny was floating behind him at a less frantic pace. Not finding what he was looking for, Harry crossed the hall and began running through the rooms on the other side. Harry skidded to a stop when he found Sirius and Remus working together. So far, they had the ceiling half-coated with a gooey layer of lime green jello. Hey, Harry began, pointing at the ceiling curiously. Hey, Sirius happily shouted back, noticing Harry had transformed again. You two gotta do the reversal spell, Harry ordered, quickly remembering why he'd been looking for them. Hello, Harry, Remus mockingly greeted. I'm fine, thanks for asking, it's good to see you too. Listen, I don't have a lot of tea, Harry cut off, yelping out a feminine shriek at the sight of Ginny floating through the wall. Harry ran straight through Remus and across the hall again. Harry was sprinting through the rooms, staying one step ahead of Ginny the whole way. The next pass through the temporary jello room, Harry had enough time to yell, "The spell!" He doubled back seconds later. Do it. All right, Remus said, aiming his wand at Harry. He paused and turned to Sirius. What was the incantation again? Harry turned and ran straight through Remus again, grumbling, "Oh, you're hilarious." Remus shuddered as Harry passed through him and into the next room. No magical arms as a ghost. Sirius twitched, having felt a chill rake through his brain. They're ghostly, too. He went that away, Remus told Ginny's ghost while pointing over his shoulder. Do you know what? Ginny questioned. Ghost animagus, Sirius answered. Ginny nodded as if she knew it all along. I always wondered why I was taken from Harry at such a young age. You don't think the killing curse answered most of that question? Sirius inquired. Ginny harumphed. It makes sense that it was necessary for me to learn and understand how we'd spend eternity together so that I would be able to help him master his form. Ginny smiled, clasping her hands together. My Harry needs me. Did she? Harry cut off with a yelp and disappeared right back in the wall he'd stuck his head through. Don't fight fate, Harry, Ginny called out, hurrying after him, floating out of the room. She's kind of a bitch. Sirius glanced over to see how Remus was doing. Ginny's going to molest him, isn't she? Remus fearfully asked. Sirius nodded. Probably, but if anything can inspire Harry into figuring out how to transform back, it'll be Ginny and her bad touches. We'll get him next time he passes through here, Remus said. But no slacking during your conjuring turn. Get back to jello blasting. Harry was beginning to think he'd lost her finally. He glanced over his shoulder as he crept through the library wall. Hello, love, Ginny greeted with wide open arms from just inside the library wall. Harry whipped his hand around and tried to stop himself from crashing into Ginny. He tripped forward with a shriek, flailing his arms wildly. Ginny reached out to grab onto Harry and grasped only air. Ah, Harry screamed, flapped his hands, and assumed a defensive position. Awa, Ginny pouted, heartbroken. Harry's frantic hand motions slowed down and he cracked open an eye. Ah, why can't we touch? Ginny frowned. I can touch other ghosts. Hey, Harry realized, pushing his incorporeal arms through Ginny's incorporeal arms. I can't touch you, not even when I'm trying. Ginny looked up to the heavens. It's because I called you a bitch, isn't it? Why can't I touch you? Harry wondered. Maybe part of my helping you master your form will include figuring this out, Ginny mused. Huh. She turned to Harry. It's not like you can instantly know exactly what it means to be a ghost. Harry frowned. There's more to it. Of course, Harry, Ginny huffed exasperatedly. That's why I had to die, so that I'd know all about being a ghost and could teach my soul mate. You think he'd mind if you helped me too? Harry asked. Ginny shook her head. You're such a kidder. Harry started to feel a little guilty. You're really going to help me even though I'm kind of a dick to you? Of course, Ginny assured him. This is undoubtedly another way for us to be together for eternity. Oh, joy, Harry forced out the words. Ginny grinned brightly, forgetting her earlier disappointment. We should start by getting you familiar with how it feels being a ghost. Harry held up a hand to stop her. Hang on. Let me go tell Sirius and Remus not to disturb us. We'll use the room I was practicing in. Ginny floated along next to Harry while he walked through the walls until he reached the jello dripping room. Hey guys, Harry said, attracting their attention. Sirius and Remus both called out the spell, forcing Harry from his animagus transformed state. They were exhausting themselves, but quickly they funneled enough magic to complete the change. Harry popped back into his corporeal breathing form and stood there staring at them in shock. Remus saw Ginny right behind Harry and knew they'd just been in time. It took a lot out of him, but it was worth it for the look on Harry's face. You are welcome. Harry's abject horror began to wear off and he found his voice. You motherfuckers. Ginny gasped happily. Well, look who can touch me again. Sirius and Remus glanced at each other and didn't see all of the appreciation they expected from Harry. You complete, utter bastards. Perhaps now, Ginny whispered in Harry's ear, we can talk about my payment for training you in the ways of the ghost. Harry growled at Remus and Sirius. You motherfuckers. Sirius was catching on. You changed your mind on that reversal spell thing, didn't you? Figured that one out, did you? Harry dangerously announced. And before you ask, no, I have no clue when I'll be able to manage the transformation again. Remus meekly defended. You're the one who was begging for the spell. Can't you try and recreate whatever changed you this time? Sirius asked. Harry glanced at Ginny and shook his head. I highly doubt it. The reason I feared transforming was what roaming hands Weasley here was going to do to me if I did. Now I know she can't touch me when I do. Not quite so scary. Ginny was biting her cheek, deep in thought. Have you tried triggering it with intercourse with a ghost? Sirius shrugged. It's not a bad id. It's a very bad idea, Harry snapped out. Remus snickered to himself. What? Harry barked at him. Sorry, Remus apologized. The whole ghost intercourse thing just reminded me of something. Harry, Sirius, and Ginny were all staring at Remus, unsure if they wanted to know what was on his mind. Sirius couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, What? Remus was still amused. In your world, did you ever go as Sir Nicholas for Halloween? Yeah, Sirius recalled. I just covered the front of my pants in blood. Nearly headless, Remus mocked in a high-pitched voice. How can you be nearly headless? Oh, good God, Harry whispered in fright. Sirius felt inordinately proud. I made 5 Hufflepuffs cry. And 2 more had to get explanations from their prefects, Remus added. Harry turned away from Sirius and Remus to leave the room. It's going to be one of those days, I can tell. Ginny floated dutifully along with him. You know what might make you feel better, Harry? What? Getting to 3rd base. No. 2nd base. Stop. Did you write this? Bellatrix exclaimed, rushing up to Remus with tears in her eyes. Write what? Remus asked curiously, noticing she was clutching a letter close to her heart. What am I saying? Of course, you wrote this, Bellatrix continued, her mood changing from so happy she could cry to self-deprecating in the blink of an eye. It's in your handwriting. It is, Remus asked curiously. Bellatrix's smile twisted into a frown. Unless you've been writing love letters to some other woman named Bellatrix. No, Remus insisted, picking up on the warning signs that Bellatrix's mood was more volatile than usual. Some other man named Bellatrix? Sirius asked, sticking his head in. No, Remus sputtered. I haven't been writing anyone any love letters. Bellatrix whimpered and was fighting back tears. Except that one, Remus said, pointing towards the letter Bellatrix was guarding like precious treasure. Bellatrix's sniffles twisted into a smile of pure bliss. Oh, Remus! She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him. This is the sweetest thing anyone's ever done for me. Remus rubbed gentle circles into her back, trying to calm her down. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Sirius and Harry were looking at each other worriedly. The sweetest thing, Harry mouthed at Sirius. I know, Sirius mouthed back. That's just sad, Harry softly concluded. Bellatrix was still crying happily. I'm not the kind of girl who gets too many love letters, and she gripped the letter tighter. I'll treasure this forever. Remus paused, looking at Sirius and Harry helplessly. That's why I wrote it. Bellatrix finally pulled back to look at Remus. I think I'm going to lay down for a nap. Come tuck me in. I will, Remus assured her. I just need to talk to these two for a minute. Bellatrix nodded in understanding. Don't be long. Remus stuck a hand out cautiously. Do you mind if I reread my letter? Bellatrix glanced between the letter in her hand and Remus. I want it back. I'll bring it up with me when I tuck you in, Remus promised her. Bellatrix handed the letter to him confidently. You're so sweet. Remus made a noncommittal sound while keeping a smile on his face. The three men watched Bellatrix leave the room. Remus spun around angrily. All right, what did you do? What makes you think we did anything? Sirius asked. Yeah, Harry agreed. I'm not sure she even got the right letter. Remus reluctantly unfolded the letter and saw a few verses of poetry had been scribbled in what appeared to be his handwriting. I never heard the final draft. Sirius pointed out, so speak up. Remus pretended not to hear Sirius, but obliged with the request. He worriedly read from the parchment. Bellatrix, oh Bellatrix, how I tire of your gay tricks. Snappy, Sirius critiqued. I doubt we could get rid ya, Remus continued in confusion, with just a case of chlamydia. Catchy, Sirius said, a little too proud of his pun. He swore, grabbing his eye. Why you gotta go there, Harry? Remus ignored them both and kept reading. But I was thinking, maybe ya might trim down your labia. Sirius snickered, holding on to Harry for support. This is disgusting, Remus complained. Keep reading, Sirius urged. Mud flaps belong on silly trucks, Remus read aloud shamefully. Not on my sick and twisted little Billy trucks. Harry and Sirius were both laughing to see the way it pained Remus to say that name aloud. That's it, I'm done, Remus said, not wanting to read any further. No, Sirius begged. Come on, there's at least 2 more verses. Remus sighed but gave in to temptation. He looked down at the start of the next verse. It would take almost 2 great walls of China. He flipped over the first page and continued, to actually plug your gaping va who wrote this. My lips are sealed. Harry refused to answer. Sirius wasn't quite so trustworthy. I think that line was the work of your daughter. Tonks, Remus asked in disbelief. No, Harry sarcastically replied. The barely formed fetus in the ex-Death Eater's womb is a fan of limericks and contributed most of the second verse. Remus just looked at Harry and Sirius, thinking he needed to have a long talk with Tonks. Remus, Bellatrix yelled out in despair from the floor above. Come fuck me. Harry and Sirius exchanged a surprised look, while Remus failed to hide his blush. I mean tuck me in, Bellatrix loudly corrected, belatedly processing what she'd said. Remus smiled weakly. I should go. I didn't really mean tuck me in, Bellatrix earnestly admitted at the top of her lungs. Yeah, you should, Harry agreed. But Moony, when you're tucking her in, do me a favor and think of serious arse. Remus winced. Here you go, big guy. Sirius happily followed Harry's lead, turning around and flashing a pale cheek at the other Marauder. Oh God, Remus said, guarding his eyes in disgust. He scraped his tongue on the roof of his mouth, trying to get the taste out. He flashed a winning smile. Thanks. Sirius watched Remus walk happily away and skip up the steps towards Bellatrix's room. He turned towards his godson. Why did he thank me? Harry, why did he thank me? Harry opened his mouth and closed it helplessly. Don't know, don't care, it's just one of those days. Sirius looked at Harry warily. And just what happens on one of those days? Usually. Yeah. Too much. Too much happens. Yeah. Yeah, Sirius repeated with a slow nod. We still doing that thing this afternoon? Harry considered the question and shrugged indifferently. Yeah. Sirius could hear the tiredness in Harry's tone. Are you getting all pensive and introspective on me? Harry realized he had been deep in thought. Maybe. Did a vagina come with that attitude? Because you're acting like a girl. I've just been thinking about how things are different here because I wasn't in this world, Harry explained. People who are happier, or for that matter alive, because they never knew me. Sirius wasn't in the mood for a pity party. Like, say, Voldemort, for instance. True enough, Harry admitted, catching the hint. Let me just relax for a bit and then we'll go do the thing. You want to watch something on the Muggle box, Sirius suggested. Harry led the way up to their Muggle entertainment room, grumbling. You know, saying it more often isn't going to make it a word. You just sound stupid again. Words are for conformists, you vaptastic phantomitter, Sirius pouted. Harry paused and glanced at Sirius. Did you just now make that up? You cannest your boutfulling dushbunnets, Sirius replied with a knowing smile. Harry turned away from Sirius and walked the rest of the way into the room. Don't talk that way anymore. It makes me want to hurt you. Sirius remembered how much his ability to make up real-sounding nonsense words instinctively both scared and disturbed James as well. Where's the TV remote? Harry pointed to the coffee table. It's right in front of you. No, Sirius corrected. That's the remote for the DVD. So watch a DVD. I still need the TV remote. Is it the skinny white one? No, that's the receiver. What's the one in your hand? This is for the cable box. Good Lord, Harry grumbled, turning towards the couch he was on. He sent out several invisible, magical arms and quickly searched through the cushions. He found some change, a pen, what looked like a finger and a comb. He strengthened the arms and checked the cushions on the other couch. Aha! A remote came floating out from nestled down in the left side. I am the king, Harry pronounced, pushing the remote to Sirius. Sirius sighed. That's the laserdisc remote. We have a laserdisc, Harry asked. And what is a laserdisc? I have no idea, and I don't think we do, but our neighbors do, Sirius explained. Last week I slipped on an invisibility cloak and borrowed that remote from the neighbors because I needed the batteries for the TV remote. This is ridiculous, Harry snapped. He drew his wand and confidently cast a Kyo remote. The nearest remote jumped up towards Harry before popping loudly in a small burst of flames and sparks. All the other remotes followed shortly after, zooming to Harry, and then exploding, catching fire, or vibrating with smoke billowing out the top. Oops, Harry apologized, forgetting that while his magical arms worked normally in the warded Muggle room, magic did not. Sirius looked down at the remains of the remotes from the cable box, the DVD, the neighbor's laser disc player, and the receiver. Still no TV remote. They both looked up as Remus' pants came flying into the room, stopping in front of Harry. The pants began to smoke before they started shaking and erupted in flames. Harry smiled weakly at Sirius. Looks like Moony stole the TV remote and stuck it to his pocket for nefarious purposes. Sirius glanced at all their melted and broken pieces of remotes and the smoldering remains of Remus' pants. He looked up at Harry, clearly not amused. Guess you really showed him, huh? I said oops, Harry defended. Besides, we had too many remotes. I think we have too few now, Sirius commented. They sell these spiffy new super smart remotes that can replace other remotes, Harry explained. I remember seeing a mention of them on sale somewhere. Harry got up and walked over to the door. I should have a Muggle paper from last week still in my room. Hang on, Sirius stopped Harry from leaving. I got today's right here. You've got today's. Sirius nodded. Chicks dig a roguishly handsome man, especially one with the Financial Times tucked under his arm. That's, Harry smiled as he took the newspaper from Sirius, not a half-bad idea. Harry felt wetness on his hand and looked down to find the Financial Times was a slobbery mess. Sirius grinned. And on occasion, I'll get some hotties to play fetch with Padfoot, allowing me ample opportunity to sniff their crotches. Nice, Harry said with a forced smile. He wiped his hand off and slowly unfurled the newspaper. The large front page headline caught his eye. Harry blinked and had to reread it several times. This can't be happening. What? Sirius asked. What is it? Harry turned the paper around, displaying the front page. He read the headline aloud. Piers Palkus cures cancer. Sirius frowned at Harry. Isn't that a good thing? I guess, Harry answered helplessly. Sirius scratched his head in confusion. Do you know him? Yeah, Harry unfortunately admitted. Ah, Sirius said, finally catching on. This is because it's one of those days, and you were just talking about the differences in, oh dear. Was he one of the people you tried to save but couldn't? No, Harry replied. He's just a dick. Sirius was not expecting that answer. And he's stupid. Stupid? Sirius questioned. It sounds like he's smart enough to cure cancer. There's no way, Harry argued. Not the Piers Palkus I knew. What's the article say? Sirius suggested. Maybe it's a different guy. I'm sure, Harry sarcastically retorted, because Piers Palkus is such a common name. Could be. Harry knew better than to grasp at that hope. He read the start of the front page. Reverend Dr. Palkus, what? Huh. Reverend Dr. Palkus, last year's recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. Harry stopped and handed the paper to Sirius. I can't do it. I don't want to read this. Sirius took the paper and quickly scanned through the article. Wow, this guy's a regular hero. He's no hero, Harry whined. He's an evil, cruel person. He was the original mastermind behind the games of Harry hunting and tie Harry to the back of the bus. Sirius smirked. Exactly how does one play tie Harry to the back of the bus? It's kinda like punch Sirius in the crotch if you were 7 and a bleeder, Harry snapped. Sirius winced and decided to avoid that road. I guess without your aggravating presence in his life, he had a lot more free time. Harry tried to ignore Sirius but couldn't contain his curiosity. He gave in and asked, what did he win a Nobel Peace Prize for? It says it in here somewhere. Sirius scanned backwards through the article looking for the passage. Here it is. Blah, 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 negotiated a truce between Israel and Palestine. No, Harry grumbled. And instead you get cancer cured and peace in the Middle East. That's real funny. I'd call it moderately funny, Sirius said, wiggling his hand. But you're not crying so. Harry sighed. I hate these days, and you just know it's going to get worse. A burst of fire and wail of Phoenix song announced Fawkes' arrival. When you say things like that, Sirius chided, you deserve what you get. Meh, Harry grumbled, know that on those days it didn't matter what he said. He looked up at Fawkes. Who gets the bad news, me or him? Fawkes hovered in place, glancing between Sirius and Harry, before he flew off and landed on Sirius' shoulder. Sirius accepted the parchment from Fawkes' grasp and opened it up. It doesn't look too long. Harry closed his eyes. Does he know? Sirius skimmed the first paragraph. No. No, Harry repeated in surprise. Yes. Yes, Harry repeated in confusion. I don't know, Sirius summarized with a shake of his head. He slowly began to nod. Yeah, he knows. Origins, not extracurricular activities, right? Right, Sirius agreed. He's basically forcing us to confirm his belief. Harry looked up curiously. How's he managing that? Sirius straightened out the letter and leaned forward with a Dumbledore-like hunch. He rasped out the words like an old man. I have puzzled over the familiarity I felt upon meeting the two of you. That was until last night when I came to an extremely unlikely and yet wholly possible conclusion. Ah, crap, Harry grumbled. Sirius held up a hand to stop Harry and continued. If this improbable theory of mine contains even a grain of truth, then putting it into a letter is a risk I shall not take. And so I ask you kindly to please humor this old man and come discuss my theory with me at your earliest convenience. Our earliest convenience, Harry repeated. I'm thinking it won't be convenient for a very long time. Oh, really? Sirius smugly asked. He continued to read the letter. It would be remiss of me not to mention that so far I have not discussed my theory with anyone. Harry sighed. You can almost hear the noose tightening. If neither of you have any interest in discussing my theory, then I will seek other sounding boards. And I would hate to give my good friends the Potters an unlikely and uncertain hope, when that hope and my theory could be easily confirmed or denied by either of you. Harry laughed helplessly. That cheeky fucking bastard. I know, Sirius agreed. It's so Dumbledore. He knows, Harry grumbled, and he's trying to make it sound like he just guessed. You think someone told him? Sirius asked. We've seen Tonks and Moony both today, and I doubt Jin risked her oath. Unspeakables, maybe. Harry considered and admitted. Maybe, but we can't discount the possibility that he did guess it. How do you want to handle this? Harry informed. I'll go talk to him tonight. Tonight, Sirius asked. Just you. If you don't mind, Harry said. I think I'd rather go by myself. You're not going to kill him, are you? Harry looked at Sirius silently. Because I'll get Tonks, and we got your alibi covered. I'm not going to kill him, Harry exasperatedly replied. But if we both go see him, we'll look like wayward students sent to the headmaster's office. If I go alone, he'll see me as an equal. And he wouldn't see me as an equal. Harry shook his head. There's a difference between defeating a dark wizard and defeating a dark lord. It's not really something. Harry struggled to find the words. This is some of that crap you never want to talk about. Harry hadn't been sure Sirius had even noticed. Yeah. And you're certain you haven't grown a vagina? Yes, Sirius. I checked this morning. Okay, Sirius exclaimed, looking around. This place is creepier during the day than even the Shrieking Shack at night. The Shrieking Shack isn't scary, Harry argued. You're part of the reason people think it's haunted. I'm not the one who starved 8 children in the attic, Sirius argued. They're the ones who scream on rainy nights. What? Do you know nothing about the Shrieking Shack? That's where Moony went to transform when he was a student, Harry replied. His howls and screams during transformation are why people think it's haunted. People don't just think it's haunted, Sirius retorted. It is haunted by an entire Ravenclaw first-year class. You know it was called the Shrieking Shack before I ever started at Hogwarts, right? Harry looked at his godfather curiously. Really? Yeah, really. Ask Albus tonight. He'll tell you. Sirius continued. We tried to keep Moony company in there, but it was just too freaky with those screaming and whispering kids. That was why we started going out into the Forbidden Forest instead. It wasn't like we originally decided, hey, let's take the feral werewolf closer to the townspeople. Yeah, that's a good idea. No, Sirius shook his head. We just got freaked out by that place. Really? Sirius nodded. But this place even has an even creepier name. He was looking around the dilapidated and unkempt grounds. The Gaunt House. It sounds like the opposite of a children's playground. Harry glanced at his godfather. And what name would sound like a children's playground? Hapatastic Funtabulous Land, Sirius suggested. What are we looking for anyway? There's a family ring around here, Harry added. The Gaunt family ring, Sirius asked. I'm guessing it likes to bite fingers off. The Gaunts were just this lowest branch of the Slytherin line, Harry explained. ducking under a broken, dust-covered support beam. Slytherin, you mean? Harry nodded. Merope Gaunt used love potions to get a booty call out of a muggle named Tom Riddle. Named the little hellspawn after her rape victim, I mean his father. Voldemort's a junior, Sirius smiled. I bet calling him junior would tick him off. Harry approached the loose floorboard in the back closet. This is, crap. What? Harry jerked up and looked around. I think I just broke a collapsing ward. What's a? Collapsing wards do nothing but evaporate when any magical person or magic touches them. Even diagnostic spells to locate wards trigger them. Do they just feel like a slight breeze? You barely notice that tingles everywhere. Sirius inquired curiously. Yeah. Oh, Sirius answered. Then I may have felt one when we approached the property. Crap, Harry said, running up to the broken, dirty window. What is it? Harry stared off into the woods behind the house. Someone or ones may be watching us. Sirius looked into the darkness of the trees and saw nothing. Want me to walk out there while you circle around the back? No, Harry said, shaking his head. The ring's not here, and I don't think that's Albus out there. Let's just get out of here. Harry grabbed Sirius' wrist and apparated them both away. The man had been expecting the collapsing wards to fall soon, but he was momentarily shocked to feel it happen during the late afternoon in broad daylight. He quickly ensured his cloak would mask his presence and silently appeared under the cover of darkness in the woods behind the gaunt house. He spotted the two Lord Blacks walking into the ruins of the old home in mild shock. Suddenly, one of the mysteries he'd been puzzling over began to make sense. He was thinking furiously over all that he knew of them when he felt another collapsing ward fall. The man thought the Blacks located that way too quickly, and before he knew it, Harry was right at the window staring at him. The man didn't dare move as he saw Sirius walk up behind Harry, discussing something. He finally exhaled when he both saw and heard the two lords apparate away, right from inside the ruins of the gaunt house. The man, heavily cloaked in black, triggered a portkey on his wrist, reappearing in a well-furnished and protected home. He moved over towards his fireplace and tapped his wand 3 times on a highly magical stone. He prepared himself a snifter of brandy and sat back in the chair where he did much of his deep thinking. 2 minutes later, the fireplace flared, and the man accepted the incoming call. Alan Weston's head appeared in the fireplace. You're thinking, Alan stated, noticing the man known to many as that fucker was resting comfortably in a chair. The man nodded. I know who the Death Eater bandits are, and I know how the animagus got past my ward. Alan blinked, admittedly impressed. Who? How? The man looked over at Alan and replied, It's because you're keyed into your wards. Me. The man in black nodded and took another sip of brandy. I don't follow. The man took a deep, relaxing breath and explained. Any question of whether the Lord Blacks are really the Lords of the Black Line has been answered. Wait, Alan paused. You mean? The man nodded. So since I'm one of their vassals, if I'm allowed, then by extension they are allowed. Something like that, he agreed with a grin. How many people's bitch am I? Alan asked before jerking up in surprise. I just realized another goddamn Sirius Black isn't letting me have warm sheets. That's just fucking perfect. The man in the chair sighed. You're never going to let this go, are you? It was a really nice dryer. Chapter 22. Harry appeared with a pop, just off the path leading to Hogwarts. He began the slow trudge up to the castle, all the while reminding himself the man he was meeting was not the headmaster he knew, nor was he an enemy. Harry saw light coming from Hagrid's cabin and thought back to his many happy memories of time spent in a world similar to this one. The Whomping Willow was swaying in the night breeze. Harry looked around him and saw no one in sight. He picked up a rock off the path and threw it straight towards the dangerous tree. The willow eagerly swatted the rock right back to Harry. Recognizing the tree seemed in a playful mood, Harry picked up 6 more rocks with his invisible, magical appendages and proceeded to throw them all towards the tree. He easily kept up with the magical old willow, catching all the rocks and throwing them right back as if the two of them were playing several simultaneous games of catch. "Lord Black," Albus cautiously asked as he walked up behind Harry. Harry's arms caught all of the rocks headed his way and held on to them this time as he turned and greeted. "Headmaster." The whomping willow let out a whistling sigh and appeared to deflate upon the realization that its fun had come to an end. Albus smiled at Harry. "I can honestly say I've never seen the whomping willow used quite like that." Harry launched a rock one last time towards the tree, admitting, "First time for me too." The tree was fully capable of nursing a grudge and swung a thick branch right at the final rock, sending it flying up to the castle. There was a loud crack when the stone smacked against the window of the headmaster's office and bounced helplessly off the magically reinforced glass. Albus looked at the tree and his office's tower. "I think she's upset I interrupted you." "She?" Harry asked. "The whomping willow is female." "Does she seem like a he to you?" Harry shook his head. "No, I suppose not." "I did not expect to see you so soon," Albus admitted, inspecting Harry. "Am I only to be graced by one Lord Black this evening?" "Just me," Harry answered and turned towards the castle. "Have you got time for a conversation?" "For one as enlightening as this one promises to be," Albus waved Harry forward and began walking in step with him. "I will happily clear my schedule." "You're enjoying this entirely too much," Harry admitted with a smile as he walked next to Albus. "Shall I invite certain guests to join us?" Albus inquired. "Perhaps some others for whom?" "No," Harry interrupted. "In fact, I was thinking we might both benefit from a charm of brotherhood." Albus showed only slight surprise at the suggestion. The most common charm of brotherhood entwined two people to the point that they would know when their brother was lying to them, telling them the truth, or hiding something. It additionally would protect one brother's secrets based on the will of that brother. So if Albus' desire to tell someone a secret of Harry's was not stronger than Harry's desire for Albus not to tell, then Albus would be unable to. "Do you really think that's necessary?" "Necessary? No," Harry replied. "But I'm here offering to be as honest with you as you are with me. I'm also going to ask that you not tell any of your alternate sounding boards." Harry gave Albus an accusing look. "Any of your theories about me or Sirius." Albus had the decency to look bashful before replying. "Do you really think that's fair?" "Extremely fair," Harry eagerly answered. "Harry," Albus chided. "Albus," Harry retorted as they arrived at the headmaster's office. "It's fair because I'm limiting your freedom to discuss it with others, and in turn willingly discussing it with you myself. It's a charm of brotherhood. It's built for fairness." Albus circled around to sit behind his desk. "I meant fair to others. People like the Potters for what they don't know, or the Lupins for what they do." Harry plopped down into a comfortable chair. He knew Albus wanted him as an ally and couldn't resist the thirst for knowledge. "This charm and this conversation is for you and me, not them." Albus sat there silently for a minute before nodding. "I can accept that. Tea." He swished his wand and conjured a complete steaming set. "Tea second," Harry said, casting a spell over his right hand, making it glow. He stuck it out towards Albus. "Charm first." Albus set down the teapot and cast the same charm of brotherhood over his hand. "Very well." He shook Harry's hand, sealing the spell as both their hands faded to normal. "How do you take it?" "One sugar, please," Harry replied and accepted the cup of tea. Albus took a sip from his cup and sat back. He set the cup down and smiled happily. Harry saw how pleased Albus looked and resisted the urge to groan. "You know you're smiling more than Sirius does when his one-night stand leaves in the morning." Albus just grinned and sought confirmation. "Your godfather, Sirius." Harry set his cup onto Albus' desk. "You're just dying to jump right into things, aren't you?" "I make no secret of my desire for understanding." "A rather annoying old man once told me the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing," Harry quipped, "and that it should be treated with great caution." "Who said that?" "You did," Harry succinctly replied. "Well, not exactly you." Albus nodded, having suspected as much. "You have me at a disadvantage." said the blackmailer, Harry retorted. Albus frowned, but saw little point in quibbling over words. Just ask what you want to, Albus, Harry helplessly admitted. What have I done to give you such a low opinion of me? Albus questioned. He added with a smile, or not exactly me. Harry bit the inside of his cheek. Can we start with something simpler? Very well, Albus agreed. How about this one? Tell me, Harry Potter, why are you so opposed to your family, to your parents, knowing just who you are? Harry winced. Because I don't know them, and there's already enough drama in my life. But you do know the Lupins. Harry sighed and figured he should start from the beginning. All right, first off, I suppose you need a little alternate history lesson. Halloween 1981, in the reality I grew up in, the Dark Lord Voldemort attacked at Godric's Hollow. Albus nodded, urging Harry to go on. My parents were home that night, Harry explained. And that night they died protecting me, so I've never known any James or Lily Potter. Sirius, my godfather, came through the exit. The exit? Harry nodded. The exit, the veil, the death chamber, the stone archway in the Department of Mysteries, whatever you want to call it, my godfather fell through it over 10 years ago. I began researching it in February. A byproduct of my work was Sirius fell out the other side and into this world just a few months ago. So when he woke up in a hospital bed, he asked for Remus Lupin, his best friend in our reality. Hence, Tonks and Remus knew about me and my history before I ever arrived in this world. Albus was tempted to inquire about the specifics of crossing over, but wanted to understand Harry better. That does not explain why you have not told your parents. James and Lily Potter seem like nice people, Harry admitted, but they're not my parents. Not exactly, Albus replied using Harry's own words. Sirius was going to tell James who he was, Harry explained. But when they met, Sirius realized just how different this James Potter was from my dad. Those two do seem to rub each other the wrong way, don't they? Harry shrugged. I can see it from both sides. And yet you choose to continue to deceive your not-quite parents. Harry gave Albus a significant look. It's only dumb luck that in this world there is a middle-aged couple who dealt with the grief of losing a baby and raised 2 other kids. My parents never saw 22. You really think getting to know the Potters will tell me anything about my parents? They never even met them. Then perhaps you could give a middle-aged couple who dealt with the grief of losing a baby some peace of mind to know in other worlds. Their son has lived a healthy, happy life. Harry laughed. You're really something else. I shall take that as a compliment. Harry took another sip of his tea. I know you want to stay on our good side. All I ask is that you let us tell the Potters in our own time. Albus took a moment to observe Harry. I can agree to that as long as you keep me informed of the people you do share the knowledge of your unique origins with. Albus, Harry sighed tiredly and glanced over at Fawkes' empty perch. I am not your student, nor an order member. Those I and Sirius confide in are our business, not yours. I understand, Albus backtracked. I just think it's in both of our best interests to keep this to ourselves for now. Harry looked at Albus speculatively. I would have thought you'd be a lot more vocal in championing an awkward reunion of sorts. The fewer people aware that there is a new candidate for the prophecy, the better. Realization crossed Harry's face and he shook his head. Sorry, Albus, but that prophecy isn't about me. You defeated the Voldemort of your world, didn't you? What makes you think that? Albus smiled. You dueled him, and you were entirely too confident and comfortable. Sirius hid it pretty well, but his eyes showed worry and fear. Your only fear was for Sirius. Yes, Harry admitted with a mixture of pain and pride. I did defeat my Voldemort, but I can't vanquish this one any more than you can. Albus frowned at the truthfulness he sensed. Are you certain? I have some idea of the costs you paid to defeat your Dark Lord, Harry instructed. And in case you missed it, Voldemort is not a dark wizard. He's a genuine Dark Lord and all that implies. Albus winced as though the confirmation hurt him. I had hoped that wasn't the case. Harry grinned helplessly. The Muggles have a saying about putting all your hopes in one hand and then SH. I'm familiar with the saying, Albus interrupted. Thank you, Harry. Just trying to help. Albus frowned in thought. Was the cost to you simply too high to pay again? Harry considered the question before answering. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest. But fortunately for me, it's not possible to pay again, so I don't have to think about it. What was your cost? Harry was surprised Albus was asking so boldly. He let no emotion show as he watched the old man. Albus nodded in understanding and voluntarily admitted, I sacrificed the ability to father children, and then I lost the ability to fall in love. Harry hadn't known the specifics, but guessed it had been something close to that for Albus. He knew how high that cost would be to a wizard like Albus. With a lick of his lips, Harry softly admitted, I sacrificed my mother's everlasting soul. Albus blinked in shock. And what did you lose? Harry slowly shook his head. My sacrifice was deemed sufficient. Albus couldn't even imagine what Harry felt. The word came out as a whisper. How? When I was a baby, she gave her life to protect me from Voldemort. It meant his next killing curse marked my noggin and bounced back into his face. It also left me with a protection from him. Harry frowned, adding, until he overcame that too. Albus nodded in comprehension. And since you carried her protection, I was able to offer a soul other than my own, Harry finished for him. He sighed tiredly. The worst part is that whenever I'm near the Lily Potter around here, the old magic wakes up and pulls on her soul. I'm like a harmless but annoying personal dementor to her. She mentioned feeling a draw to you, Albus agreed. I assumed it was a mother's intuition, not a soul-sucking vortex. Don't just think like a wizard. Any muggle will tell you it's always a soul-sucking vortex. Albus saw the forced smile as Harry tried to joke about his sacrifice. He could tell this was not a burden Harry had dealt with as much as one the young man had simply ignored. He immediately concluded that Lily Potter would be a tremendous help to Harry. Stop scheming, Harry grumbled. I feel you plotting against me. Sorry, Albus reflexively replied, well aware Harry would sense he wasn't sorry in the slightest. I don't suppose you have a second mother's sacrificial protection and the willingness to barter their soul. Harry shook his head. Just the one, but I do have a rather pesky ghost haunting me. Albus hadn't expected such a serious response. Do you think he? Nope, Harry snapped. I tried her first, didn't work. She's kind of sensitive about it now. I would imagine so. Harry smiled wanly. Unfortunately, it furthered her delusion that we're destined to be together forever. I know a tribal chief skilled in matters of necromancy and souls, Albus offered. Believe me, I've thought it about often, Harry assured him. But she usually behaves, and she was a good friend long before she became an ex. You're haunted by an ex-girlfriend? Albus clarified, smothering his own amusement. Say the word. I can send a letter to my friend. Nah, Harry shook his head, thinking how he actually needed Ginny's ghostly expertise. She's a nuisance, but it's nice to have someone else who remembers our old world. Albus grinned as he felt the charm of Brotherhood's nudge, indicating that Harry was hiding something. Old world, does that mean you are here to stay? Yeah, that's the plan. The exit to our old world was destroyed after I got pulled in. Wouldn't know how to get back even if it was still intact. Not expecting any visitors, and no travelers beyond yourself and Sirius. The one I studied was used for executions a century ago, but it had been misaligned. When I corrected it, Sirius was the only one spit out in this world, from what I'm told. Albus nodded. I believe it was 1903 when the Dementor's kiss replaced execution as the highest form of punishment in our courts. Sounds about right. Albus took another sip of his tea, thinking over all he'd learned so far. Do you think perhaps it is your hope that the prophecy doesn't refer to you that's influencing your interpretation? I'm not some wayward child, Albus, Harry retorted as he sat up a bit prouder. I didn't just get a lucky shot in a duel. It was several years after your death that I finally defeated the bastard, and I don't appreciate feeling like a pawn in the game you're playing. Albus raised his hands in deference. I am sorry if my conversation feels like manipulation to you, But it sounds like my counterpart may have wronged you, and that is coloring your perceptions. To use your metaphor, I am not the chess master, but just another piece in the same game you are. I want no part of that game. I wish it were that simple, Albus admitted. And while you may not be the king I'd hoped, you are still a knight, the same as me. Maybe you've not moved from your spot and maybe you won't have to, but I assure you, you are most definitely on the board. Harry frowned. I think you've driven the metaphor into the ground. I thought I might have, Albus admitted, reaching for the candy dish on his desk. He pondered whether he even wanted to know. Can I ask you a question? Obviously, you've just done so, Harry said with a smirk. Albus grinned. I've used that line on you, haven't I? Harry gave an affirmative nod and urged Albus to continue. Would it be beneficial for me to inquire about the details of my counterpart's demise? Harry saw Albus was leaving the decision up to him. It is not a situation that will repeat itself here, but it might help you to understand our relationship a bit better. Albus sensed Harry was more affected than he was showing. You were there, weren't you? Harry nodded. All right, first off, in my totally objective and unbiased opinion, you should realize Severus Snape of my old world is a bigger asshole than you'd find on a blind, giant's narcoleptic bride. Albus looked vaguely unsettled as he processed the meaning. Severus. Yeah, Harry admitted before pausing. I'm not sure the details of this world's Snape, but in my old one he joined the Death Eaters right out of school. There was probably some reason, like the executive washroom for Inner Circle members had too much gold trim for his delicate sense of aesthetics. Whatever it was, he quickly turned traitor, secretly stabbing his new friends in the back, and became the Order's spy in the Dark Lord's organization. Albus was fighting a smile. You could just say you weren't aware of Severus' motives. You weren't exactly forthcoming with that information any more than Snape was, Harry retorted. As a result, you were the only person who trusted him, probably on either side, come to think of it. This is leading somewhere, isn't it? Albus encouraged. You're not just insulting my potions professor. Contrary to what you imply, merely insulting your potions professor is in fact an excellent and worthwhile way to pass the time, Harry argued. But yes, I'm getting there. Albus muttered to himself, maybe it's a Potter thing. How do you think Snape would respond if all the Potters were dead except for a baby, especially one hailed as the savior and hero of the wizarding world while still in diapers? Albus briefly wondered if Severus would be able to set aside his bitterness. He stifled a snort. Understood. Anyways, I'm just trying to explain the fact that my entire 5th year at Hogwarts you avoided me, until the end of the year when Sirius died, or what passed for dead at the time, and you only then informed me of the prophecy. Albus frowned uncertainly. I say this so you understand that in 6th year, when you'd finally started to become something of a mentor to me, it was a pretty shitty thing you did. And what did I do? You petrified me and covered me with an invisibility cloak as Death Eaters stormed the astronomy tower. Then you allowed yourself to get captured and let or more likely invited Severus to strike you down with a killing curse, sending you to your death and a grisly fall. Albus sat there, silently allowing Harry to speak. I couldn't move until you were dead, Harry weakly relayed. I know Severus Snape could never really take you, but I guess you wanted to give him ironclad proof of his loyalty to the Dark Lord. I think you had to have been sick and dying anyway, but I couldn't even get confirmation of that. Albus steepled his fingers in thought. You will have a better idea of my counterpart's motivation, but I am sorry you had to see that. That's when things really started to go to hell in a hand basket, too. With you dead, people lost hope and just wanted to give up. The Second War got really bad after that. Albus was saddened, but could identify with the burden his counterpart had carried. Were we close? Kind of, yeah. Harry paused, thinking neither yes nor no sounded right. I think we should have been closer, and I don't doubt that you loved me like a grandson, but you messed up a lot where I'm concerned. Enlighten me, Albus cheerfully instructed, so that I may avoid making the same mistakes. Harry stopped himself from saying, just don't force me back to the Dursleys. He took a sip of his tea and looked up at the eager headmaster. Don't worry, You can't make those particular mistakes again. I just had the one childhood to ruin and fragile emotional psyche to shatter. And besides, we've talked about my old world plenty. For all intents and purposes, that world was a long waking dream for me. Let's talk about this one. The experiences of our pasts define who we are today, Albus intoned. But we can talk about this world. Would you like to join the order? Harry fought a smile. That was abrupt. Albus nodded. I suspect you will not accept my invitation at first, so I thought I should begin laying the groundwork for future overtures. Blunt honesty, too, Harry grinned. I'll give you points for effort. Albus looked at Harry hopefully, but nodded when the younger man made his denial clear. Luckily for him, but perhaps unfortunately for the Order, Severus Snape has never been a Death Eater in this world. Harry gave a look of mischief. Are you sure? Would you bet your life on that? I trust Severus Snape, Albus said. But alas, there are grains of truth in some of the stories surrounding his ill-fated attempt to join the Dark Lord. If I promise not to enjoy them too much, could you tell me the real ones? Albus scrutinized Harry. I sincerely doubt you could make that promise. True, Harry agreed before forcing a twinkle into his eye. Pretty please. I hope that look you made rarely worked on me. Never tried it on you, Harry said, but it never worked on Hermione. Hermione Granger, Albus asked, and received an affirmative response. Is that why you abducted her and took her to Africa? Just having a spot of fun, Harry replied. And I'm quite sure my best friend Hermione would agree that this Hermione needed a kick in the pants and a poke in the... Harry, Albus warned. Harry innocently finished. Weren't you about to tell me about Snape's ill-fated attempt? Albus took his time, but obliged. Severus had been denied back when he was student, but he had an acquaintance prepared to vouch for him. I called in a few favors and secured him a ministry exemption for all non-harmful dark arts. Non-harmful. Albus nodded. Severus' potion-making skills were never in question, but it was required that he demonstrate some other coveted talents. He led his initiation evaluators. Wait, Harry interrupted. Initiation evaluators. They may have been having a laugh at Severus' expense, but yes, they referred to themselves as initiation evaluators. As I was saying, Severus led them to a muggle woman that he specifically targeted. Harry grinned. Yeah. Albus took a breath and reluctantly explained. He intended to sow chaos and discord among countless muggles worldwide. He didn't attack the Queen, did he? Albus shook his head quickly. That rumor is patently false. No, the woman is simply an author, just an extremely popular one. His plan was to torture muggles with a poorly written story. Harry goggled. That was his grand plan. Albus winced. Had I known his intentions beforehand, I would have advised him against that course of action. But he had decided I would be better off ignorant of the details of his less than legal activities. I take it the initiation evaluators were unimpressed. Albus took off his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. More amused than anything else. He misinterpreted their laughter and cheers and made a few boisterous comments that have since taken on a life of their own. Like what? I believe the Weasleys' wizard wheezes offer a shirt exclaiming, "We will get them where we can hurt them the most. We will attack at their leisure." At their leisure, Harry snickered. There may have been some strutting and billowing of his cloak when he said it. Harry smiled at the image before frowning in consternation. Does that mean you have no ears within the Dark Lord's ranks? Albus schooled his face, showing no emotion. It shouldn't surprise you that I won't be answering that question. Good point, Harry admitted. So what can you tell me about that fucker? Albus was momentarily shocked. Excuse me. Are you that fucker? Harry asked while openly inspecting Albus. I assume you are referring to the mysterious wizard in black, who occupies much of Voldemort's time. Damn, Harry swore, knowing it was an unlikely possibility. That would have almost made sense. Albus could tell Harry had concluded that he wasn't the mysterious wizard. What do you know of the wizard that led you to suspect me? Not much, Harry admitted. Just that it's someone strong enough and willing to stand up to the Dark Lord. I will admit that is a woefully short list. And, Harry interrupted, and I know this mysterious wizard didn't show up until after the disappearance of Neville Longbottom. Perhaps someone who knows the two first candidates were dead, and he needed to wait for another son born at the end of a July. Someone with a little too much faith in the prophecy, believing he cannot vanquish the Dark Lord. So he does all he can to thwart Voldemort without actively engaging him. You've thought this through, Albus replied, slightly surprised he was a suspect. Harry shrugged. I would imagine that sometimes you limit your arsenal, let's say, because you are so widely perceived to be and looked upon as the consummate light wizard and role model. You think I could hide behind a mask and be a bit more ruthless. Harry snorted. Do you really want me to answer that? Albus frowned playfully. No, I think you've answered it quite clearly. Harry scratched his head. In retrospect, it does sound a bit nutty, even for you. I'd like to think so, Albus agreed. I should point out one fallacy of your logic is that the idea of waiting on a new subject for the prophecy is one that's widely shared by others. There are many people out there who actively avoid having children near the end of July for that very reason. Makes sense. Yes, well, there are also those that induce birth just before midnight, and the calendar turns to August, almost always leading to complications. You're kidding. Albus shook his head. I'm afraid not. It appears that night is as cursed as the defense against the dark arts position. Speaking of, have you ever considered teaching? Harry looked at Albus incredulously. Bite me. Albus chuckled. A no would have been sufficient. But not as effective, Harry assured him. I take it you're not one of those keeping their eyes on the maternity ward around the end of July. Albus sighed and sat back tiredly in his chair. For many years, I had been holding on to the hope that Neville Longbottom is still out there. Harry noticed the use of had rather than have. You don't believe that anymore. Albus looked at Harry innocently. Not for the last couple of days, no. Harry was quick to anger. You still think it's... Please, Harry, Albus stopped him. I firmly understand that you do not believe the prophecy applies to you. I may have reservations, but I do not doubt that you have none. I'm not trying to pester you. I'm merely admitting that until a couple days ago, I had never questioned whether Neville was still out there somewhere. I had to believe he was. Your appearance gives me doubt. It's not me, Harry childishly pouted. Do keep in mind that until this conversation I was unaware that you already had defeated a Dark Lord and that Voldemort legitimately was one, Albus pointed out. I don't think the prophecy refers to you, but I'm not certain. And you definitely shake things up a bit. So you haven't squirreled Neville away for some special secret training? Harry asked and saw the look on Albus' face. Didn't think so, and you don't think Neville is that fucker? Albus looked at Harry curiously. I assume from your preoccupation that your world had no such unknown wizard in black. Nope, my world was quite a bit different from this one, Harry admitted with a shrug. Hell, probably the second most dangerous person and right hand to the Dark Lord was Bellatrix. Really? Albus asked in happy surprise. I always knew Miss Black was quite powerful, but is that why you wanted to separate her from the Dark Lord? Harry blinked. Sure, I mean that and she's hot. I hardly think being attractive should matter in this. Maybe not, Harry playfully admitted, but it helps when we loan her out for sex to our guests. Harry, Albus reprimanded. Why do you think Jimmy likes coming over so much? Albus lightly reminded. With the charm, I can tell when you're lying. Right, Harry agreed, and Bellatrix is carrying Remus' illegitimate baby. Albus furrowed his brow in uncertainty. At least I thought I could. Harry's eyes were twinkling merrily. Do you think perhaps I could speak to Miss Black? Albus saw Harry's look and added, I'm willing to swear an oath to protect her from incriminating herself. I'm not going to force her or even encourage her, Harry replied. But I'll ask for you. It's up to her. Thank you, Albus said with an approving nod. Harry saw Albus was already thinking about what to ask Bellatrix and changed the subject. How'd he die? Albus looked up. Who? Neville. That, Albus answered in irritation. I do not know. Harry nodded, urging Albus to elaborate. The Longbottoms were protected by a Fidelius charm that was not broken, Albus explained. I, myself, put up several other monitoring wards and security measures. Anything interesting? Harry asked. He explained, wards are something of a hobby of mine. Albus inclined his head. Are you familiar with the Greek wizard, Stavros? Harry let out a low whistle. Those are some nice wards, inside or outside the Fidelius. Outside, Albus replied. I didn't know they could be placed inside. Harry nodded. You'll need 2 separate sets of stones, and the inside ones have to be placed first. Then put up the Fidelius on the outer set, and bring in a second caster unaware of the Fidelius secret. You have to cast them blind because of the Fidelius, but they come out a lot stronger, bound within the secret. Interesting, Albus commented, imagining how difficult casting Stavros' wards blindly would be. I can tell you, according to my monitors, Neville never left the property, and after many inspections, I also can tell that he no longer lives within the wards. Yeah, Harry nodded. That points to dead. The most damning evidence was his mother's intuition. Harry blinked, having not even considered Neville's parents. Alice thinks he's dead. Albus nodded. I wonder if perhaps she felt a bond with her son disappear. She was certain he was dead and took her own life a month after Neville's disappearance. Harry was immediately reminded of the story he'd given Lily Potter and frowned. That sucks. Quite. Harry doubted the Neville he knew could even imagine leaving his parents with so much grief. What about Frank? Albus smiled. Were the Longbottoms friends of yours in your world? Nah, Harry replied. Bellatrix crucioed their brains out when Neville was a baby, but Neville was a friend of mine till he died. Albus frowned uncertainly. Sometimes I think you're just messing with me. Who, moi? Harry meekly said before abandoning the charade. I could never pull off innocent, even in the rare times I was innocent. Funny, Albus deadpanned. The charm seems to think you're lying. All right, Harry softly conceded. Maybe I can pull off innocent. Neville, Albus paused. Neville was a very bright young boy. His situation gave him few social opportunities, but he had a love of learning and books that reminded me of myself. Nerd, huh? The Longbottoms had a pond in their backyard covered by the Fidelius, and Neville could almost always be found under the shade of a tree reading. He barely ever left the home and wards, but he still carried a Martin Miggs backpack with him everywhere he went. He got tired of having to choose which of his favorite books could fit, so he got a hold of his mother's wand and managed to charm his backpack larger on the inside. Albus smiled sadly. I was so impressed that I offered to charm it featherweight for him. Harry gave Albus a moment as he saw the old man was lost in memories. So how did the prophecy get out? Albus muffled a displeased grumble. I was always opposed to it getting out to anyone. Rumors had been spreading, and then the papers started reporting unsubstantiated prophecies. Frank explicitly ignored my strongly worded advice and leaked the real prophecy's content and details. Doggy got off his leash, Harry suggested. He gulped at the look on Albus' face and apologized immediately. Sorry, continue. Frank and I rarely saw eye to eye on what was in Neville's best interests. Harry was tempted to ask if Albus wanted Neville abused and unloved, but held his tongue. Like what? There should never be a fine line between raising a son and raising a soldier, Albus answered. And Frank felt Hogwarts would slow Neville down. That's like a kick in the balls to you, isn't it? Albus smiled. I think the majority of the lessons at Hogwarts are not learned in the classrooms. Here is where children become young adults, learn to make friends, learn to care, learn to heal, and learn magic. Special students can always be accommodated with advanced tutoring, but to view the Hogwarts experience as nothing more than training for. Down boy, Harry interrupted. I'm with you, Hogwarts yay. Albus calmed. He reached for his candy dish and popped one in his mouth. Yay indeed. So what's Frank up to these days? Albus pursed his lips on the sour candy in his mouth. I haven't seen him in 6 years. He's been trying to run away from his past. I visited him after he'd checked himself into a home for mental healing in Australia. The healer felt I would help Frank confront some of his issues. I don't think he's returned to England in over 20 years. Harry frowned and wondered if catatonic Frank might have been better off. So who do you think that fucker is? Straight answer, please. I haven't the foggiest, Albus happily replied. I spent many years trying to uncover more on the mysterious wizard in black. Surely you've got a guess, Harry pleaded. I have several guesses, none of which seem remotely probable. And no, I wouldn't care to share them, Albus grinned. Why not? Harry, I don't know who he is, but I have crossed his path on a couple of occasions, Albus explained. One time I unwittingly walked right into a trap of his and found myself bound and wandless. He let me go with only minor humiliation, leading me to believe he is not an enemy. And the mystery of his identity has kept Voldemort occupied and confused for decades now. You, Harry repeated doubtfully, don't know something and are willing to leave it be, really? Yes, really. The wizard in black has managed to keep his identity from both myself and Voldemort. And as long as it remains secret, Voldemort will be hesitant and tentative. I have a very good idea of how much worse things could be. From what I hear, that fucker avoids confronting Voldemort. Not that he's scared or unable, but that he's just being annoying. Albus smiled widely. That sounds like vaguely familiar press for a couple of new lords I know. Harry realized he'd walked right into that one. Yeah, but we're pretty. Albus paused, contemplating whether to contend that point before moving on. I think it's possible that the wizard in black is doing all he can. What do you mean? He is remarkably well-informed, Albus replied. And it is entirely possible that the magic of the Dark Mark prevents people from directly confronting Voldemort. You think he's a Death Eater? Harry asked in surprise, while running through all the inner circle names he could remember. Albus shrugged. I have several guesses, some more plausible than others. Oh yeah, Harry questioned. What's your craziest? I haven't exactly ranked them, Albus replied, but a number of questions remain about your counterpart's death. Harry recalled what Bellatrix had revealed. You think it might be me? I never said that. I said questions remain. I don't know what you've been told, but there was nothing natural about the manner in which Voldemort killed you. Foul, dark magic unlike any I've felt before was involved. Albus shuddered. It wasn't like any summoning ritual I've read about, but your deaths were not simple murder. Harry smothered a grin. You think Voldemort might have summoned a demon, that fucker? You asked for the craziest, Albus replied. But I get the feeling you know more about that night than I. Harry looked at Albus before answering. I suppose unless you're confronted with it, you assume Voldemort's claims of nearing immortality are nothing more than hollow boasting. Dumbledore blanched and whispered out, What? Harry winced and asked, Have you ever heard of a Horcrux? Albus pursed his lips and searched the recesses of his mind. I don't think I have. Harry sensed only truth from the charm and nodded. He almost wished he could take that word back, but figured he'd let the headmaster figure it out on his own. So that's your craziest. Albus considered pushing Harry on the subject, but realized Harry wanted him to discover something himself. He would ask Harry more questions when he had the right questions to ask. Well, I suppose now we should give serious consideration to the possibility of travelers from another world. Touché, Harry agreed. Albus took a moment to choose his words carefully. May I ask you something personal? Harry glanced at his watch. Yeah, sure, but don't waste your last question on something you know I won't answer. I'm going to get going after this. I was hoping to hear in your own words why you aren't more opposed to the Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry looked up. Truthfully, I guess it's really that he hasn't done anything to me. I'm like the out-of-towner who just moved to a new country. While I'm not in favor of my neighbor's death, I don't feel any attachment to them. And as different as the worlds are, I can't see the same darkness in similar eyes, nor do I receive the same kindness from the familiar faces. For me, it's simply like everyone are strangers wearing masks of my old friends. If I have to view them that way, then a wizard wearing a mask of the Dark Lord must be held to the same standard. So far, this Voldemort took his ass-kicking and has left me alone. My old headmaster always told me it was the choices we make that define who we are. Albus grumbled good-naturedly. That sounds like my usual trite rubbish. I would probably try and argue that's serious, and I have already been through a war and deserve a break. But we're both adrenaline junkies who enjoy havoc too much for that excuse to hold water. You don't say, Albus dryly agreed. But the other main thing is that I absolutely adore the fact that my life in this world has been so relaxing and normal. I'm just another wizard here. It's beyond refreshing. Albus blinked in shock. He made sure the Brotherhood charm was still in effect. Well, on behalf of this world, we're happy to have you. Thank you. Now do you mind paying a little rent and vanquishing the Dark Lord? Albus, I'm willing to treat you normal. Harry felt the charm twitch. Liar. Albus was about to clarify when he sensed a warning. He held up a hand, stopping Harry from talking just as the current head boy burst into the headmaster's office. Harry glanced over at the out-of-breath youngest Potter. Jimmy. Jimmy was gobsmacked, staring at Harry and the headmaster in turn. He was panting from sprinting down here and pulled the magical parchment out of his pocket to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Harry saw the headmaster looking genuinely surprised and did not recognize the Marauder's map for what it was. Albus leaned forward and asked, Mr. Potter, what is so important that you felt the need to burst into my office? Jimmy looked at the map and back 3 more times, continuing to ignore the headmaster. He stared right at Harry, begging for an explanation. You're Harry Potter. Harry flashed an irritated look at Albus and stood up. I think that's about as crystal clear as a cue to leave can be. No, wait, Jimmy pleaded. I mean, Do not pass on this golden opportunity, Albus warned Harry. And I hope to speak to you again soon, Harry. Harry glanced at his hand and then the headmaster. Feel like leaving the charm up? Delighted to, Albus agreed. Harry slung an arm over the confused and wary head boy's shoulder. Tell me, Jimmy, have you ever played the Obliviate game? Harry, Albus scolded. Good point, Harry nodded firmly. Let's get you away from these pesky, overprotective Hogwarts wards. Jimmy looked to the headmaster before turning to Harry and shrugging. Okay. James, Albus warily inquired. As head boy, I can leave the grounds, Jimmy claimed. Besides, he's my brother. What's he gonna do? Yes, Albus, Harry parroted. What am I going to do? Albus slumped back in his chair in tired acceptance of the situation. Good night, children, he pouted with emphasis on the last word. Refresh my memory, Jimmy said, beginning the walk down the spiral staircase. I think I've played the Obliviate game before, but I'm kind of fuzzy on the rules. Albus really hoped Jimmy was kidding. Chapter 23. Harry and Jimmy walked down the path from Hogwarts silently. Harry wasn't saying anything, and Jimmy was trying his best not to jump in front of Harry and shake the answers out of him. Hey, Harry. Not now. Jimmy nodded in understanding and kept quiet for about 5 seconds. Can I ask when? Harry glanced over and answered, when we're drunk. Jimmy frowned. I'm not sure When we're drunk, Harry repeated forcefully. Okay, Jimmy agreed. He held his tongue for almost 10 seconds this time. Are you going to obliviate me? Harry winced. The odds of your memory staying intact are better if we're drunk. Works for me. Jimmy happily jumped on board with the drinking plan. And if I'm drunk, Harry helpfully added, the odds are also higher that a memory charm won't stick for long. Sounds good, Jimmy agreed, keeping up with Harry's brisk pace. Harry admitted, I suppose the same could be said of the odds that I'll memory charm a little too much, like a year or 3. That's not so good. Harry shrugged with a smile as they reached the main street in Hogsmeade. They both slowed down when they spotted Sirius chatting up a couple of ladies in the middle of the village. Is that? Yeah, Harry slowly answered. As they got closer, they saw Sirius was pushing a mentally challenged-looking man with thick, bulbous goggles and a red plastic helmet around in a wheelchair. Harry glanced at Jimmy worriedly. Sirius is so going to hell. Jimmy opened his mouth and then closed it. He feebly argued. There could be a completely rational explanation for that. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden exclamation from the helmeted blonde in the wheelchair. "I was born Lucius Malfoy, Jr." "Okay," Jimmy conceded. "You're right, hell it is, but probably a funny hell." "Lord Black," Harry loudly greeted as he and Jimmy walked up. "Lord Black," Sirius cheerfully replied. "Hello," the special needs man shouted. "Hello," Sirius and the two ladies with him happily echoed back. "I was born Lucius Malfoy, Jr." "Okay," Harry agreed before turning to address his widely smiling godfather. "Sirius." Sirius made an exaggerated show of looking at his watch. "You know what? It's probably time I got Squibby back to his secret room at St. Mungo's. You ready to go home, Squibby?" "Hello," the man bellowed affirmatively. "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Nancy, Sophie," Sirius bid goodbye with a nod. "Say goodbye, Squibby." "Hello," he said. "Goodbye, you cutie," the two women said, bending down to squeeze the wheelchair-bound man's cheek. "Such a heartbreaker you are." "I was born Lucius Malfoy, Jr.," he shouted as Sirius wheeled him away. Harry and Jimmy followed behind Sirius, both slightly shocked and impressed by the depth of Sirius' depravity. They passed by a young girl, running around frantically and sniffling. Sugar Plum, where are you?" Once they were around a corner and out of sight, Harry finally asked the question. "Okay, first, wow, and second, what?" "I told you I'd wait for you in Hogsmeade," Sirius said. Harry shook his head. "No, you didn't." "Oh," Sirius frowned, pulling the helmet and goggles off the blonde man's head. "I suppose that explains why you were taking so long." Sirius hunched down in front of the patiently sitting man. He spread two fingers and closed his eyelids, releasing a dark control spell. He looked up towards Harry and admitted, "I got a little bored waiting." Harry and Jimmy merely observed curiously as Sirius reversed the transfiguration on the quietly idle blonde man in the wheelchair, turning him into an adorable golden retriever puppy. Sirius set the puppy on the ground before shrinking and pocketing the helmet, goggles, and wheelchair. Sirius picked up the puppy and looked it right in the eye. "You did real good." The puppy responded with several happy licks of Sirius' face. Harry and Jimmy followed Sirius as he walked back out from the alley. Sirius lifted the puppy high in the air. "Anybody lose a puppy? Anyone?" Sirius spotted the crying girl down the street, but avoided making eye contact as he yelled louder. "Anyone lose a puppy?" Harry and Jimmy saw the girl's face explode in joy. "Sugar Plum," she shouted, running towards Sirius. "Does this adorable little furball belong to you?" Sirius said, squatting down and holding out the puppy. "Oh, Sugar Plum," she yelled, grabbing and hugging her doggie around the neck. "Where did you run off to?" Harry saw Jimmy was as tempted to anoswar as he was. "And how did you get off your leash? I double knotted it," the girl questioned her doggie. Jimmy had to look away and cover his mouth. "You know," Sirius suggested, "some puppies behave better and return when called if you don't keep them on a leash at all." "Woof," the puppy happily agreed. The girl turned to Sirius in surprise, having forgotten he was there. She lunged forward and hugged Sirius. "Thank you for saving Sugar Plum. You're my hero." She let go of Sirius and ran the other way, holding her puppy tight. Harry and Jimmy stood there quietly as Sirius looked inordinately pleased with himself. "It feels good to be a hero." Jimmy snorted while Harry turned towards the hog's head and grumbled, "Let's get this boy liquored up." Sirius flashed a thumbs up and hurried to lead the way. "You know, Squibby McNossenoff was the firstborn of Narcissa, a black. That makes you Squibby's lord, too." "Nice subtle name," Harry replied before whispering to Jimmy. Jimmy nodded and said, "So my brother tells me your wand whistles." Sirius stopped and spun around. "It does not whistle." Jimmy glanced at Harry, who just mouthed, "Wait for it." Sirius looked at Harry in confusion. "What did you tell?" Harry saw Sirius had paused. Harry repeated quietly, "Wait for it." "Hang on a second," Sirius yelped in realization. Did you say wand?" Harry rolled his eyes. He's drunk already because a sober Sirius isn't this quick. Oi, Sirius exclaimed before pausing. I wouldn't be so drunk if you hadn't made me wait so long. Harry glanced significantly at Sirius before turning back towards the pub at the end of the alley. Of course I was sober when I made the decision to wait, so never mind. Brother, huh? Sirius asked with a grin falling in step next to Jimmy. Did Harry give in and tell you, or did he just mess up and say the wrong thing? I don't mess up, Harry retorted without even turning to face them. He had the map. The Marauder's map, Sirius excitedly asked. I can't believe your old man let you have such an evil and dangerous tool. Remus gave it to me, Jimmy answered before narrowing his eyes at Sirius. How do you know about it? Know about it, Sirius repeated indignantly. It's in my handwriting. Jimmy stopped in sudden realization. He hurried to catch up to the Lord Blacks. Wait, your padfoot, that's Sirius Black. Jimmy jumped in surprise, exclaiming loudly, You're the one who kidnapped my brother. Harry spun around and cast a silencing charm on Jimmy. Okay, you're done talking until we're behind a privacy ward. Sirius grinned at Jimmy, and you're way off base. Harry cast another silencing charm, this time on Sirius. If I have to stun either of you, it's going to mean a midget detention. Jimmy shook his head despite having no clue what that meant, only that it sounded unnatural and appeared to have genuinely frightened Sirius. The two silenced wizards followed Harry into the bar, making faces at his back the whole way. Hey, Jin, Harry asked, grabbing her attention. You got a private room we could borrow for a bit. Jin Weasley quickly closed the latest issue of Witches Weekly that she had hidden inside a supply catalog. Harry saw her blushing and smirked. What were you reading? Jin was not about to admit that she was checking out topless photos of Sirius and Harry from when they were getting healed in front of the Wisengamot. No private room, but you can go in back and throw up a couple wards. Thanks, Jin, Harry said, and turned towards Sirius and Jimmy. Sirius was watching Jimmy stare dreamily at the woman behind the bar. Jin flashed a warm smile at the youngest Potter. Hello, James. Jimmy tried to greet her back, but only looked silly mouthing words underneath a silencing charm. Harry glanced at Jimmy and translated. He said, Hi, Jin. Your breasts look like a pair of pregnant house elves in that halter top. Jimmy shook his head vigorously and gesturing his innocence. Harry made a face of confusion at Jimmy. She foxed like a porn star. What the hell does the headmaster's phoenix have to do with anything? Jin groaned as she jerked her thumb towards the back room. Go in the back. Maybe try and find a sense of humor while you're back there. Jimmy took a step forward, trying to silently apologize to Jin, but slipped on a conveniently placed patch of ice. He flipped forward over a stool and slammed his face on the bar with a fleshy splat. Jimmy's mouth was open in a silent scream. An unmistakable whoomp sound accompanied Jimmy's legs and bottom half lifting off the ground as the charm on the bar top triggered. Jin winced and thought she saw tears forming in Jimmy's eyes. Sirius, who had by then countered his silencing charm, helpfully voiced, That looked like it hurt. Harry nodded in certain agreement. Can we get a bag of ice and a bottle of fire whiskey? Jin handed them over towards Harry, while Sirius helped Jimmy waddle towards the back. Sirius canceled the silencing charm on Jimmy and put up some sturdy privacy wards. Harry entered the protected area and saw Jimmy looking at him with a weak smile. Tonks warned me I should wear a cup around you guys. Catch, Harry instructed, pretending to chuck the bag of ice towards Jimmy. In truth, an invisible hand was carrying it and deftly dodged around Jimmy's attempt to catch the ice. It tapped Jimmy on the nose and hovered just in front of his face. Jimmy snatched the floating bag of ice and put it on his cheek. You're mean. He is, Sirius agreed, carrying back the 3 cleanest glasses he could locate. Very mean. Jimmy moved the ice from his cheek to his crotch and let out a sigh of relief. You think maybe Jin didn't notice me hitting my face and getting nutted? Harry shook his head sadly. Kind of doubt it. She probably noticed your tears too, Sirius added. Jimmy indignantly explained. It was just the fumes in my eyes. I wasn't crying. Fumes, Sirius repeated in admiration. That's a good one. I know, Jimmy agreed. When I was a kid, I used the old bug-in-the-eye excuse, but no one ever believes that one. Sirius grumbled at the victorious grin on Harry's face. Shut it. Jimmy accepted the floating, half-filled glass of fire whiskey and took a sip. He swallowed painfully, but managed to keep himself from coughing. Extra obliviate juice in yours, Harry said with a wink. Jimmy looked in his glass and challengingly smirked at Harry. He tipped the glass back and finished off the rest of it in one gulp. Sirius and Harry saw Jimmy pale for a split second as he dropped the bag of ice. He coughed violently once, and his head was surrounded by a fireball. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing Jimmy's reddened face. The top of his head was smoldering as dark vapors trickled out his nose, ears, and mouth. The two Lord Blacks shared a look of immense amusement. He's such a Potter, Sirius happily exclaimed as Jimmy was patting his hair, stamping out any fire. Whoa, Jimmy said as he took a step. I feel dizzy. That can happen, Sirius agreed with a chuckle. Harry's magical arms grabbed a chair and maneuvered it right behind Jimmy. Have a seat. Jimmy nodded gratefully and glanced at the chair behind him. He turned back to Harry and pointed. You're not gonna move it on me, are you? Harry held his hands up, promising not to. Jimmy bent his knees and sat back in the chair just as it was yanked out from under him. He fell on his bum hard enough to rattle the nearby shelves. Oh, come on, Jimmy complained, wondering how he'd managed to get beat up and drunk in a span of minutes. Sirius cheerfully displayed his wand. He didn't move it. Should have guessed, Jimmy grumbled, pulling the chair closer and gripping it tightly as he sat down. I thought I heard a whistle. Hey, Sirius whined, showing his first wand. This isn't the wand that whistles. This is my old one. Harry turned to Sirius, holding back his laughter. I mean my wand doesn't why, Sirius snapped. Oh, screw you both. Hey, Jimmy happily realized. That'd be incest, he exclaimed, waving his hand between Harry and himself. Not exactly, Harry corrected. But it would be gross, Sirius added. What do you mean? Jimmy asked curiously. Sirius answered without hesitation. I know sword fighting may look manly and all. Not you, Jimmy interrupted. Harry, what do you mean? Harry was slightly curious about what Sirius was going to say, but answered. Your older brother, Harry, died a long time ago. I'm Harry Potter, just a different one. Jimmy scratched his head in confusion. Like a cousin. Sirius took a drink of his fire whiskey and sighed. This could take a while. Jin glanced at her watch and realized it had been a couple of hours since the three Potters and Blacks took over her storeroom. Hey, Moe. Yeah. I'm gonna step in the back. Give a shout if anyone comes in, would you? She heard a grunt of assent from Moe as she stealthily crept down the back hall. The eerie quiet pointed towards silencing charm, and she was hopping to avoid interrupting a touching family moment. She crossed through an outer edge of wards and heard voices snickering and laughing between whispers. SHH, come on, hurry up, she's coming. Another snort of amusement was released before a different voice. I'm almost done. Jin whipped her head around the corner with a stern frown on her face. Her eyes widened at the sight. Sirius was capping a magical marker and spun around smiling innocently. The illusion of innocence was broken as he moved out of the way, revealing an unconscious seventh-year Hogwarts student. Jimmy's head was tilted to the side, while a long string of drool connected the corner of his open mouth to his shoulder. He had been stripped down to his boxers, and written across his chest was a message. I slept with Gin Weasley, and all I got was one lousy memory charm, and a little itching no one can explain. Please tell me that's not permanent, Jin said with a tiny sigh. That's not permanent, Harry and Sirius happily replied in unison. She rolled her eyes. You could make an effort to lie to me, you know. You look really pretty in that top, Harry effortlessly lied. Not even a little skanky. Real nice, she grumbled. You've lost weight, haven't you? Sirius added with a waggle of his finger. Watch it, Jin warned with a harsh poke of Sirius' shoulder. She grabbed the permanent marker from his hand. A twist of her wand, and the drooling, prone form of Jimmy Potter floated up and turned around, slumped over his belly on the chair. A slow drip of drool stretched to the floor while he continued to snore. Jin tugged the waistband of his boxers down and signed her name right across his pale, exposed butt cheek. She pulled his drawers back up and smiled at the Lord Blacks, adding a touch of authenticity. Sirius smirked at her. You just like making the seventh years blush. Such is the lonely life of a young, gorgeous bartender next to a school full of hormonal teenagers, Jin forlornly explained. She started to walk back to the front of the hogshead and added, if you get him inside the Hogwarts grounds, you can call for Sully. He's a house elf who takes students back to their beds safely and quietly. Harry picked up Jimmy with a pair of invisible arms while Sirius brought down the rest of wards. The mostly naked, slumbering form of the Hogwarts, head boy missed out on the applause his exit of shame earned him, while Harry and Sirius waved goodnight to Jin. They paraded Jimmy down the street towards the path to Hogwarts. As soon as they crossed the primary wards, Sirius beckoned, Sully. The house elf appeared wearing 2 patchwork oven mitts that had been stitched into a pair of overalls. He used a dirty rag to wipe his forehead before stuffing it in his back pocket. You called Sully. Sirius pointed at Jimmy. We have. Sully interrupted and agreed. Jin said. Sully reiterated. He needs. He sure does, Sully agreed. Actually, Harry jumped in. Really? Sully asked, looking at Harry curiously. Harry blinked and began to wonder if this house elf was using legilimency. I was going to say. Sully replied affirmatively. What? Sirius asked. I was just. Harry stopped and non-verbally told Sully to shut up. I was just thinking that instead of Sully taking Jimmy back up there, perhaps he should ask McGonagall to come down here. That's plain mean, Sirius retorted with a smile. Do it, Sully. Sully agreed, snapping his fingers and disappearing with a loud pop. Harry gently dropped Jimmy on his back with his arms and legs spread out. Come on, Harry said with a jerk of his head. Let's get back under our own wards and I'll tell you those things I wouldn't before. Sirius crossed the edge of the Hogwarts wards before Harry and apparated back to Grimmauld Place. He headed straight for the kitchen as Harry apparated in behind him. I want some Fruity Pebbles, and you said you'd tell me what you wish you hadn't told Albus. Harry followed Sirius into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. It's not that I wish I hadn't told him. I wanted to know if he knew about something and he didn't, which meant I inadvertently gave him a pretty big clue. So now he's got some research to do before asking me semi-uncomfortable but inevitable questions. Sirius took a spoonful of his late-night cereal, chewed loudly, and swallowed. Are you going to keep talking in vague generalizations, or are you going to actually explain this thing you've been hiding? Sirius took another bite of Pebbles. Sorry, Harry replied. Force of habit. Crappy habit. Understandable, but crappy. Yeah, Harry agreed. Thing is, I asked Dumbledore if he'd heard about Horcruxes. Sirius swallowed the food in his mouth and furrowed his brow. Those things you, Ron, and Hermione hunted. Harry nodded. How much do you know about Horcruxes? Dark evil magic thing, right? Something you had to do before you could face Voldemort. Soul magic, maybe. Close enough. The gist of it is that there's this little bonus ritual thing you can do when you commit a real, proper, cold-blooded murder. Killing of that kind damages your soul, and you can take that split chunk of soul and stick it into an object. I'm remembering now, Sirius recalled. You said something about how as long as one of his objects exists, then he can't be completely killed, only his body destroyed. Exactly, Harry agreed and attempted to subtly segue. Now remember how I said those founders' items were pieces of a larger puzzle. Sure, Sirius answered. You said, oh God, Harry. Yeah. You mean to tell me? Yup. The larger puzzle is Voldemort's soul, Sirius said incredulously. You're kidding, right? Maybe a little, Harry carefully answered. How much? None at all. Sirius frowned. How did I not see this? Truthfully. Yes. You're not that smart. I'm not an idiot, Sirius complained. I know, you're a smart guy, Harry happily offered. Thank you. Just not that smart. Sirius knew he should have seen that one coming. He thought back to the locket they found and the traps around the Grindelwald zombie. But you said the pieces together would be more valuable. Harry defended. I think to the right buyer they'd be extremely valuable. Priceless, almost. We can't fence the Dark Lord's soul. There's bound to be a rule about that somewhere. Has anyone ever tried? I mean, just because no one's managed it yet, Harry answered a little too quickly. Hang on. What? Okay. Yeah, I'm hanging on. Harry resisted the urge to whistle. And I'm acting perfectly normal, too. Hang on. Harry mimed zipping his mouth shut and stood there avoiding Sirius' eyes. Sirius was trying to pick up on the cause for Harry's continued distress. What aren't you telling me? All right, Harry agreed, knocking back the rest of his water and wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Voldemort made 6 Horcruxes because of arithmetic properties of 7. 6 separate objects plus him makes 7. We've got Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's cube already. The diary, I expect, is buried in the blood-warded safe at Malfoy Manor, and Hufflepuff's cup is in a cursed tomb in the desert. The Slytherin ring was not where it was supposed to be, and we tripped some wards there, if you'll remember. Sirius nodded and saw Harry was waiting on him. I count 5. What's the 6th? The 6th, Harry admitted with a sigh. The 6th in our old world was his familiar, an especially large snake named Nagini. It's not Nagini here. Harry shook his head. According to Bella, he's never had a familiar. But I think the basilisk from the chamber now lives in the woods behind the Riddle house. Comforting thought. So is it the basilisk, or do we have no idea what the 6th Horcrux is? It's not the basilisk, Harry replied calmly. I know exactly what the 6th Horcrux is, but I don't know where to look for it. What is it? Harry frowned. You remember that hidden cursed patch of ground and tree at Godric's Hollow, where nothing appears to ever grow again. I knew it. Sirius slammed his hand down happily. I knew I died a special hero, so he made a Horcrux when he killed me. Ah, no, Harry answered with a shake of his head. You fought back and through some incredible stroke of luck might have even been a threat to him. That's probably not a clean enough murder, and it's nowhere near as cold-blooded as slicing open a defenseless baby. He killed you to make the Horcrux, Sirius whined. Man, you get everything. Yeah, he killed me, Harry admitted, but he killed me to turn your skull into a Horcrux. My skull, Sirius repeated as if testing out the words. My skull is a Horcrux. Pretty sure, yup. I can just imagine him, Uug, Sirius shuddered. I feel dirty, like I can feel him inside me all writhing around. My thoughts exactly. The fact that your skull is Horcruxiotic is a lot like Voldemort's having sex with you. Sirius mentally reviewed his earlier choice of words. Shut up. Are you picturing it too? Stop it, Sirius ordered while banishing all mental images from his mind. He looked at Harry earnestly. You know this isn't as bad as I first thought. The sex with. Not that, Sirius interrupted. Gathering these Horcruxes, I mean as founders objects they're worth a hefty coin, but knowing what they also are, Sirius shrugged. Money, power, fame, we can turn these into just about anything we want. Harry was considering what Sirius said. If word were to get out, we could use Voldemort to drive the price up. We're not selling them to him, Sirius scoffed before uncertainly adding, are we? Harry shook his head. You know that and I know that, but our prospective buyers don't need to know that. Sirius smiled brightly in agreement, catching on to the potential of the situation. You really want to hold the ministry hostage and name our own price? Not really, Harry said with a smile in return, but it's definitely something to think about. Sirius' eyes widened as he realized they had a guaranteed get-out-of-jail-free card as well as a legitimate defense for their necessary thieving in the unlikely event of their capture. He knew this was one set he definitely wanted completed. You ready to tackle the Malfoys, or are we going to the desert? Harry saw Sirius wasn't even fazed and had already gotten back to business. We still don't know where the skull is or where the ring went. So desert first and then Malfoy's. Teleporting fire scorpions are much easier to deal with than a dark wizard with an overdeveloped sense of self-worth. Tell you what? Teleporting fire scorpions. There's lots of fun stuff around the tomb. He paused to scratch his chin. Then again, the Fidelius hidden bunker was a bit different in this world. Sirius finished off the last bite of his now soggy cereal. He levitated the bowl to the sink where it began to magically clean itself. He saw Harry looked relaxed. Were you keeping all that from me because you thought I'd be upset to hear my skull is a Horcrux? Harry shrugged, wondering why he'd been so hesitant. Sirius pushed off the edge of the counter and walked out of the kitchen. Merlin, you're such a woman sometimes. Jimmy let out a whimper of pain as his older sister scrubbed his chest. Stay still, Sarah ordered, dipping the scouring brush in the magical solution. You're practically grating away my skin like a hunk of cheese, Jimmy whined. So excuse me if I'm a little twitchy. Merlin, you're such a woman sometimes, Sarah muttered under her breath. Maybe next time you'll remember not to let pretty girls write on you with permanent magical markers. I didn't let anyone, Jimmy hissed in pain as his sister attacked the last line across his abdomen. And Jin didn't write this. It was Harry and Sirius having a laugh with me. And that makes it better. Well, I wouldn't want Jin to take advantage of me while I'm unconscious, Jimmy explained. She should do it when I'm awake, and I have a camera. Sarah shook her head, thinking both she and Jimmy inherited their perverted side from their mother. So you'd prefer to think that two unmarried men who lived together, got you drunk, and then after you passed out did something that required you to be naked. Sarah paused in her scrubbing. Okay, now I'm jealous. Jimmy was touching his tender skin and wincing at the rawness. He looked up at the Sarah worriedly. Have you got the hots for Harry? Awa, Sarah cooed. Is my little brother scared I'm going to steal his new boyfriend? No, Jimmy snorted and sat up on the couch. I just. Relax, Sarah assured him, dabbing a layer of healing potion over Jimmy's raw chest. I won't let him write anything embarrassing on me in permanent magical marker. Oh, good, Jimmy replied. Because that's exactly what I was worried about. Are we done here? Sarah gave his front one last cursory evaluation. Yeah, that should do it. If it still looks bad in a couple weeks, we can scrape again. Thank you, Jimmy said, turning around to grab his shirt. Hang on, Sarah interjected. I thought it was only on your front. It's not, Jimmy asked curiously, trying to peer over his shoulder. Sarah mentally distanced herself and focused on thinking as a healer, not a sister. She carefully tugged at the waistband of her brother's boxers and peeked down. You say this was done by the Lord Blacks? Yeah, Jimmy answered, trying to catch sight of his exposed bum. Why? Sarah summoned a mirror and angled it for her brother. Because that looks like a woman's handwriting. Jimmy paled. Those bastards. Sarah lifted up her chimera hair brush and shook it. Shall we take care of this one now, too? Jimmy frowned deep in thought before reaching a conclusion. No, I think I'll keep this one for a little while. Sarah dropped the brush back in the solution and corked the top. That's just creepy. Is that your professional opinion? Jimmy asked, holding up the mirror, checking out his signed cheek. Quit starring, Sarah snapped, putting away her diagnostic tools. No potion can fix your pale chicken butt. You think if I got a red magical marker and drew a heart around her name? Even creepier. Yeah, Jimmy admitted sadly. I thought so. Mum's coming, Sarah warned as she felt a twinge from the perimeter charm around her private quarters. Hi, Mum. Have you seen your broth? Lily stopped when she saw her youngest hiding a mirror behind his back. Jimmy, what are you doing? Why does everyone assume I'm doing something? Lily was watching her son slip his shirt back on, looking for other warning signs. Have your memories returned to you yet? I wasn't obliviated, Jimmy pleaded. I just thought I was drinking really bad water and must have had too much. That's all. Really bad water, eh? Sarah asked doubtfully. I worry about you, Lily explained. And I talked to the headmaster and he's worried too, so we're just going to check you for memory charms. Jimmy nodded in acceptance as he tugged his shirt away from his body. Every time the cloth just gently touched his raw skin, it hurt. "Come in, headmaster," Sarah called out after the perimeter charm alerted her. Albus pushed the door open and smiled at the three Potters. "You know, when I welcome people from the other side of the door, it's much more impressive." Jimmy answered without thinking. "That's probably more of a statement on the people at your door." "James Jr.," Lily exclaimed, scandalized. "Indeed," Albus said, his beard twitching in amusement. He tilted his head down to look at the youngest Potter over the top of his glasses. "Do you know why I wish to scan you for memory charms?" Jimmy nodded and let his irritation shine through. "Because I made a crack about playing the obliviation game. Yes, I remember the discussion, and yes, I was just joking. Honestly, there aren't any gaps in my memory. Unless you count the one after the fire whiz, I mean the bad water." "Nice catch," Sarah jeered. "Hey, headmaster," Jimmy said while looking at his sister. "Don't you think Sarah and Harry would make a cute couple?" Lily looked a bit upset at the idea, while Albus' face reflected many conflicting emotions. Albus carefully avoided the question and replied, "Why don't we get started on checking your mind?" Jimmy sat down on the couch as Albus drew his wand. "Go ahead, you're not going to find anything." "Nothing at all," Lily asked with a grin. "You know what I meant," Jimmy grumbled as he felt Albus flittering through his mind, testing memories without actually viewing any of them. "So, Mum," Sarah began, seeing Albus and Jimmy were busy. "Have you got any bartenders to sign your arse in permanent magical marker lately?" Lily blinked. "What?" Jimmy growled at his sister. "Listen, Sarah, when you're old and out of shape, and it seems like no one is willing to talk to you, other than your 17 pet measles, I just want you to know that you can count on me to tell you the truth. You suck." "Oh dear," Albus softly added as an image flew past. "Oops," Jimmy answered. "I didn't mean for you to see that." Lily sighed and looked over at the child who would always be her baby. "Show me your tushy. You can pull your pants down while Albus scans you." Jimmy wished he'd had a sickle for every time he heard that one. Now's really not the best time. Albus paused in his rapid-fire scanning to take several long, measured breaths. He smiled at Jimmy. "I shall leave it to your discretion whether you wish to turn your head and cough." "What?" Jimmy asked in confusion. Albus waved him off. "My humor is lost on the wizard raised. Suffice it to say, Muggle-borns have some rather common horror stories." "What?" Jimmy repeated, looking towards his mother for help, as the headmaster resumed his mental scan. "If you still have a tramp stamp, let's just get it off now," Lily explained unabashedly, pulling at her son's pants. "Mum," Jimmy whined, tired of being treated like a child. "I don't have a tramp stamp, that's Sarah." "Jimmy," Sarah shouted in anger. "Oh, please, honey," Lily interrupted, looking towards her daughter. "Your father and I have known about your tattoo for years. You still have the materials for removing permanent magical marker." "Yes, Mum," Sarah agreed, bringing over the solution and still moist, stiff brush. She handed the covered bowl to her mother. "Why don't I let you have the pleasure of scrubbing this one off?" Jimmy felt Albus still rifling through his mind as he tried to slap his mother's hands away. "I swear, Mum, if you don't start treating me like an adult, I'm going to." "You're going to what?" Lily asked dangerously with that "I brought you into this world" tone of voice. "Find someone to write even cruder things on you." Albus held up his memory scan to look at the healing solution closer. "Miss Potter, what is that?" "That's what Madame Pomfrey told me to use," Sarah admitted. "A rejuvenating elixir mixed with a dash of thickening potion. And she said you get best results with a chimera hair brush." Albus glanced at Jimmy with a twinkle in his eye and pity on his face. "I believe Madame Pomfrey meant a chimera hairbrush, not a chimera hair brush." Sarah's confidence faltered. "Huh. Chimeras were created long ago and have physically evolved. They are solitary creatures with the body of a goat, the tail of a dragon, and the head of a lion, a pack animal whose grooming issues are traditionally dealt with by other members of the pack. The chimera had to adapt. As a result, the scales at the end of a chimera's tail evolved magical teeth that can be used for grooming. They are extremely useful for being gentle and firm at the same time, strength without damaging. Huh. Dumbledore smiled. A scale with working magical teeth is called a chimera's comb or a chimera's hairbrush. That, Dumbledore said, pointing towards the solution and scrub brush, appears to be a brush made of chimera hair, which are usually very coarse and I would suspect uncomfortable. Oh, Sarah said, wincing at the incredulous look her brother was giving her. Sorry about that. I'm just an apprentice. Sorry, Jimmy squeaked. Sorry. Lily hoped there was no lasting harm done, but felt her son deserved it for not going to the proper school nurse. What do you use a brush of chimera hair for? Well, obviously, you could use one to remove permanent marker from skin, Albus offered, waving airily towards the indignant head boy. But perhaps the most common use of one would be to sand down the calluses on giants' feet. I think I'm going to be sick, Jimmy said, closing his eyes. Yeah, Sarah said with a shrug. That brush didn't look new either. Albus cheerfully took the conversation in another direction. I am pleasantly surprised to announce that you do not have any new memory charms on you at all. See, Jimmy said, shaking his finger at his mother and headmaster. I told you I didn't have any wait, new. What do you mean new? Sarah was never one to pass on a chance to mock her little brother and audibly sighed. We might as well tell him. Lily just raised a curious eyebrow. Thing is, Jimmy, until that potion's accident when you were 5, well, you used to be a girl. Lies, Jimmy retorted after momentarily entertaining the idea. All lies. You were best the little sister I could have hoped for. Jimmy shook his head, not rising to the bait. Albus cleared his throat and added, I meant new in that I was only searching for signs of recent alterations, the past year or two. The older the charm, the deeper you must scan to locate it. I also couldn't help but notice there didn't appear to be any recent binding oaths or compulsion charms. Jimmy was getting irritated. Harry and Sirius are nice guys. They're not abusing me, obliviating me, or touching me in a way that would require a demonstration doll in court, okay. So you are free to speak about anything you wish, Albus asked, giving Jimmy a significant look. Yeah, Jimmy said, I am. Albus glanced at the 2 female Potters before inquiring. And is there anything you have to say? Jimmy caught on to what Albus was urging him to do and smiled. Nope, sorry, headmaster, nothing to say. Albus just smiled back and nodded in understanding. His smile dropped and he let out a small sigh. Damn. What was that? Lily asked, looking between the 2 of them curiously. Nothing, Jimmy and Albus both answered immediately. Nothing, Lily repeated with her hands on her hips. Albus and Jimmy shook their heads negatively. Nothing to explain justifying your behavior, nothing to add at all. Jimmy shook his head. Nope, oh, he suddenly recalled. Except that please let's not mention anything to Dad about the fire whiskey, please. You mean the really bad water, don't you? Sarah said with a grin. Oh yeah, Jimmy admitted. I kinda gave up on that one, didn't I? Lily sat down next to her son. Too bad, because you had me fooled. Really? Jimmy asked before noticing the look his mother gave him. Right, I'll shut up now. Where are we? Sirius asked, looking around in all directions. We're in the middle of the desert, Harry replied. How much more do you need to know than that? Sirius span around in a circle. It's just sand as far as the eye can see in every direction. Surprise, Harry said, mocking Sirius' wonder. He pulled out a timer and floppy hat to protect him from the sun. He put on the hat, set the timer, and shoved it back in his pocket. How do you know which way to go? Sirius asked. I mean, we could walk in circles and never even know it. Harry looked up and pointed. We need to walk for 30 minutes in that direction. Sirius squinted towards where Harry indicated. You're sure? Harry nodded and pulled out a bottle of water. He slung his large bag over his shoulder. Positive, now let's go. Sirius put on his newly purchased sunglasses and fell into step with Harry. Of course, our luck would mean we have to walk towards the sun, Sirius grumbled. How are you so sure this is the right direction? Didn't you say you'd no idea where we were apparating to? Yes. So you don't know where we are, but you know where we need to go. Yes. Are you messing with me like that stuff about why we have to walk and can't use brooms? No. So if you don't know where we are, how do you know that's the direction? Because the tomb isn't located in any specific location. It moves. Yup. So how do you get to a tomb that moves? There are lots of ways. It mainly depends on the magic of the tomb. How about this one? This one appears only if you're lost in the Sahara Desert. Okay. And then you have to meet a couple of other requirements. The first of which is that you must walk. No riding in a jeep, no riding on a broom, no riding on a cheetah with a catnip muzzle. The magic can check that. The magic can check that. And can you guess what other requirements there are? You gotta walk for 30 minutes. That's correct, and I bet you can guess in what direction. Okay, now you're just fucking with me. Harry glanced over at Sirius, but kept walking straight towards the sun. You're telling me this cursed tomb only appears after you get lost in the desert, and then walk towards the sun for 30 minutes. Cruel bastard, ain't he? That's horrible. That's awful. Can't we just wrestle a dragon or something? Sirius pleaded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Harry smirked. If you'd like, that could be arranged too. Sirius stayed quiet as the pair kept walking towards the sun. He grabbed Harry's bottle of water and took a drink. He tried to hand it back. Keep it, Harry said with his eyes focused forward. I've got more. Sirius took another drink of water and wondered if this was the longest half-hour of his life. You said there are traps. Harry nodded. Many, you got your gillyweed. Sirius looked inside his cloak. Check. Your antidotes and antivenom pack. Check. Your crucifixes and Bibles. Check. Exactly 2, and 1/4 kilograms of petroleum jelly. Check. How many flame-freezing charms have you stored up to trigger wandlessly? You said I'd need at least 5, so I layered in 20, 2 at a time. Excellent. What do you do when you hear the singing? Cover my ears. When you see the naked women, or possibly poodles, cover my eyes. When you cross the underground river filled with kangaroo. Sirius angrily snarled. I'm going to crispy fry every last one of those motherfuckers. Harry shrugged. I was looking for pucker and cover, but that works. A loud beeping began to emanate from Harry's pocket. He pulled out the timer and turned it off. Okay, now, you're going to begin to feel tension inside of you building. Your magic is going to want you to react. Do not cast any magic at all. Just keep walking. Sirius winced as his magic began to itch. Eventually, your magic is going to hit a point and react on its own. When that happens, everything will go black and you're gonna fall. You've got about 2 seconds to cast a cushioning charm, repelling charm, something, or else you're gonna get skewered on bone spikes. Move forward on the ground until you reach a fork in the road and wait. We'll meet up there. Harry, Sirius hissed out through clenched teeth. Don't cast anything, Padfoot, and don't transform either. No magic. Harry, I thought you should know, Harry winced as he kept walking, fighting his own impulse to veer from this path. Waited until the last moment. Well, maybe. If you'd let me finish, I could. Don't blame this on me. If it was important enough to mention, you should have said something earlier. You're unbelievable. This conversation could have been over 5 times already, but you just can't let it go. Just say what you wanted to, you ignorant buttnug. Then the sand exploded into darkness and swallowed them whole. Chapter 24. Oh my freakin' head, Sirius muttered as he slowly regained consciousness. Sirius, Harry asked from the foot of his godfather's hospital bed. Can you hear me? Oh my freakin' ears, Sirius grumbled in discomfort. Too loud, Harry asked softer. Sirius blearily looked towards Harry's voice. Oh my freakin' eyes. Too bright. No, I just looked at your face. Healer Armstrong had quickly responded to the summons and entered the private room at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. I see my most deviant patient of the day is finally awake. We might need more skill grow, Harry grunted. I think Sirius here lost his funny bone too. Oh my freaking God, Sirius groaned. That was horrible. Healer Armstrong glanced at Harry. I'm inclined to agree with the patient. His sense of humor seems to be functioning quite well. He didn't give Harry a chance to pout before addressing Sirius. How are you feeling? Unable to resist, Sirius happily replied, with my fingers for the most part. Perhaps I spoke too soon, Healer Armstrong frowned. We'll have to have that funny bone looked at. His expression quickly turned professional. Aches and soreness are expected but should be mild. Are you in any pain? Sore, no sharp or specific pain, Sirius said, tilting his head. But I can't move my body at all. What happened? What's the last thing you remember? Healer Armstrong asked, triggering the memories to come to the fore of Sirius consciousness. Oh, sweet Merlin. Sirius' eyes widened, remembering their retrieval of the Horcrux. MMPH. Sirius' words were muffled as Harry had slapped a hand over Sirius' mouth. He remembers, Harry assured the healer before berating his godfather. Sirius, don't say anything stupid. Hippocratic oath protections and all. Harry turned to the healer and innocently added, not that I would ever modify anyone's memory without consent or going through the proper ministry-approved procedure. Right, Healer Armstrong replied in disbelief. Hello, Sirius loudly interrupted. Unable to move, anyone. Your legs were severely damaged, Lord Black, the healer explained. The injuries were serious enough that we were forced to vanish all the bones from your pelvis down and grow them back. The tissue damage varied. Oh God, Sirius started to panic. Your penis is fine, Harry exasperatedly assured him. Sirius let out a long breath before a thought crossed his mind. Wait. Testiculars too. Sirius sighed in relaxation. Phew. Healer Armstrong continued. The point being that you have to be briefed on your situation before you unknowingly put too much stress on the extremely brittle bones. I will remove the paralysis as long as you don't get out of your bed or do anything that will jeopardize your healing. Sitting up, leaning over, and only the smallest pieces of magic are acceptable, but nothing to disturb your legs. Nothing at all. I got it. Please remove the paralysis, Sirius asked. I need to know that he's okay. The healer touched his wand to the hospital bed, and Sirius' arms sprung free. His upper torso pitched forward as his hand wriggled underneath his hospital gown and headed straight for his crotch. One of those, 1, 2, and a half of those. Okay, we're good. Could you stop touching there? Harry said, snapping Sirius back to reality, after it appeared that the older Lord Black forgot others were in the room. Before I forget, Sirius said, turning towards Harry, I figured out how we're going to break into MMPH. He must be delirious still, Harry said, halfway smothering his godfather while smiling at the healer. Could you give us a few minutes? Healer Armstrong closed up the folder he was nodding his observations in. Actually, my day ended a few minutes ago. Madame Archer will be here to assist you overnight should you need it. When I return tomorrow morning, Lord Black should be ready to try standing again. He turned to Sirius and addressed him sternly. You are not to attempt putting any weight on your legs. Understood. MMPH, Sirius said with a nod, in spite of Harry's hand. You have my emergency buzzer. Healer Armstrong nodded goodbye to the Lord Blacks. Harry removed his hand and tossed up some extra privacy wards. It's safe to talk. Sirius huffed. So you're really sure that left is the way to go? It was the way to go. We got the Horcrux and we got out. You were the idiot, Harry scolded while wiping the spittle off his licked hand. And didn't you have something to say? Huh. Harry tried repeating Sirius' own words. Before you forget, you figured out. Sirius blinked. Huh. Harry sat down in the squeaky chair facing Sirius' bed. He assumed Sirius would remember what he meant to say if it was important enough. Do you not recall when I asked at the start if you had exactly 2¼ kilograms of petroleum jelly? Yeah, Sirius admitted. But I figured a quarter is just a rough estimate. It's not an exact amount. Why do you think I used the word exactly? You didn't say exactly. You just said exactly. Like it can't be 2 or 2.5, it's gotta be right around 2.25, roughly. Padfoot. Maybe if you'd been a little clearer. Sirius gave up his argument when he saw Harry was unconvinced. So the thing is. In the place, Harry assured him, with the other 2 things. 3 down, Sirius summarized. 3 to go. Harry gave in to his curiosity and asked the question that had been bothering him. So what did you use the petroleum jelly for? Because I know I gave you the right amount. Sirius snickered in memory. I coated the entire floor of Mooney's bathroom with it while he was in the shower. He grabbed his towel and stepped out of the tub. Sirius was outright laughing by now. Just slipping and sliding everywhere, arms flailing. He even bruised his tailbone. Harry shook his head and reminded, You've had to regrow your tailbone, along with dozens of others. Sirius paused and broke out a smile. Still worth it. You're an idiot, Harry retorted. And you took some of my petroleum jelly trying to even yours out. You could have killed me. Yeah, Sirius wiggled as he sat up. How'd you get us out? I snagged enough of your petroleum jelly to get me to exactly 2.25 kilograms, and then I just powered us the hell out of there. That thing was going to kill you, Sirius. Sirius winced at the memory. How was I supposed to know that a freakin' giant could uproot a tree and start casting with it? Harry sighed. You know we can't tell anyone where we really were. Sirius nodded. I know. I had to make up a story for the hospital records. Oh no. Harry smiled. What did you tell them? Harry suppressed his delight and calmly answered. I merely told them you were experimenting with the effects of love potions on bludgers. That's why I didn't check up on all the pounding sounds until after 3 hours had passed and your legs looked like a couple of dragon hairballs. Vivid visual, Sirius commented, glancing down at his heavily wrapped legs. You've been out for 4 days, Harry explained and pointed towards the counter by the sink. You got some get-well-soon cards. 4 days, Sirius questioned before remembering they had an appointment. Jimmy. I met with him, Harry answered. And? Harry shrugged. And it went exactly like he said. Dumbledore came down, checked him for memory charms, and found nothing. So did you. Harry nodded a little reluctantly. I obliviated him. There was plenty of residue from Dumbledore's scan to mask the charm. Jimmy's right, Sirius added. Snivellus would have had no qualms about plucking it from his head at any time. I know. And with the Brotherhood charm, I'll more than likely keep Albus from ever realizing why I don't want him discussing things with Jimmy. It's only a few more months, until he graduates anyway. Harry nodded. But even then, we'll need to decide whether to remove the memory charm or leave it there. You think you could let it stay? Sirius asked. Because you're acting like some John stole your whoring money. I am not, Harry grumbled. But just for that, I'm going to have sex tonight while you can't even move from your hospital bed. You mind doing it in here? Sirius asked, feeling bored with his confinement already. Those boundaries that we talked about. Too far. Harry smiled mirthlessly. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, Sirius exclaimed. I remember what I meant to say earlier. I figured out how we're going to break into Malfoy Manor. Harry sat up, his attention drawn. Really? My subconscious has had 4 days to itself, and I'm brilliant. Really? Harry asked again with more than a touch of doubt. It's simple, Sirius grinned. All we have to do is get Lucius to key me into the wards, and then I can bring them down enough from the inside for you to come play too. That's all, huh? Harry asked. Just get Lucius to key you into the wards. Sirius looked at Harry. You don't think I could bring them down from the inside? That's not the part I'm skeptical of, Harry replied. I'm more wondering just how you plan to get Lucius to key you in. I'm still ironing out some of the details, Sirius admitted. You're going to need to be in top acting form, and I need to double-check some facts on the history of House Elves. What? Harry asked, unprepared for that. Bellatrix could help in a small role, Sirius mused to himself out loud. And it'd be nice if Lucius is still clueless of all things American. Harry couldn't keep up with the random hints Sirius was dropping. You're not going to give me any details, are you? Sirius shook his head. Not yet. You need to work on how to get into the safe. I'll get us in the door. You want me to have the nurse knock you out for a few days. See if your subconscious has any more bright ideas. Very funny, Sirius retorted. You're just jealous of my brilliant subconscious, which is understandable considering your subconscious is pouting like woman from having to obliviate your semi-brother. You know, come to think of it, you've been a lot more willing to accept Jimmy as a little brother than you have his parents as anything. No kidding. And just why do you think that is? Harry retorted, staring intently at Sirius. Don't kill the messenger, Sirius said, holding his hands up in supplication. I'm just making an innocent observation. Speaking of killing the messenger, Harry chuckled weakly. You know, because of your legs healing, you can't have sex for at least 3 to 4 weeks. A horrible, gut-wrenching sound echoed throughout the entire 6th floor of St. Mungo's. Remus looked down at his shopping list again, wondering if he was deciphering the scribbles correctly. 3 tubes of peppermint toothpaste, milk chocolate or semi-sweet, not dark. He considered if he should read anything into the 3 exclamation points after not dark before finally translating the last item on the list. White bread crusts and wheat bread middles. Remus turned his cart down the aisle for hair care products and almost didn't believe his eyes. James Potter, assistant director of the DMLE, had just set a bottle of Muggle hair conditioner into his handheld shopping basket when he looked up. Remus, what are you doing here? Remus sensed his friend's nervousness. I could ask you the same thing. I asked first. Remus held up his 2-sided list. I was doing some shopping. I thought you shopped at the market just a few blocks from your place, James asked curiously while wondering if Remus came alone. I do, but they were shut down tonight to refinish the floor. Remus looked into James' basket and saw several fruity-smelling conditioners, body wash, and bath salts. I thought Nappy did most of your shopping. She does, James quickly replied, but obviously she can't go to certain types of stores. Remus pushed his cart closer to his friend and frowned, jumping to the only conclusion he could imagine. Be honest with me. Are you cheating on Lily? James' eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Heavens, no. Remus, how could you even think such a thing? Oh, good, Remus admitted in relief. I thought it sounded crazy. Almost insultingly so, James agreed, standing up a little straighter. Well, what am I supposed to think? Remus defended. You're nervous, scared, and buying all sorts of woman products. They're not woman products, James snapped back. Men use. He pulled out a small pouch and read, Tangerine Rain Bath Crystals. He looked back up at Remus. Just as much as women do. Remus was fighting a smile. James. All right, James admitted. That was bad example I grabbed there, but it's not all girly. Remus reached into James' shopping basket and read the label. Apple Blossom with extra volume. Not so loud, James scolded. Remus smiled as his friend held his shopping basket protectively behind him. What? James asked under the uncomfortable stare. Are you going to explain this to me? Remus asked, handing him back the Apple Blossom conditioner. Or do you just want me to guess when I tell it to everyone we've ever met, ever? You've changed, James earnestly replied, before recognizing the danger of his situation. And you can't tell anyone about this. I haven't changed that much, Remus argued. And you know I won't say anything if it's that important to you. You uncover something I'm obviously trying to hide and immediately turn to jokes and blackmail, James replied. No, you've changed, and we both know why. You do, Remus asked uncertainly. James nodded. Tonks is an adult now, so if you feel the need to act like a kid again because of your immature new best friends, James trailed off and shrugged. I can think of much worse ways to have a midlife crisis. Midlife crisis, Remus repeated indignantly. You gotta be okay first. Sirius and Harry aren't my new best friends. They're not the ones who got me through school and spend every full moon with me. I like them and trust them, but they know who my best friend is. Remus paused before admitting. Well, okay, maybe Sirius would pout and try to argue with me, but Harry would understand better than anyone. James made a pained face, as if he wanted to frown harshly, but something was holding him back. Listen, Remus said, feeling this conversation was long overdue. Forget everything you know about Sirius and Harry and think like an Auror. Here are two people that Tonks and I know well and trust implicitly. Two people your Uncle Peter likes well enough, Dumbledore trusts enough to have a brotherhood charm with Harry. I know Lily likes them, and your son practically worships them. Believe me, I know. I'll admit they're not exactly the best role models, Remus conceded in what James considered the understatement of the year. And while they may go about it in somewhat of an unconventional way, they are doing good things. I mean, they're not Death Eaters. Hell, they've caught a few for you and they kicked the Voldemort's arse. They're even pushing Muggle-friendly politics from a seat that's traditionally been one of the staunchest supporters of pureblood supremacy. I know all this, James tiredly agreed. Lily gave me a rather similar lecture, though hers featured less profanity. Oh, Remus wisely commented. Well, okay. It just feels like everyone I know is changing, and it's their fault. Remus stayed quiet, recognizing some truth in James' words. I think everyone is changing less than you realize, but I also think change can be good. Now you sound exactly like my wife, James grumbled. It's her fault I'm here. You're going to try and convince me this stuff is for her. A second ago it was Manly. James shook his head negatively. He looked both ways down the aisle and quietly explained. It's her fault because she got into one of her moods and ordered me to take an hour-long bath to relieve some of the stress that was obviously addling my brain. It's not like I wanted to take a bath, but... Relaxing, Remus asked. James carefully muffled a snort. I'm here in the middle of the night buying this junk, aren't I? Good point, Remus agreed, holding up his own list. James didn't recognize the handwriting on the list and looked closer at Remus' cart. What do you need 5 jars of pickles and 6 jars of peanut butter for? Actually, 5 jars of each go together, Remus explained with a grimace. The 6th is because I obviously need my own jar of peanut butter. James blinked. Huh. Remus realized this talk was also overdue, but he was far more hesitant to have it. You remember how I said I haven't changed that much? Yeah. Well, I'm going to be a dad again soon. What? James gasped. You're going to be a dad, Remus. I didn't even know you were dadding. Yeah, Remus winced. We've only been on a couple of dates, and we really can't go anywhere other than the occasional Muggle place. Muggle, James repeated. Did you knock up a Muggle, and wait, what about your... Don't worry, Remus interrupted. It's going to be a girl, no chance of the curse getting passed on, and no, I wouldn't exactly call her a Muggle. What would you call her? James asked curiously. Remus clenched his eyes shut as he heard a female voice approach him from behind. Honey, Bellatrix called out, recognizing Remus back, unable to see who he was talking to. Make sure you get creamy and chunky peanut butter. Oh, and honey too. Remus opened his eyes to see the shock on James' face. James just tilted to the side and saw Bellatrix Black come to an abrupt halt. Death Eater. James muttered right as Remus answered, Yes, dear. Bellatrix heard both of them and gulped audibly. Protect our baby, she shouted, wrapping her arms around her abdomen. She turned around and ran full speed the other way. Neither James nor Remus made any move as Bellatrix sprinted away and around the edge of the aisle. James looked at Remus. Does she? She thinks you're chasing her, Remus said with a nod. James still wasn't sure what to make of this, but he remembered how Lily acted every time she was pregnant. Do you need to? I'd rather not right now, Remus admitted. James couldn't help but to snigger at his best friend. I'm glad I amuse you. I'm sorry, Remus, James apologized. He was still in shock that Remus was going to have a baby with Bellatrix Black. So did you just wake up one morning and say, Today, I think I want eggs, toast, and to have a baby with a Death Eater. Maybe some bacon, too. Remus noticed James had been subtly changing as well. He grinned as he realized reverting would be a more accurate description. I kind of got suckered into it. Remus took a moment to ponder his accidental double entendre. And she's not a Death Eater. In fact, this is why she left them. She wanted to have a child and be free of the Dark Lord's influence. With you, James added the most surprising part. Remus shrugged. She swore loyalty to Harry and Sirius and wants them to recognize her child as a Black. They weren't going to knock her up, so they tricked me into volunteering. James stood up straighter, assuming a firmer stance. Did they force you, dose you somehow? James, Remus said with a frown. Did they? Prongs, Remus meaningfully answered. James knew Remus never used his old nickname lightly and paused. He sighed. You've been calling me that quite a bit lately. You've deserved it quite a bit lately, Remus replied. He saw his friend was showing genuine concern. No, of course they didn't dose me or force me. They just, have you seen Bellatrix lately? James whistled softly and nodded. Understood. Well, not really, but if it makes sense to you. I don't know what I'm doing, Remus admitted with a shrug, but I'm kind of happy doing it. That part I do understand, James said, slapping his friend on the shoulder. So she's pregnant. I thought her breasts looked fuller than usual. Tell me about it, Remus agreed with an appreciative nod. The wolf in me adores the birthing hips. Okay, James replied, thinking the conversation just got weird. Bellatrix tells me I've started purring in my sleep. I'm officially uncomfortable now, James stated calmly. Right, Remus grinned weakly and pointed down the aisle. I should be. Yeah, James agreed and pointed the other way. I need to. Good luck with your. Remus paused, unsure how to finish other than with bath. James just waved at Remus as he walked away the other direction. All right, Remus said, turning back to his list. Marshmallows and sausages. God damn it, Sirius, what have you been doing to that poor woman? Well, Ginny drew out the word as she wiggled happily in place. Yes, ghosts can go through the motions of eating, but it doesn't taste right. What do you mean? Harry asked, uncomfortably holding the ghost onto his lap. That sounds like another question, Ginny said, angling her cheek up towards Harry. Harry maintained his forced smile and leaned forward to kiss Ginny on the cheek. Ginny giggled in happiness at the small smooch. It tastes bad, just unpleasant, but foods more closely related to death and the macabre, like maggots, have a kick. You won't get full or eat for nourishment, but the crunching and wiggling can make for a pleasurable experience. Harry felt ill at the idea. Think of it as exercise for your jaw, because consumption simply isn't a part of ghost life, Ginny continued. But how do you even chew up the maggots when you can't consciously touch solid objects? Ginny wiggled her bum on Harry's lap again. That's a pretty complicated question. I figure that one's worth at least a shag. No, Harry said, reluctantly entering another negotiation. Enough over the clothes action to bring me to a... No, Harry interrupted. Ginny harumphed. Fine 2 kisses and a foot rub, final offer. Harry weighed the offer in his head. Deal. Ginny closed her eyes and ever so slightly puckered her lips towards Harry. Harry ducked left and then right, placing chaste kisses on each cheek. 2 kisses, he happily announced, lifting Ginny up and depositing her halfway down the couch. Her ghostly feet remained in his lap and he pulled her shoes off. Start talking. She held a frown for a split second before grinning brightly in happiness at the thought of her soul mate flirting so playfully. Ooh, she murmured as Harry started to massage her feet. Harry frowned as a lump formed in the back of his throat. Chewing solid objects. Maggots, right, Ginny recalled. Yeah, the thing about solid objects is that most can't touch them, but there are all kinds of exceptions. Harry nodded, keeping his head turned so he wouldn't have to watch his shameful hands. Some ghosts' reasons for staying behind can include specific items, Ginny explained as her ghostly body hummed in contentment. Probably the most common are young children with a favorite toy or opening and closing doors. Muggle-borns who didn't know magic was real and haunt their old homes, Harry offered. And since their Muggle families can't see ghosts. Exactly, Ginny agreed. Other exceptions are occasionally acquired with age. Like Myrtle can touch almost anything in her bathroom now, but I don't think any of the other Hogwarts ghosts have strong affinities. I'd wondered why she splashed in her toilet but didn't splash me in the bath, Harry commented. Excuse me, Ginny warned dangerously, crossing her arms. She was allowing Harry some leeway while he was still acclimating to their relationship, but she was not going to allow another ghost in her territory. It was a long time ago, Harry assured her tiredly. You were a third year. She helped me with the second task of the tournament. Doesn't mean you have to keep talking about it, Ginny pouted. Sorry. Kiss. No, Harry said. I'm still rubbing your feet because there are more exceptions. Ginny frowned for a second and burst into another brilliant smile. Right. The other exceptions are dependent on objects more than the ghosts. Some times of the year or locations like graveyards can factor in. Some artifacts and specific things, like the creepy crawlies Chex Mix, can be touched. Sometimes it takes a large gathering of ghosts to push the collective afterlife close enough to interact with the living world. And then there are the magics that can affect ghosts. Family manors can be protected by their own legacy this way. Traps that ghosts can trigger, magical ceilings and defenses. I don't suppose you know any of those spells. That's another question, Ginny happily answered, sticking her cheek out. Harry pulled her towards him and sighed as he kissed her quickly. Ginny giggled and grabbed Harry in a hug. He considered not allowing her to feel his physical form, but knew he had to play nice. With an awkward pat, he hugged her back. Ginny squeezed him tighter and replied, Nope, I don't know any of the spells. Harry's spirits deflated, and he let Ginny fall through his body. Sweetie, Ginny begged as her translucent body fell into the couch. Harry stood to leave the room. You've used me enough for today. Ginny floated up looking hopeful and innocent. Do you feel dirty? Do you need a shower? Harry grimaced at the average Gryffindor amount of subtlety. He looked over at the ghost who was deftly avoiding his eyes. Yeah, okay, Harry conceded without care. But you're scrubbing my back. A ghostly squeal was heard as Ginny did a loop in the air and zoomed down the hall towards Harry's bathroom. Tonks heard the shower running and snuck into Harry's bathroom. She saw Ginny unconsciously rubbing a circle into Harry's back with her gaze firmly fixed on his freakishly pale bum. Tonks' entrance to the bathroom had gone unnoticed, and she was feeling mischievous. The sound of the sliding glass door opening alerted Harry and Ginny to the newcomer. They stared in surprise as a completely nude, shy Ginny Weasley clasped her hands together, trying to cover her embarrassment. A blush covered her body as she met both the ghost's and young man's eyes. A soft, gentle voice dared to ask, Mind if I join you? Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond, but didn't have to as Ginny's gasping breaths made him look over his shoulder. Ginny stared at the very real and solid human form of her own body. Dozens of her dreams and fantasies were within her grasp. She was hyperventilating happily, gasping as the smile on her face threatened to split her face in half. Tonks held on tight to her metamorphmagus form, but worriedly took a step towards the ghost. Ginny. Ginny just nodded stupidly, breathing faster and more frantically as her smile started to fade. She couldn't control herself as her eyes rolled up into her head and the ghost collapsed in a dead faint. Huh, Tonks said, looking down at the ghost lying on the floor. Yeah, Harry agreed. You don't think I killed her, did I? Tonks said, shifting herself back to a blue-haired version of her base form. I'm not that lucky, Harry said, rolling the ghost over to the back of the large shower. Tonks let the water cascade down her naked body, running her hands through her hair, slicking it back and out of her eyes. She flashed a predatory grin at Harry. Let's see about getting you luckier then. Okay, Harry helplessly agreed, but it could take a lot of work. Harry, Tonks said, pulling him closer, I know you've never had a real job. Oi, that's really not a lot of work. I suppose not, Harry grumbled to himself, if your part is to lay there like a dead fish. Tonks was about retort when a pair of invisible hands grabbed her ankles, flipped her upside down, and held her in place, floating in the gentle shower stream. Harry spun Tonks slowly in pace, admiring her body and waiting for her to proclaim his greatness. The blood was rushing to her head, but she still maintained a straight face as she licked her lips and asked, "Got any fish food?" Harry was still toweling his hair dry when he spotted a pouting Sirius. Knowing exactly what was bothering his godfather, Harry felt he had a duty. Sex, sex, sex. It's like even when I'm not really in the mood, I figure why not? Let's have some more sex. Sirius just growled and turned the volume up a notch on the telly. "Oh, I'm sorry, Sirius," Harry said without a drop of sincerity. "How inconsiderate of me. Don't worry about it, though. These last 2 weeks have flown by, I'm sure." "It's only been 11 days, you." Sirius resisted the urge to use the term wanker. "You orphan." Harry suppressed his glee. "Really? 11, so you're not even halfway done yet." Sirius took out his frustration on the remote and pushed really hard, changing the channel. "Whenever they remove your ban, if you need someone to catch you up on the new rules and the rules that have changed, you just let me know." Sirius just ignored Harry. "So I had sex this morning," Harry began. "That's it," Sirius snapped, digging his hand into his pocket. "I told myself I wouldn't do this, but you brought this on yourself." Sirius thrust his hand out with a marble held between his thumb and forefinger. "Biwa." Harry hadn't moved, but looked at the marble curiously. "Biwa," Sirius tried again, wiggling the marble. "Biwa." Harry sounded like a babysitter that just caught her charge with his hand in the cookie jar. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Sirius said, looking at his apparently faulty marble. "I thought marbles were your greatest fear." Harry blinked. "What?" "I saw that boggart nest attack you." Sirius saw the confusion on Harry's face. "In the tomb, about 3 rooms before we got to the cup." Harry chuckled. "Those weren't marbles, Sirius." "Well, they weren't dementors either," Sirius retorted. "Which is what our old Mooney said your boggart turned into." "It used to turn into a dementor," Harry explained. "But that was more a fear of fear than a fear of the creatures. After I took Voldemort down, I pretty much conquered that one. Now I can't stand the idea of not having any control in my own life." Sirius thought back to what he'd mistakenly assumed were marbles. Those were imperious bubbles. "No," Harry replied in confusion. "Those were prophecy spheres. What the hell is an imperious bubble? And you really thought I was afraid of marbles?" Sirius shrugged. "Because prophecy spheres is that much better." Harry knew he didn't have any defense for that one. "Hey, you were trying to torture me with my worst fear. You're a mean bastard." Sirius waved Harry off. "I knew you weren't scared of marbles." "No, you didn't." "Potato, potato," Sirius said, redirecting the conversation. "So have you just been stepping up your game to rub it in my face?" "I haven't been stepping up." 9 different girls in 11 days is a significant increase in production for you," Sirius retorted. "Assuming this morning's is another new one." Tonks was towel drying her own hair and stuck her head in the room. "Am I interrupting?" "Okay, not a new one," Sirius corrected, addressing Harry. "Still, 8's pretty high." "Yeah," Harry said, waving Tonks over. "About that." Sirius let his remote control arm drop and looked at Harry and Tonks curiously. "Just show him," Harry urged Tonks. "It'll be easier." Tonks' form shifted into a face and body that Sirius recognized from the day before. She morphed her way through a dozen different forms, half of which Sirius had seen in just the past 11 days. "No different girls," Harry told him. "It's always been Tonks." Sirius frowned as Tonks pressed up next to Harry. "But why would you hide that from O?" "We're in love," Tonks said with a helpless shrug. "Yup, love," Harry said especially enthusiastically. "But I mean," Sirius was clearly struggling to deal with this revelation. His face looked like he was about to burst into unhappy tears. "That's great." Harry visibly relaxed. "I'm so glad you think so, because I asked Tonks to marry me and she said yes." Sirius whimpered as if he'd been struck. Harry swung an arm over Tonks' shoulder, pulling her closer. "So much love." Sirius looked away and finally seemed to accept the situation. "Harry, you know I only care about your happiness, right?" Tonks mumbled out the corner of her mouth. "There was a hap in there, right?" Harry ignored Tonks and decided to humor Sirius. "I'll say yes." And you know I'd never, Sirius emphatically repeated, never interfere in your life or tell you how to live, right? Harry suspected the truth was not the answer to use here. Right. I forbid this, Sirius said, waving his hands wildly at Tonks and Harry. It's not allowed. Meaningless sex is fine, but sex with meaning, that's not sex at all. It's just dirty. God damn it, Tonks swore, pushing away from Harry. She turned to leave the room, cursing Sirius' existence. One day, you couldn't fake it for one day. This is Harry's happiness. Sirius was immensely confused. Huh. Harry grinned victoriously as Tonks stalked away. She thought you'd be able to hold your tongue for at least a day. I bet we wouldn't even finish the conversation. You didn't even give me a chance to ask you to be my best man. So, Sirius strove for clarification. So you're not in love, getting married, Harry repeated with a scoff. More gullible than the first-year Gryffindor Seamus convinced was dating Hermione, and that he'd been obliviated by Snape. So the last few days haven't been just Tonks. 8 different, Sirius, Harry assured. And knowing it would annoy you actually made the sex a little bit better. Tonks is just a very cool girl with apparently too much faith in you. Sirius snickered at how pissed Tonks had been when she left the room. What did you bet? Next 3 meals at Grimmauld Place. She's eating on the floor, Harry explained. Food in a food bowl, drink in a water bowl, and absolutely no hands or magic at all. Sirius looked at Harry in disappointment. You don't bet sexual favors. Harry shook his head. Embarrassment causes more lasting damage. True enough, Sirius agreed. Speaking of lasting damage, Bellatrix sent the letter to Narcissa. You think you're going to be able to handle this? Harry nodded. No sweat. I've got my eyes on the prize. I can hold my tongue and play a role. The only real danger would be an accidental magic killing curse. Sirius pursed his lips in thought. Could that happen? Harry shrugged. I doubt it, but he is really annoying. Annoying? He's only annoying if you're lucky, Sirius commiserated. Harry grinned. I've been working on that, actually. I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met, Lucius said, dripping with faux sincerity. I'm Benjamin Franklin, Lord Malfoy, the severely hunched over and heavily disguised Harry said, extending his hand. Salutations, Mr. Franklin, Lucius replied, shaking hands with a distasteful look on his face. Are you familiar with the unfortunate situation that has led me to you, Lord Malfoy? Lucius shook his head, watching the aged wizard in front of him for signs of treachery. Brighton, Harry exclaimed with a rasping cough. The elf that has served my family since before I was born is perilously close to earning his permanent retirement, if you will. Lucius looked at the perfectly stoic and proud standing elf behind Harry. It looks healthy. That's not Brighton, Harry explained. That's Creature. I asked Brighton to pick and train his successor. Creature here was purchased a couple weeks ago from the Lords Black. Are you familiar with them? Lucius' lips curled in disgust. A pair of more worthless people would be hard to find. Harry broke into an exaggerated and guttural laugh. You won't hear any argument from me. They felt it was wrong owning the creatures and wanted to get rid of theirs. Even made me swear not to beat the little fucker. I should have suspected something with the price so low, but as it turns out, Creature here is hereditary bound to the Black Line. I fail to see why you're wasting my time, Lucius said, in mild irritation. I have no use for an elf born and bred for another family. His spawn will also be inclined to serve the Blacks. The Lords Black refused to take him back. Bellatrix Black was difficult to locate, but she replied negatively to my letter. She appears to only take orders from her lords, but she did suggest her sister was married to you, Lord Malfoy, a family name I knew well. You're trying to sell me your elf, Lucius clarified. I have one already and am not inclined to give to charity that dirties my front door. I understand, Lord Malfoy, I really do, Harry said. And I'm not looking to sell you Creature. I was hoping to trade Creature for another able house elf as my family still needs an elf. Why should I do this favor for you? Lucius inquired. My current elf is a faithful and able servant. Harry had a strong feeling that he doubted that but kept piling it on. Creature here is most useful to those of black descent. If you and I cannot reach an accord, then I'm requesting your permission to take this offer to your heir, Draco. I always approach the Lord first, and given who the elf's previous owners were, perhaps this elf is of special value to you. Lucius blinked, only then realizing the elf may very well contain the secrets of the Lord Blacks. I care not for its past, Lord Malfoy, Harry said with a happy snarl. I just need an elf that can serve my family. He saw he had hooked Lucius and needed to reel him in. I realize trading elves would be doing me a favor and can offer Creature and 500 galleons for a healthy, unattached elf. Make it 1,000 galleons, and we can do business. Harry stared at Lucius for a long time, contemplating whether to haggle over the price before remembering how much stature mattered to Lucius. 1,000 is acceptable, Lord Malfoy. Dobby, Lucius beckoned. A sharp crack announced the arrival of the elf. Dobby turned towards Harry curiously before looking back at Lucius. Master. Fetch me a piece of clothing, Lucius ordered without even looking down at the elf. Your elf is uncollared, Harry questioned as Dobby disappeared momentarily. You allow the creature to think for itself. I don't need a collar to keep my elf from thinking for itself, Lucius snapped, desperate not to show his ignorance. Harry conjured a piece of string and tied it like a leash over Creature. I assumed we'd simply trade elves without releasing them from their collars, but I refuse to include a Kovnot collar with Creature and receive none in return. Keep your collar then, Lucius instructed as Dobby reappeared with a sweaty headband. Dobby saw the collar around Creature's neck and gasped. Lucius saw the motion and kicked Dobby down the few stairs at the door. That'll be your collar soon enough, elf. Dobby pleaded with Lucius. Dobby is sorry. Dobby promises to serve Master well. Lucius held up the headband Dobby had brought him and grinned at the creature's fear. I'm not going to be your master. Dobby whimpered as he turned towards Harry. Harry unsnapped the collar from Creature and held tightly onto the string. Creature exploded in a flurry of action, trying to run away, choking himself against the leash. Harry yanked on his string and ripped Creature through the air, falling to the ground in front of him. Harry leaned down into the elf's face and shouted loud enough to scare all the birds in the area away. Behave. Creature was struggling in place and twitchy, a polar opposite from the cool, calm, and collected elf he had been with the collar on. Harry pulled out a glove from his pocket and held up the string tied around Creature's neck. I am ready. Any last commands you wish to give Dobby before the transfer of ownership? Lucius was suddenly having doubts about Creature's ability to serve. Your elf is rabid. How do you expect that thing to replace my elf? Harry put a foot on Creature, pushing him down while he pulled the string around his neck taut. An elf is an elf, Lord Malfoy. I do not know how it is done around here, but all respectable families in America keep their elves collared. Your elf even recognizes the significance. Yes, Lucius commented, trying to reaffirm control of this deal. Why is it that he recognizes that collar? You could ask him, Harry suggested, resisting the urge to really antagonize Lucius. I do not want a history lesson from an elf, Lucius snapped. I was asking you, Mr. Franklin. He added the emphasis to remind the other man of his place. Of course, Lord Malfoy, Harry agreed. Kovnot collars were how the creatures were first tamed and sold as objects from the goblins that created them. The collars made them into completely subservient but highly magical beings and protectors. It was only after they were sufficiently tamed that the older and less useful creatures traded in their collars and received clothes. All of today's house elves descend from the unworthy and incapable elves. The warrior elves served until they died in battle, while the house elves retired to menial labor. Lucius sneered at Dobby, who obediently stood there with his head down. Harry continued to do what he called pulling a Hermione, by piling on more information than necessary. Millennia ago, when house elves were all that remained of the goblins' creation, Kovnot collars were worth 100 house elves. But when Hogwarts was founded and the concept of a wizard lessened, the creatures became a status symbol of history. The value of a single elf continued to grow. I asked for an answer, not a lecture, Lucius interrupted. My apologies, Lord Malfoy, Harry said with a bowed head. Why is the collar so important to you then? Harry fought the urge to smile and explained. Because, Lord Malfoy, a collared elf can be spelled into the family manor's magics. Within the home, the master of the manor has full control over the elf, though usually the manor keeps the elf aware of all the manor's needs. Disobedience is handled by the collar, and in the event of a betrayal or the master's wish, the collar will cleanly behead the elf instantaneously. Dobby whimpered at the explanation, and Harry felt like hugging him. In the case of hereditary bound elves, Harry said with a nod towards Creature, the collar will immediately enslave and bring the next elf in line into service. For that reason alone, I would advise you to locate a Kovnot collar for Creature. Lucius had reached a decision. No, the deal is off unless you include the collar. Lord Malfoy, Harry snapped. This collar is worth as much as the elf, and I will not trade a collared elf for an uncollared one, let alone give you an additional 1,000 galleons. Another negotiation, then, Lucius smirked. How much? The collar on its own is worth almost 7,000 galleons, Harry stated as he snapped it back around Creature's neck. The elf stood up obediently and calmly waited by Harry's side. By the terms of our previous agreement, I'm willing to take your elf and 6,000 galleons for Creature and the collar. I'll give you 1,000, Lucius countered. 1,000, Harry said, shaking his head. 5,000 is more than generous, even for a lord. In that case, my answer is no, Lucius added. You may not approach my heir with your offer. Harry sighed. I'm sorry, Lord Malfoy, but I'm better off selling Creature to someone else interested in the Lord Black's secrets and just purchasing a new elf. My apologies for wasting your time. Harry turned to walk away and feared he might have made a colossal mistake. 3,000 galleons, and that's my final offer, Lucius called out as the man began to lead his elf away. 3,000, Harry repeated, turning around. I could still probably make more, but you would spare me the effort of finding an elf for sale. Not a nut over 3,000, Lucius insisted, and the offer only stands for another minute. Harry wobbled his hunched form over and looked right into Dobby's eyes. This elf will behave properly until I can purchase another collar. Lucius kicked Dobby in the back and assured, he's behaved this long without one, but if you are unable to handle a house elf. Dobby got back up to his feet and stared at Harry. Dobby needs no collar to know how to be a good elf. Dobby is a good elf. Harry grinned at Dobby before looking up at Lucius. We have an accord. Lucius held out the headband signifying ownership of Dobby. Let's finish this. We have wasted enough of my time as it is. Harry accepted the headband and handed the glove symbolizing Creature to Lucius. Agreed. A flash of magic permeated through the air, and Creature and Dobby both felt the pull of new masters. Now there's only the matter of the money. Lucius reached inside his robe and withdrew a leather pocketbook. He proceeded to scribble out a bank draft for 3,000 galleons. Harry bound Dobby to him as the elf accepted the magic from his new master. Thank you, Lord Malfoy, Harry said, accepting the slip of paper stamped with the Malfoy seal. Do you need any help binding Creature to your manor? No, Mr. Franklin, Lucius snidely remarked. If I need any help, I'll look it up. But if I need a lecture, well, I'd probably find someone more attractive than you to give it. Good day. Harry watched Lucius order Creature inside and followed after the elf. What a dick, Harry grumbled. Follow me, Dobby. They walked outside the manor grounds, and once they were far enough, they apparated away. Dobby appeared in the middle of Grimmauld Place next to Harry and looked around curiously. This is the noble and most ancient House of Black, Dobby commented, looking up at Harry curiously. It is, Harry agreed, and I've got an offer for you. Harry held up the headband. If you want this, it's yours. Master just got Dobby, Dobby noted. Master wishes to free Dobby. Not particularly, Harry said, but I'm giving you the option for freedom. It'll come with a small memory charm, but if you wanted, you could go to Hogwarts and work there. I bet you could even talk the headmaster into paying you to work for him. Master knows how to memory charm house elves. Dobby asked doubtfully. Harry nodded. I do. Dobby frowned and then smiled. Master must be a very good master for a house elf to have taught Master that. Harry grinned, knowing that the knowledge couldn't be passed on to others. It was something only a house elf could give a person. He was a very remarkable house elf, and I'd love to tell you about him, but not if you'd rather freedom. My secrets are too important to risk. Master Memory Charmed Creature, Dobby exclaimed in surprise. Harry shrugged. He still remembers his name and being born. Dobby frowned warily. But why? Sorry, I can't answer that and then later give you this, Harry said, shaking the headband. Dobby knows, Dobby said. Dobby is a good house elf and will serve good Master, but Dobby is wondering who taught Master to memory charm house elves. Harry pulled off the medallion Sirius had given him, and his proper appearance returned. Feel free to call me Harry or Master or whatever the hell you want. I really don't care. And since you asked, I'll tell you that it was an extremely brave elf named Dobby that taught me how to memory charm house elves. Dobby did, Dobby asked in awe. Not you, not exactly, Harry added. A different elf named Dobby, though it was kind of you. That's what Dobby said, Dobby clarified. Dobby said Dobby did. Right, I mean, Harry sighed. This could get confusing real quick. Dobby doesn't mind if Master pretends Dobby is Dobby. Dobby doubts Dobby minds either if Dobby is a good elf. Dobby is a good elf, Dobby rattled off with a grin. Right, Harry uncertainly agreed. Maybe I should explain this and Dobby should stay quiet. Dobby is here, Dobby asked, looking around. Dobby is confused. Harry was starting to remember why he offered Dobby freedom in the first place. Harry still wasn't sure if Dobby understood it, but the elf was eager to help him gather his gear. Sirius and Harry had already spent 6,800 galleons on the Kovnot collar they jinxed, and another 15,000 galleons to buy a special acid. To utilize the full power of the collar, Lucius needed to key the collar into the wards as opposed to the keying in the elf. The stronger the manor wards, the stronger the connection. The success of the evening's work hinged on whether Lucius had located accurate instructions. Sirius had been put into an enchanted sleep, set to wear off after 18 hours. He was then transfigured into one of the jewels encrusted on the collar. When the sleep enchantment wore off around 3 a.m, Sirius would transform into his dog form, revering the transfiguration on him. Then he had to prepare for Harry's arrival, knowing he'd be apparating to him at the proper time. Harry nodded at Dobby and covered himself in an invisibility cloak. His watch beeped once, indicating 3:30 a.m., and with a soft pop he apparated straight to Sirius' side. Harry saw Sirius pouring magic into a keystone and whipped his cloak off. I'm here. Oh, thank Merlin, Sirius said, letting his magic relax. I couldn't actively change the wards without drawing attention, but I figured if I just held them open without changing anything, you could power through. Harry looked at the stunned and unmoving creature on the floor. You realize the sort of life we're condemning, creature. Harry trailed off at the look Sirius was giving him and proceeded to obliviate the last half hour from the elf. Right, never mind. So what's the status on Malfoy? We gotta stay quiet, Sirius said, accepting his backpack from Harry. Lucius and Narcissa are asleep and both wearing Malfoy rings, so no direct magic on them. I thought about silencing their bedroom door, but figured it might be a risk. Shit, Harry swore. As much as I'd like to ransack the place, let's just hit drawing room floor and blood-warded safe. All right, Sirius agreed, but I'm still going to crap on their carpet. Harry nodded, and the pair stealthily made their way through Malfoy Manor and towards the drawing room. Did you bring the stuff for a Fadelius? I've always got stuff for one, Harry said, but I'm not keyed into the wards, so the best I can do is just a chunk in the middle of the room, and more than likely he will feel that. You think we can do this quiet enough for 3 hours, or however long the acid takes? Harry saw how energized Sirius was and how vulnerable they'd be for a long time. Good point. Go take your crap real quick, because once the Fadelius is up, we're not crossing it. Sirius nodded and walked down to the middle of the hall and squatted. Harry put the finishing touches on the anchor stone placement. I thought you were going to transform. I didn't want dog shit on his floor, Sirius explained. I wanted people's shit. Well, are you done? Harry asked. Because you know he's probably going to wake up. Let's do it, Sirius said, hopping inside the small warded square. Harry quickly flooded the stones with magic and sealed the charm, locking them in. That'll hold, he said in exhaustion before noticing Sirius had already pulled out the first bottle of acid. Be careful with that. I know, Sirius said. He'd rolled the carpet over and revealed the large floor safe and door on top. This stupid thing better be in here. Whatever's in here is ours, Harry assured him, and is important enough to the Malfoys to keep in a safe, but it'll be here. Sirius took out one of the glimmering mesh balls and handed the other to Harry. Start your scrubbing. Harry dropped to his knees next to Sirius. Together, the pair of them rubbed the shine off the large, empty front of the door, below the Malfoy crest. They couldn't use magic, and had enlisted the help of the Weasley twins in creating what they called diamond wool. It was similar to steel wool, but with a little more kick. Fred and George only knew it had to be completely non-magical, even if manipulating the materials to make it was a magical process. Any magic on the safe, and they wouldn't be able to get in. They'd only been scrubbing for a couple of minutes before they saw Lucius Malfoy running down the hall with his wand up. They glanced at each other and went back to their scrubbing, this time a little quieter than before. What is it? Narcissa called out as she pulled her night robe tighter. She saw her husband crouched down to something. Did someone defecate? Lucius looked up and around, his eyes passing right over the Fidelius-protected square without pause. Something's going on. Has someone broken in? She asked. No, Lucius replied. No intruders, at least. If you don't know what, then it was probably an ally passing the Dark Lord's wards to the public areas. Those triggering don't even wake me, Lucius retorted. This was something different. Lucius sniffed the air as he got a nose full of the present left in the hallway. Something personal. Narcissa rolled her eyes and turned away from her husband. You probably just upset Draco again. I'm going back to bed. Lucius was still sitting there musing over what had happened. Creature. The elf appeared with a pop. Master. Clean this up, Lucius ordered. Lucius stalked by the entrance to the drawing room and continued right on past. Creature could be heard mumbling in the distance. Bad master, bad. Sirius and Harry's arms were burning, and Harry let up his furious scrubbing. That might be enough. Sirius carefully pulled his hand back and looked at all the small cuts from the diamond wool. It better be. Harry leaned down and blew the stone dust and shavings away from a central circle, about a half-meter in diameter. Together, the pair of Lord Blacks each took a bottle of the acid and began to trace the edge of the hole they were making. It sizzled and steamed on contact, but was clearly eating away at the obsidian. You're sure this is going to work? Sirius asked, vanishing the steam collecting inside the Fidelius charm. It should, Harry explained. The magic of the safe is never tampered with. We just destroy the physical aspects of it, leaving the magic intact. And the gloves and sheets. The magic mooting gloves allow us to reach in, wrap the items in the sheets, and lift the wrapped items through the physical hole. It sounds like it will work, Sirius said, drizzling more acid along his lines. I just find it hard to believe you managed to crack a safe that's been considered uncrackable for centuries. Harry was layering in the acid and vanishing steam periodically. Says the man whose subconscious came up with a plan where he was the stud on a house elf's collar. Yeah, Sirius agreed, but I'm a genius. No, Harry retorted, knowing they were going to be applying acid for a couple of hours. I'm a genius. And just like that, the game was afoot to see who had the stamina to outannoy the other. Somehow, in the midst of their marathon game, they managed to discuss Dobby and Creature, Quidditch, Remus and Bellatrix, Tonks, the Potters, life, love, and happiness. My genius is so thick and meaty, Sirius argued. Female kelpies. Stop, Harry cried out. He remembered he was supposed to be quiet and whispered harshly. Stop. You recognize my genius, Sirius clarified, lifting his nearly empty acid bottle. No, Harry explained and pointed down. We're through. You're dripping acid on our goodies now. Shit, Sirius said, placing the acid to the side. He slipped on one of the extra long special gloves, just in time to see Harry punch hard on the remaining chunk of wall that hadn't been eaten through. Owa, Harry yelped, pulling his hand back. Sirius moved into place, and using his gloved arm punched in the same place Harry did. Owa. The remaining pieces of obsidian bent, inwards, in a way that normal stone could never bend. Harry grabbed a large cloth of magic mooting material and stuck his arm as far in as he safely could. He grabbed onto a stack of ledgers and wrapped them up in the cloth. He slowly extracted the tightly wound objects, pulled them through the active magical protections of the safe. See, I'm a genius. Sirius accepted the bundle and unwrapped the magic mooting cloth. He quickly flipped through the stack of documents and personal books. There's no diary here. Stuff that in your bag. We're taking everything from this safe, Harry said, having spotted the diary and reaching for it. He grabbed an extra magic mooting cloth and wrapped it around his upper arm so he could reach deeper into the safe. Got it. Harry slowly withdrew diary, wrapped in another magic mooting cloth. He handed the diary to Sirius and grabbed all the rest of the cloths. Let me clear the rest of this out. You bag it up. Sirius nodded, carefully revealing the book, doing his best to not physically touch the Horcrux. Harry had a system going of just loosely wrapping, extracting, and dumping items on the floor. Harry saw Sirius staring at the open diary. Don't start writing in that thing. We can play with it later. Harry, Sirius weakly said, interrupting Harry's pattern. Harry, I think you better take a look at this. Harry reassessed their surroundings, knowing they hadn't seen Lucius in a while. He took the diary from Sirius and realized he felt not a drop of magic from the thing. The pages were yellowed, indicating its age, but a clearly newer, fresh piece of parchment was stuck on top. It had been spelled so that only certain people could read it. The most damning part was that the letter had been spelled specifically for Harry and Sirius. Dear sirs, do you prefer Death, Eater Bandits, or the Lord's Black? I suspect I've caught your attention enough that you don't care how I refer to you, but I do hope we can become allies, or at the least avoid becoming enemies. I know what you were expecting this to be, just like I know why you broke into Alan Weston's home. I've been wondering just what other places and treasures you have uncovered. We need to discuss this in person. There is a hidden cellar underneath the Shrieking Shack between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Men of your talents should have no problem getting in there. I'll know when you arrive and will meet you there within an hour. Harry glanced up at Sirius, who was looking very pale. Fuck. Chapter 25. Shouldn't we be hightailing it the fuck out of here, right about now? Hang on, Harry said, reading through the note again. Let's think this through. Sirius didn't have Harry's patience. How about this? Someone knows way too much, and we're sitting in the middle of the Malfoy fucking manor. Let's think this through at home instead. Keep your panties on, Padfoot, Harry chided. We're under a Fidelius. We're safe for the moment. We've got an hour to walk into what we both know is a trap, Sirius argued. No, we don't, Harry replied with certainty. The hour referred to an hour after reaching the Shrieking Shack. No, the person who left this note didn't know when we'd be here. Harry was still thinking through the situation. He looked closer at massive ruby brooch in the pile of plunder, and they seem to not care that we're robbing Malfoy. Malfoy thinks this is the real diary, Sirius added before settling in quiet contemplation as well. You think this is that fucker? Harry intermittently winced and frowned. It doesn't matter if this mystery fucker is that particular fucker or just some other fucker. Fuck, Sirius added. It's curious, Harry mused. This note feels more like a courtesy than a threat. You think maybe it's another thief? Harry shook his head in consternation. I don't know. He calls us the Lord's Black, so if he wanted to blackmail us, he could have gotten a hold of us in many much easier ways. And how the hell does he know about the Horcruxes? Could he have wanted us here, needed to confirm something, maybe trap us? I don't think so, Harry uncertainly responded. But let's load up the rest of this stuff and get out of here. Sirius frowned. I know we usually aim for quiet, unobtrusive exits, but can we please cause just a little wanton destruction this time? They'll know right away if we do that, Harry argued. Lucius barely thinks about creatures he considers below him, but even he might connect the whole new house elf and getting robbed at the same time. But we're in Malfoy Manor, Sirius whined. If someone's fucking with us, we may not have another chance like this. Harry frowned, hatting the situation as much as Sirius. Harry's eyes trailed over the pile of things they'd not bagged yet when something caught his attention. A plan began to formulate in his mind. What if we don't take credit? What do you mean? Harry pointed towards an old case with several dials on it. Do you know what that is? No, Sirius said, picking it up. You ever hear of a Gabrathian funeral? Harry asked with a grin. Sirius looked at the case in glee. No way. I'm thinking let's tone it down from burning too long, Harry said, accepting the case while inspecting the contents. And instead we just let it go real big and burn fast. Not forever, Sirius pouted. Harry shook his head. We do this big enough and they'll think everything got toasted. We'll make it look like an accident that started inside the safe. We take no credit because there was no robbery, Sirius realized. No robbery, Harry said, and this mystery fucker doesn't know we're on to him. Sirius understood how advantageous this exit would be. He was slowly nodding. I suppose it'll have to do. It's going to blow big. Real big, Harry said while readjusting the settings of the explosive magical device. He looked up at Sirius, who was bagging up the rest of the contents. And don't forget, Sirius, you're still keyed into the wards. Sirius smiled even brighter, getting on board with the no apparent robbery plan. He finished storing away everything and pulled his backpack over his shoulder. Okay, Harry said, pleased he'd said it right. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to pull the Fidelius down at the same time as I trigger the funeral. I set the delay for 3 seconds. Lucius will feel the Fidelius come down, but hopefully he'll attribute it to the massive fiery explosion. 3 seconds, Sirius asked. You're keyed into the wards, so you're going to be apparating us both out, Harry nodded. Questions? Sirius saw Harry drape a magic mooting cloth over the physical hole in the blood-warded safe. He walked over and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Nope. Ready? Sirius nodded. Harry nodded back and touched his wand to the front dial on the case. 4 invisible magical arms reached out and grabbed the anchor stones right as the tip of Harry's wand began to glow, igniting the Gabrathian funeral. He dropped it over the hole as the anchor stones flew towards him and the room flickered in and out of view. Go! 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 Sirius drew on Harry's strength and apparated them out of Malfoy Manor. The last thing Harry saw was the cloth wrapping around the case as it fell into the safe, without triggering any of the safe's protections. A couple of apparition hops were added for safety's sake before the pair of thieves dropped off their score at secure location. Rather than sorting through it now, they agreed to just head back at Grimmauld Place. Sirius and Harry stood there silently, coming down from the adrenaline-filled night of failure and success. Someone knows way too much, Sirius said. Harry nodded pensively. Sirius realized he felt a lot less safe than he had a day ago. What are we going to do about it? Harry shook his head. I don't know. You got the diary and note. Harry pulled them from inside his robe and handed them over. Not a drop of magic on either. Sirius read through the note again. It's not Dumbledore. No, Harry agreed. And it's not Voldemort. Harry slowly shook his head. No. I think it's that fucker, Sirius concluded. Harry sighed and turned to walk up the stairs. I hope it is. You do, Sirius wondered. Harry stopped on the first step, with his hand on the banister. There are enough dangerous fuckers in this world as it is. We don't need more. Sirius frowned. You're not thinking about leaving, are you? No, Harry assured him. But I am starting to miss not having to worry about wizards smarter and more powerful than me. Well, what did you search me out for then? Sirius said with a grin. His grin faltered when he saw Harry still looked tired. Didn't you have politicians and Death Eaters after you in the old world? Harry shrugged. Not as much as you might think. The remaining Death Eaters remembered my escape. Couple that with the fact that I took down Voldemort, and I earned a healthy amount of fear in those trying to oppose or use me for their own gain. You could always take out Voldemort here, Sirius suggested. Harry shook his head. I can't, Sirius, and if you knew what I haven't told you, you wouldn't want me to either. Fair enough, Sirius said, making it clear he wasn't pushing the issue. I'm just brainstorming. Sirius paused, noticing Harry was standing on the first step, still lost in thought. What are you thinking? Harry turned to his godfather and looked at him incredulously. Sirius exasperatedly explained, I haven't forgotten tonight. I'm just wondering specifically what's got you making that face. I'm thinking about the person who left the note, Harry added as he began to walk up the stairs. They were either good enough or close enough to Malfoy to get into the vault. That points towards Death Eater if they were trusted or Death Eater thuggery if they weren't. And it's only been in the last few weeks. We hit Weston's almost 3 months ago, Sirius inquired. I know, Harry said from the top of the stairs. But this was the fucker watching us at the Gaunt house. I'm almost certain of it. You think? Sirius asked. He knows that we knew exactly where to look for the ring, Harry clarified. That's why he thought we might know exactly where to look for the diary. I need to think on this. Sirius turned towards the kitchen. And I need to drink on this. Harry woke up around 1 in the afternoon and headed for the kitchen for some late breakfast. He walked in and saw Dobby sitting cross-legged on the kitchen table, looking worriedly at a drunk Sirius. Great news, Sirius cheered loudly. Harry looked at Sirius doubtfully. Malfoy Manor is still burning, Sirius happily added, showing off the Daily Prophet's front page photo. A column of flame could be seen escaping a good-sized hole in the roof. Lucius is being cited for not registering a Class 1 restricted item as a family heirloom. Harry wasn't certain, but he thought he saw Dobby smile. I said it for 15 minutes. You said it for 15 days, Sirius happily corrected. Oops, Harry said, thinking that as mistakes go, this one was pretty fucking awesome. Do you think it still? Sirius nodded. The DMLE investigators' early determination was that if the unregistered Gubrathian device burned hot enough to destroy a blood-warded safe, then it definitely burned hot enough to completely incinerate the contents. Fuck me, Harry grinned. Karma's making a quick comeback. I'll say, Sirius agreed. You got a letter from Albus. Aw, bugger, Harry swore. You want to get me a bowl of cereal, Dobby. Thank you, Master, Dobby said, eagerly hopping off the table and over towards the cabinets. Harry blinked. Did you order him to stay there with you? Sirius drank the last of his bottle. I didn't want to drink alone. You made him drink? Harry asked in surprise. He noticed Dobby was pouring cereal and missing the bowl. Dobby, stop. Dobby was still pouring cereal onto the counter as he turned to Harry and said, Yes, Master. Here, Harry said, grabbing the box of cereal from Dobby. Do you need any potions or a hangover cure? Dobby shook his head but leaned over and hugged Harry. Dobby loves Master. Harry patted the slightly inebriated elf on the back. Just take it easy, Dobby. Relax, sleep it off, whatever you need to do. And check with me the next time that idiot gives you a stupid order, okay? Thank you, Master, Dobby said, snapping his fingers. He turned to look at his tiny elf hand in surprise. Dobby. The little elf, with low tolerance, disappeared in mid-sentence from the kitchen. Sirius snickered. New toys are fun. Dobby's not a toy, Harry scolded as he added milk to his cereal. He sat down at the table across from Sirius and looked at the letter. What do you think the odds are that it's good news? It's not a howler, Sirius said, and Fawkes delivered it. Fawkes, Harry asked, looking up, didn't stick around. Sirius exaggeratedly shook his head. Stupid bird ran away after I ordered Dobby to tackle him. You need to get laid, Harry chided with a smile. Sirius growled, knowing he still had 2 more days before his next appointment with Healer Armstrong. I will hurt you. I'm an angry drunk. Harry just smiled quietly, knowing it would infuriate Sirius. He opened up the letter from Albus and read it quickly. Lovely. I'd ask what, Sirius began. Harry was already answering. He knows what a Horcrux is, and he knows we did something to Jimmy. But I'm too drunk to remember anything, Sirius finished. Harry figured that was just as well. He looked over at Sirius and recalled an especially unpleasant memory. You know those charmed mirrors we used to use? I'm not wearing the homoerotic arranged marriage necklaces, except we're both doing recon at the same time. That was the agreement. Harry narrowed his eyes. You know why we have to use the necklaces? Yeah, because you broke your mirror, Sirius pouted. Harry shook his head. If you were capable of using them like an adult. I think the purpose for which I accidentally used the wrong mirror proves I'm an adult, Sirius argued. You were shaving your balls. There are places you need a mirror to see, Sirius defended. You called me on it. Sirius waved Harry off. I wasn't calling you. I was making an observation after getting the mirror angled right so I had a clear look at I thought my mirror was cursed and showing me the face of true evil. Even if it was, you didn't have to break it. Yes, I most certainly did, Harry forcefully snapped. Sirius tipped back an empty bottle and was trying to suck a few more drops out. You're the one who brought it up. Sirius dropped his arm and empty bottle down in disgust. What were we talking about again? Charm-linked mirrors, Harry repeated in irritation. Were they like a family heirloom, or did you make them yourself? Family heirloom? Are you kidding? Sirius asked skeptically. A pair of looky-talkies is about 2 galleons at any Wismart. Looky-talkies, Harry repeated, thinking that sounded smarter than most magical names, but still dumb as hell. Yeah, they're children's toys, Sirius explained. We used to use them all the time when we'd play Blood Traders and Muggle, Sirius trailed off. You probably wouldn't have played the same games I did growing up. Probably not, Harry confidently agreed. Well, except for Tie Harry to the back of the bus, Sirius grinned. Everybody played that one. How the hell do you remember that when you don't even remember what we were talking about 3 minutes ago? Sirius shook another empty bottle and frowned. What were we talking about? Harry sighed. Take a hangover potion and go to sleep, Padfoot. It showed how out of it Sirius was that he obeyed without protest. Harry tucked a brand new pair of looky-talkies into his cloak pocket and walked up the long path towards Hogwarts. He briefly wondered the odds that Jimmy would just happen to activate the Marauder's map and notice an extra Potter on it. Harry wasn't worried this time, though, because he knew how the young man would react. Harry, not looking forward to the conversation with Albus, was slightly tempted to try and locate Jimmy first. It was late afternoon, and Harry had no clue what Jimmy's schedule was like. Albus, Harry expected to be in his office, but if Harry were to go hunting for Jimmy, he would be risking getting cornered by Lily. Harry felt he had enough things rolling around in his head that he could safely put constant deception and lies of omission towards the elder Potters, onto the back burner where it had set up camp and been living ever since Harry arrived in this world. It certainly didn't help matters that so far Lily Potter could detect bullshit from Harry better than a master Legilimens. Harry estimated that sacrificing his mother's soul probably meant that karmically, every other Lily Potter in existence had him by the balls until the end of time. Of course, when Harry had made that deal, he wasn't planning on actually meeting any of them. But that's what bottles and back burners were made for, Harry told himself, putting things like emotions and uncomfortable confrontations safely away and out of sight. Harry was so pleased with his plan of inaction that he wasn't even watching where he was going and managed to walk right into the door. Harry fell back on his ass, tumbling down the front steps. Fuck me, what the hell? Are you all right? A gentle voice inquired as the front door creaked open. Hang on, Mum, another voice interrupted. A second red-headed woman emerged and looked down towards Harry with a grin. Was that an offer? Sarah, Lily scolded her daughter. That's no way to talk to Harry. Excuse me, Lord Black. I'm sure people talk to him that way quite often, Sarah commented, if Witches Weekly is to be believed. Sarah and Lily Potter had both walked down the steps to help Harry and were looking at him oddly. Sarah saw Harry wincing and asked, "Did you hit your head?" "My nose mainly," Harry grumbled, testing the sensitivity of his schnoz. "What happened? I thought the doors opened automatically." Lily looked at Harry curiously, wondering if he'd somehow attended Hogwarts. She was doing her best to ignore the monster in her chest sensation. "They open automatically for students and invited guests. I take it no one is expecting you today." "No, Harry stumbled over the words. Albus wrote me this morning." "Oh, good," Lily said as she and Sarah helped Harry to his feet. "I was hopping that was why you were here." Harry glanced over at Sarah and then Lily, thinking he'd never feel normal around either of these two people. Why is that?" "Something's been bothering him," Lily replied, thinking Albus rarely showed it, but she knew him better than most. "And a magical brother might bring him out of his funk." Harry knew she was speaking of the brotherhood charm, but couldn't stop himself from glancing at Sarah again. "I'll see what I can do about that. If he's in his office." "Should be," Lily replied. She looked towards her daughter. "Did you need to check Harry out?" Sarah smirked at her mother. "Needs kind of a strong word, but I like what I—" "His head, his nose," Lily snapped. "The fall, you know what I meant, and don't think I won't start carrying around baby pictures." "Baby pictures are cute," Sarah countered. Lily tilted her head down at the unexpected challenge. "And do we remember when we kept trying to wear our little brother's diapers?" Sarah stared at her mother aghast. Harry hurriedly interjected, "I'm fine, it was nothing." "Thank you," Lily said, thinking she may have gone too far based on the looks her daughter was giving her. "But I wouldn't mind seeing those pictures sometime," Harry mischievously added. Lily smothered a grin as her daughter glared at her. Sarah dangerously warned, "The things I could show Dad in a pensive." Lily decided at that point she had definitely gone too far. She smiled pleasantly at Harry. "Would you like us to walk you to the headmaster's office?" "No, please," Harry said as he made a fist and knocked himself in the head. "I'm fine," Harry winced. "Okay, that kind of hurt, but seriously, I'm fine." Sarah looked at Harry in slight surprise. "You know how to find the headmaster's office?" Harry nodded with certainty. "Don't worry," Lily assured her daughter while giving a knowing look to Harry. "Lord Black knows his way around Hogwarts better than you think." Harry watched the first two female Potters he'd ever remembered meeting walk down the rest of the steps and along the path towards Hogsmeade. He idly realized he could try and track down Jimmy without worry when he felt a tug on a different piece of active magic. "Harry," the wizened old voice greeted. "Albus," Harry replied, turning towards the headmaster with a look of innocence on his face. Albus frowned. "Why don't we talk in my office where I can yell and you can lie with impunity?" "Sounds like fun," Harry agreed and led the way. Albus immediately went for the seat behind his desk, establishing himself into a position of power. "What did you do to my head, boy?" Harry glanced around the office, noting Fawkes' perch was unoccupied. "What makes you think I did anything?" "Harry." "What do you think I did?" "Harry." "I'm not kidding," Harry argued. "For all I know, you think I cursed him, so I need to hear an accusation to respond to." Albus was unruffled. "You memory charmed him." "I did I?" "Harry James Potter." Harry playfully winced. "Ouch, breaking out the full name." "If treating you like a child is the only way to get answers," Albus said, defending his actions. Harry shrugged and helped himself to the candy dish. "It sounds like you have the answers." "Not the why," Albus retorted, "nor the how." Harry smirked inwardly, deducing that Albus hadn't been able to find the block. "Did you check him for memory charms?" Albus nodded. "Twice, and I must concede your skill at obliviating is superior to my own." Harry shrugged. "There are 4 charms I'm real good at. Memory charming is my 4th best." Albus was rubbing his chin in thought. "I assume summoning and banishing are the top 2. Harry nodded. "So what is the 3rd? "You don't want to try and guess," Harry said, popping a lemon drop in his mouth. "The 3rd one has more than a little personal significance." Albus thought about what he knew of the young man relaxing across from him. Snake charming. Harry blinked. Is there a field of magic for that? There are a few ancient spells involving serpents, but I believe snakes typically obey a parselmouth, making many of them unnecessary. Nevertheless, I can see that was an inaccurate guess. Albus shook his head. I'm not sure I know you well enough to think of any others with personal significance. Tusk, Harry shook his head. After all, the other you talked my parents into using the charm that inadvertently led to my orphanhood. The Fadelius, Albus said in realization. The reason for your interest in warding. Part of it, Harry agreed. And you're better at casting the Fadelius than memory charming, Albus asked, more than a little impressed. I don't know if I'd say better, but there's definitely less competition. Albus inclined his head in understanding. Does this mean you're not going to be telling me the how or why? The how is easy, Harry answered. I knew you'd search him for a memory charm when he got back, and unless you're very careful doing that, you tend to kick up a lot of dust. Being careful takes time and attentive observation of the memories, Albus reasoned aloud. Something a cursory examination never is. Harry nodded. Then I come back a couple days later and make use of all that dust you kicked up. That's why even if you located it, it'll appear as though you cast it. It sounds like a form of layering, Albus commented. Exactly, Harry grinned. Layering is where memory charms really get fun. You should have seen the job I did on these unspeakables. Excuse me, Albus said after Harry suddenly went quiet. Nothing bad, Harry said, waving away Albus' worries. Hum. Harry tiredly explained. It was my arrival in this world. New person comes shooting out the exit, and they'd probably grill me for days. I wanted to locate my godfather, so I had to send them in a different direction. Albus snapped his fingers. You're Miss Lupin's assignment. That explains a lot. Harry nodded. But what about when she had to go away for days at a time, undercover? Harry shrugged. We rented a lot of movies and laid on the couch. Albus frowned in disappointment. I shouldn't have to remind myself you're not a bad person. You can be a good person and a bad influence, Harry offered. Albus murmured in resignation. You've given me the how but still no why. Should I stop asking? I'm going to tell you the why, Harry assured him, in case he comes in again and we have to obliviate him again. Albus doubtfully questioned. The why, Harry continued, is because Jimmy convinced me to. It was his idea. It was, Albus repeated, ensuring the Brotherhood charm was still working. Harry nodded. Frankly, we don't trust Snape not to rip the knowledge from Jimmy's head. Albus frowned. Professor Snape has my full. Blah, blah, Harry interrupted. You're as blind to that man as Cornelius Fudge is to fashion. Albus frowned harsher. Trust me, Harry argued. Until you've been a Potter in his classroom for a few years, you won't get it. I mean it. The sheer volume of hate and petty in that man is limitless where I'm concerned, and it doesn't sound like Jimmy's much better. Albus nodded slowly. I'll consider it a personal issue and the matter closed, but do not underestimate what I will do when it comes to protecting the well-being of students entrusted to my care. Harry knew many people doubted Albus' judgment, and a few doubted his sanity, but no one doubted his dedication to Hogwarts. Your intentions are not the same as your actions. Albus tilted his head to watch Harry impassively. Do tell. I've no doubt you act in what you believe to be the best interests of students, Harry explained when he saw Albus scrutinizing him. But sometimes I think your attempts to redeem men like Snape do more harm to innocents than you realize. Albus frowned at the words. Severus Snape needs no redemption. Please, Albus said, stopping Harry from interrupting. He never became a Death Eater and you've only met him briefly. Harry reluctantly had to admit this world's Snape could be a bit different, but he doubted it. My counterpart may have had a blind spot for Severus, and I may as well, but you must admit that you cannot view him objectively either. Harry grumbled but didn't disagree. He's a poohead. Moving on, Albus said, steepling his hands together as he leaned forward. Tell me everything you can about the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Harry winced at unexpected lack of subtlety from the headmaster. Looked that one up, eh? Albus' look was grave. You were not particularly discreet in your allusions towards its importance. It? The Horcrux, Albus replied. Right, Harry grimaced. It. Albus frowned as he felt the Brotherhood charm buzzing. What aren't you telling me? You ever think Horcruxes get lonely? Albus paused at the odd question. What do you mean? Nothing, Harry said, fully aware that answer wasn't going to fly. Harry. So you know what a Horcrux is, right? Albus nodded affirmatively. And you know how they're made, and how supposedly you can't make more than one because it'd leave you insane. Oh no, Albus said, catching on. Harry nodded ruefully. You ever hear Voldemort's spiel on how 7 is the most magically powerful number? 7, Albus whispered the word in horror. Now is really not the time for your offbeat sense of humor. Yeah, Harry admitted with a scratch of his head. This world is different. I mean, a lot's the same, but not everything. Even still, I'm reasonably sure on the number. You know where they are, Albus realized. This world's different, Harry retorted. They're not even all the same objects here. Albus sat back and relaxed slightly, secure in the knowledge that Harry had been investigating them. How so? Harry saw a calculating look in the old man's eye. All right, well, I know of one that's definitely new to me. And to be honest, I'm kind of surprised you haven't figured it out. Albus arched an eyebrow. Godric's Hollow. Harry realized he'd spoken too soon on what the headmaster knew and nodded. My death was used to make a Horcrux out of Sirius Black's skull. Oh, my word, Albus muttered in dawning realization that Voldemort was truly beyond redemption. And in this world, Harry continued, from what I hear, the Dark Lord doesn't even have a familiar. Not to my knowledge, Albus replied when Harry waited for a response. Harry nodded. In mind, he had a snake named Nagini, which he possessed frequently and contained another piece of him. Albus cast a quick Patronus charm, sending a ghostly phoenix from his office. Harry looked at Albus warningly. Professor McGonagall was about to interrupt us, Albus said, knowing the Brotherhood charm would assure Harry. I told her this was a bad time. If you need to. No, please, Albus said, urging Harry to stay. Sorry, Harry offered. I just got your note and figured I'd drop by while Sirius sleeps off his bender. I do have dinner plans I'd prefer not cancel, Albus urged. So why don't you tell me which Horcruxes you've already located and which others you are still looking for? Harry wasn't surprised at what the headmaster had deduced. What makes you think that? Yeah, who am I kidding? Harry gave up acting coy. 3 of them are safe, 3 of them aren't. Albus felt pleasantly surprised. You have recovered 3 of them, and I thought you said there were 7. Harry nodded. 6 Horcruxes, the 7th piece of soul stayed in him. Of course, Albus said in understanding. What can you tell me about them? Harry frowned. I'm not some resource for you to tap, Albus, nor am I member of your order. Harry clenched and sent magic into the Brotherhood charm. Albus clenched and strengthened the charm on his end. He forcefully asserted, Nor am I the man for whom you hold so many conflicting emotions. Albus softened. I do not see you as a resource, Harry. I'm not proud of the Albus Dumbledore you knew in your old world, and I cannot say that faced with the decisions he had to make, that I would have made them any differently. But I will not accept the blame you feel he deserves. Harry looked away, slightly embarrassed. This charm, Albus said, flaring the Brotherhood bond, is so that we can better understand each other and work together. It should not be a security blanket because you suspect ulterior motives in my every action. I know, it's not you, Harry argued. I'm feeling a lot more vulnerable suddenly, and frankly, paranoia's probably saved my life a time or two. Albus popped a lemon drop into his own mouth and smiled. True, but it's probably cost you opportunities as well. Would you like to talk about it? Harry looked up at the headmaster. He hesitated before answering. Not really, but even if I did, this is stuff I have to talk to Sirius about first anyway. Fair enough, Dumbledore accepted. And so now when I politely inquire about the Horcruxes, can I assume you won't think I only want your knowledge and to be rid of you? Or that my only concern in things is how they pertain to the downfall of Voldemort? Yes, yes, point made, Harry grumbled. Now you're just rubbing it in. Albus held a pleasant smile that slipped into a slight frown when Harry stayed quiet. How can I help you locate the other Horcruxes if you won't tell me anything? I suspect I know more about this world than you. The skull, Harry decided. That's the one you should focus on. Albus nodded slowly in thought. And what of the others? The 3 that are safe, Harry paused. You don't need to worry about. Harry saw Albus giving him a knowing look and explained. It's between me and Sirius, I'm not just being petulant. Hum, Albus said doubtfully. The other 2, Harry said, running through things in his own mind. I think someone else got to them already. Albus sat up suddenly. Someone else knows, the wizard in black. Someone, Harry shrugged. I'm pretty sure it's not a Dark Lord-approved someone, but I don't know why they're collecting. What are they? Harry was still thinking about the note from the other Horcrux hunter and answered distractedly. The Slytherin family ring in my world was hidden at the Gaunt house. When I looked, I saw signs. It had once been there, and there were collapsing wards surrounding the former hiding place. Albus frowned. You don't think Voldemort removed it for safekeeping? No, Harry assured him. And why not? Harry turned to Albus, suddenly realizing how distracted he'd been. For reasons I'm not going to go into. Albus sat back and raised his hands in surrender. I'm not pushing, just asking once. Right, Harry chuckled as he decided on exactly what he would reveal. I will tell you that I think that fucker or whoever it is that has the ring, that they also have the diary. The diary, Albus perked up. The other Horcrux, Harry confirmed. It too appeared to have been moved by the same person. Where was it? Albus inquired. Harry snapped his mouth shut. He shook his head. It wasn't there, so it doesn't matter. Harry glanced at his watch. Why don't we call it a day and you can make your dinner plans? Albus looked at Harry hopefully. There isn't anything else you'd like to share. Actually, Harry said, taking pleasure in playing with Albus' emotions. I need to talk to Jimmy before I go. You mind telling me where he is? Albus frowned. No. Was that a no, you don't mind? Or a... No. It'll just take a moment, Harry argued. Albus reached into one of his drawers and twisted a number of concentric circles until a point lit up with a blue light and settled. He's coming here. If it'll just take a moment, you can talk here. Harry wore a look of mock disappointment. You don't even trust me to meet with Jimmy alone. Albus inclined his head to look over his glasses at Harry. And what happened the last time you met with Jimmy alone? I memory charmed him and made it look like you did it, Harry bashfully admitted. Hum, Albus said. What was that thing anyway? Harry said, pointing towards the headmaster's desk drawer. Albus smiled mirthfully. I'm not surprised you didn't recognize it. It's a way to contact and coordinate with the prefects and the head boy and girl. The circles are each linked with a badge. I've instructed the head boy to come to my office and that it is not an emergency. HMPH, Harry chided. I'll have you know your counterpart felt I deserved the prefect badge, but didn't want to burden me with the whole prophecy and chosen one stuff already on my plate. Albus presented an almost genuine look of embarrassment. My apologies, and the head boy. You were dead by then, Harry grinned victoriously. Pity. Albus frowned when Harry stuck his tongue out at him. Headmaster, Jimmy called out as he opened the office door. Come in, Mr. Potter, come in, Albus urged. Jimmy noticed the other person present. Harry. Hiya, Jimmy, Harry greeted. What are you doing here? Jimmy asked, glancing between the headmaster and Harry. You didn't do anything stupid, did you? Harry used a magical arm to flick his sort of brother in the ear. Watch it. Jimmy swatted uselessly by his ear and turned to the headmaster curiously. Albus motioned towards Harry. Lord Black wished to have a brief word with you. Albus saw both Potters giving him the same look, but he wasn't going anywhere. I feel the need to chaperone. Harry pulled out his looky-talkies and handed one to Jimmy. I wanted to make sure you had a way to instantly contact me. Jimmy accepted the small mirror in confusion. Thanks, Harry. Not that I don't appreciate it, but is there something I should know? Excellent question, Albus immediately responded. Harry. No, Harry said with a glare at the headmaster. Nothing you should know, I'm just being cautious. Cautious, Jimmy repeated. Harry shrugged. Yeah, cautious. Albus looked at Harry and saw he was done. Thank you, James. That will be all. Headmaster, Jimmy bid goodbye. See you, Harry. Oh, Jimmy, Harry suddenly recalled. Do me a favor and please, don't use that mirror to shave your balls. Jimmy looked at his half of the looky-talkie set again. No worries. I doubt it's sharp enough even if I wanted to. Harry waved goodbye as Jimmy disappeared out the door. Harry felt worry creep into his stomach. He was just kidding, right? I like to think so, but I wouldn't bet the castle on it. Albus grinned, knowing the head boy's appreciation for taking advantage of the stereotypes of Gryffindors. Harry decided not to give it any further thought. I'm going to go. If I find anything noteworthy about the items, shall I contact you? Yeah, Harry said in surprise. I'd appreciate that. I've got some personal stuff kinda going on right now that I need to figure out, but I'll be around. Albus carefully worded. Is this stuff the reason you're feeling cautious? Harry nodded. I just got a bad feeling. By giving Jimmy a mirror, now he'll most likely never have an occasion to need to use it. But if I'd thought about it, and I'd not given him the mirror, then inevitably he would have needed it. Albus stroked his beard. I knew a man who utilized similar logic, on the days that clear weather was especially important. He would always carry an umbrella, in hopes to stave off the rain. It worked for him twice. See, exactly, Harry agreed. Albus thinned his lips, adding, and then it rained for 2 years straight. Harry responded with the strongest logic in his arsenal. You're a poohead too. Goodbye, Harry said as he left the office. Okay, what was that? Sarah quietly asked when she felt they were out of earshot. What was what? Lily replied in a whisper. Lord Black knows his way around Hogwarts better than you think, Sarah repeated in a deep and mocking voice. I don't sound like that, Lily scolded. That's debatable, but I meant the unspoken wink, wink, nudge, nudge in your tone. Lily sometimes forgot how observant her daughter was. You know, we all assumed the Lord Blacks never went to Hogwarts, right? Yeah. Lily looked both ways before answering. The way he expected the doors to open, that's a relatively common mistake. But it's common in graduates coming back to the castle for the first time. People with 7 years' experience of the doors opening for them. Sarah looked over at her mum. You think Harry went to Hogwarts? Lily walked into the Hog's Head as her daughter held the door open. I don't see how we could have missed him, but yeah, I think he went to Hogwarts. He's younger than Tonks, Sarah replied. Goodness knows she's been bragging about that enough, so did he change his name? Lily saw Gin, Weasley behind the bar looking at her when the forward young woman loudly asked. The usual. Yeah, please, Lily and Sarah said as they dropped their cloaks onto the backs of their chairs. Like we'd ever risk anything else here, Sarah muttered quietly. Lily smirked at her daughter. I've heard some people rave about the Friday fried surprise. That's like calling Bertie Bott's your favorite candy. You know what it is, don't you? Lily shook her head. I thought it was a secret, hence the surprise. She just refries the leftovers from throughout the week. No 2 orders taste the same, and she's not even sure what most of them are. That's the surprise. That's revolting, Lily calmly decided. That's bar food, Sarah assured her. The idea is to get you drunk enough not to really look at what you're eating, and make the food salty enough that you need another drink. I'm beginning to think you're a little too familiar with barroom settings, Lily chided. You know what they'll do to your skin. Oh, please, the Hog's Head hardly counts as a bar. No one comes here looking to dance or looking to dance, and you never answered my question. Lily took a moment to remember the question and frowned. I don't want to spend all our time gossiping about Harry. I feel like we never get to talk anymore. Okay, Sarah readily agreed. What's on your mind? Lily smiled back and opened her mouth, only to snap it shut a few seconds later. She opened her mouth again and began to make a hand gesture, before catching herself and closing her mouth once more. She came to a decision and was about to speak when Gin Weasley arrived with their order. 2 beer nut salads, Gin announced, settling down the large bowls. And 2 house ales, anything else? Sarah had already picked up her fork and answered, Yeah. Do you know if Harry Black went to Hogwarts under a different name? Gin actually stumbled at the mix of the question and the oaths preventing her immediate response. Huh. Lily was intrigued by the unexpected reaction. This all looks wonderful, Gin. Thank you. My pleasure, Gin said with a nod. We were just about to gossip about the Lord Blacks. Care to join us? We were, Sarah said, grinning at her mum. Lily nodded. Come on, Gin, Sarah urged. I'll tell you all about how awkward Mum is around Harry. Okay, Gin said, brimming with curiosity. She untied her apron and spun it around to her side. Now what's this about Harry and awkward? Lily glared her daughter into silence and pounced on the new addition to their table. Before we get into that, Miss Weasley, I think we need to have a talk about using permanent marker in improper ways on my son. Gin Weasley looked at Sarah for help and gulped. Yes, Mrs. Potter. Relax, Lily said with a grin. I'm just having you on. I know it was Harry and Sirius who did that. Oh, good, Gin said with a forced laugh. You really had me going there, Mrs. Potter. Sarah raised a curious eyebrow, wondering if her little brother's crush wasn't as unrequited as she first assumed. Ginny saw both Potter women scrutinizing her and defiantly urged, Were you saying something about Harry? Lily glared, every bit the mother thinking of her baby, and then nodded pleasantly. He acts like he went to Hogwarts, but none of us recognize him or anyone similar. He probably would have gone around your time, Sarah said with a nod towards Gin. Maybe a couple of years older, but he's younger than Tonks. Gin tapped her chin, deep in thought. You're thinking about Fred and George's year. Anywhere around there, Sarah replied. Gin was slowly shaking her head. No, I can't think of any wizards fitting Harry's attitude and power. I have a wild theory, Lily offered. But, Gin interrupted, pointing a finger in the air and maintaining her perfectly stoic expression. Oh, Lily perked up. Gin began to slowly nod, but there was this one witch. No, Sarah gaped, way. Lily furrowed her brow. You think Harry's? I don't know, Gin lied. But there was that one witch who was always so quiet and really strong magically. I knew those eyelashes looked too good, Sarah cheered. Lily frowned. So are you implying he's a male who pretended to be female in school, or a female pretending to be male now? Well, you know, Gin confided, Auror Lupin is a black by birth, so there's definitely a metamorph gift in the bloodline. Maybe Harry's. Gin shifted her hands as if testing imaginary weights. A little from column A and a little from column B. Sarah's face was momentarily stuck in mix of disbelief and disgust. She shook her head and turned to her mother. Didn't you have a wild theory? It somehow doesn't feel as wild as it did a moment ago, Lily said in bewilderment. But considering it appears he went to Hogwarts and no one knows him, I thought that he might simply be a time traveler. Gin shook an accusing finger. That would actually explain the dual Lord Black thing. Sarah gasped and pointed at her mother. That's why you two get retarded around each other. He's like your great-great-grandson from the future. Gin tilted her head to look at Lily. He does have your eyes. I noticed that, Lily uncomfortably admitted, but I'm not so sure he's from the future. What are you saying? Sarah asked curiously. Lily took a deep breath before quietly conceding that I think he could be, your real grandfather. Sarah blinked, exclaiming loudly, You think he's your dad? Gin was leaning off to her side, having a small coughing fit. Lily shrugged helplessly. I don't know, but he's fully aware of whatever's weird between us and I'm grasping at straws. Sarah saw Gin wasn't going to be any help and inquired. I didn't think you could travel to the future, only the past. Time turners only go to the past, but supposedly there are spells that can go anywhere. And besides, you don't have to actually travel to reach the future, Lily said. All it takes is a magical accident to put you in a 50-year stasis, and in a blink of an eye, it's just like you traveled to the future. Jin held up a hand after she'd composed herself. Just to be clear, we're talking about the possibility that Harry is your dad, right? Yes, Lily replied. Fantastic, Jin agreed, helping herself to a sip of Sarah's ale. Sarah was still shaking her head, distressed at the possibility of dealing with a really hot grandfather. What led you to this theory? Lily shrugged. I don't know what Harry's hiding, but he takes every opportunity he can to hug me. Lily frowned as she admitted, and he feels guilty about it. So like he missed out on raising you, Sarah concluded. That's nuts. Lily sighed. Yeah, it is. But if you ever watch him, I mean really watch him, you'll see. He acts like he's woken up in a world that looks the same, just all the people are brand new. Whoa, Jin was impressed. Deep. This is great, Sarah sarcastically bit out while rubbing the bridge of her nose. Either Harry is my grandfather or somewhere in the range of 50 to 100% female. Lily chuckled at the simplicity of the summation. I wouldn't say that, Jin disagreed. You got another theory, Sarah looked up hopefully. No, Jin said with a bright grin. I just meant that it's not either or, he could be both. I've been thinking. And I've been drinking. Harry glared at his godfather. Sirius, stop it. I can drop it, Sirius agreed. Harry growled. Do you really want me to set back your healing? No, Sirius pouted. That prospect is not very appealing. Sirius saw he was quickly nearing the poke-in-the-eye level of irritation. Perhaps if you were more revealing, stop concealing that feeling. Okay, I'm done, don't hurt me. Sirius had his arms up to protect himself and added, or send me reeling through the ceiling. Dobby snickered. Don't laugh, Harry warned the elf. We don't want to encourage this sort of behavior. Sirius grinned at the amused elf. I've been doing a little thinking too, actually. Oh yeah, Harry looked up. What have you been thinking? I think, Sirius said. I think most people don't really appreciate how much more complicated wiping is when you're dealing with a hairy bum. Padfoot, Harry grumbled. I'm not kidding, Sirius continued. Girls especially can't comprehend the dynamics necessary. Harry cut him off with a silencing charm. Dobby, you can stay or go, but if you stay, please turn invisible. Sirius can't seem to stop playing to an audience today. Dobby smiled and snapped his fingers, disappearing from view. Sirius had managed to break the silencing charm and pouted. Fine, I've been thinking about the thing too. Harry looked emboldened, and I think if we're going to do something, we're better off sooner than later. Harry nodded. Me too. Albus will connect us with the burglaries real soon if he hasn't already. Our options are just going to get more and more limited. You think, Sirius wondered. But we're always so slick about making the robberies all quiet and clever. You know, like the opposite of the loud, blunt, and obnoxious public image we've been cultivating. Cultivating, Harry repeated. You've just been yourself. Myself, Sirius said, choking back the tears. You don't think I wish I could stop hiding, treating it like a disease just because I want to be a dancer? Sirius did a pirouette and nearly lost his balance. Harry looked away tiredly. Padfoot, Dobby's not even listening to you. Sirius snickered. Sure he is. I can hear him laughing in the corner. Sorry, the invisible elf's voice carried from the corner. Invisible and silent if you stay, Harry said loudly. A snap of elven fingers was the only response Harry received. What'll Albus do when he figures it out? Sirius asked, returning to more earnest conversation. Harry frowned. Probably not much. He won't approve, but with a supposed greater good of checking Death Eater homes for Horcruxes, he'll understand. I'm more concerned with the mystery note fucker. Yeah, Sirius urged Harry to continue. He wanted us to get the note with the fake diary, Harry summarized. Now he may think we got the note and aren't jumping to meet him, but he'll probably have to assume that we didn't get it. In which case, He either will leave notes at other Horcrux locations we don't know, or he'll try and contact us another way. You're not thinking of actually going to the Shrieking Shack? Definitely not, Harry said. We both need to stay away from there. You think we should just wait for him to contact us again? Harry bit his lip uncertainly. Actually, I'm thinking we force him to come to us on our terms. Sirius perked up. You think he'll do that? Harry warily argued. I think he'll have to. He can't be certain we got the letter. And if he doesn't show, then it proves his claims of cooperation and an alliance were disingenuous. Drawbacks. Harry let out a tired breath. What I'm thinking will clearly alert the Dark Lord that his Horcruxes aren't safe. He's probably heard about Malfoy's floor vault, Sirius pointed out. And I doubt he missed the fires from Grindelwald's old bunker either. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost certain he knows, Harry agreed. But this will move us up his to kill painfully list. What are you saying we should do exactly? Harry's face was grim as he explained. Set our own trap with live bait. Live? How live? I say we hold a private auction, by invitation only for Ravenclaw's cube, Slytherin's locket, and Hufflepuff's cup. Sirius' eyes widened in shock. And just who would we be inviting? I'm doubting an owl to that fucker will reach him. Harry shook his head with a smirk. We're not inviting a single person. We just want the people who'd be crashing this party. Yes, Sirius agreed with a manic look in his eyes. Yes, crashing this party of doom. What? Harry was perturbed. Sirius motioned, exaggeratedly. I thought we were trying to add a little flair to our conversation. Harry sighed. Dobby, you have to leave the room, I'm sorry, and Sirius, stop playing to an audience. Sirius realized Harry wasn't acting overdramatic. He simply was overdramatic. Sirius saw Harry looked pretty determined, too. So the only people who will understand what we're auctioning are Voldemort and our mystery fucker. Dumbledore will, too. Sirius couldn't think of any better ideas. You know, this may well mark the end of the Death Eater bandits. Harry nodded. With half the Horcruxes, we have more to lose than we do to gain by continuing. The ward sets have been getting nastier because they know we're coming. Sirius nodded, having thought similar things. But we can still make exceptions when opportunities present themselves, right? Absolutely, Harry agreed. And you know, someday in the future there will be people who desperately need to be robbed, and they may not have any tattoos on their arms. Sirius smiled happily, picturing a bright future. Very well then, Sirius said as though coming to a grand conclusion. Let's just see who is interested in. Sirius snapped his head to face Harry, buying some of this dark bastard's soul. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Harry grumbled, rubbing his temples as a headache formed. You've got no audience. Why are you doing this? Sirius stood up challengingly. You're my audience. It's my idea, Harry pointed out. Yeah, but, Sirius argued, but you're not really saying it with any panache. Harry watched his godfather wiggle his hips and began to wonder if Sirius really did want to become a dancer. You're an idiot. No, you're an idiot, Sirius petulantly retorted, and a drama queen. Harry looked up dangerously. Excuse me. Aha, Sirius exclaimed, pointing at Harry. See. Harry fought the urge to huff. You're a poohead. No, you're the poohead. Harry stopped a beat, unsure how to reply to that one. Are we done now? Yeah, we're done, Sirius agreed. Poohead.